Welcome back, you sleepy spuds. You have reached the end of the day, so it's time to snuggle up with a little history. Because tonight, we will embark on a journey into the authentic realm of 17th century piracy, where the distinction between fantasy and reality was as vast as the Atlantic itself. Let's discover together why even a single week aboard one of these infamous vessels would test every limit of your endurance. So if you're new to the channel or returning, liking the video and commenting significantly helps us out. Also, please let me know where you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now get comfortable and let's sail on through. You've seen the paintings, haven't you? Those sweeping canvases where pirates stand heroically at the helm, their coats billowing in convenient winds, their ships cutting cleanly through cooperative seas. The sunset always seems to hit just right, casting everything in amber and gold. Even the cannons look polished. These images settled into popular imagination like sediment, building up layers of misconception over centuries. By the time Hollywood added its own mythology, the distance between perception and truth had become a chasm. Real pirate ships smelled nothing like the ocean spray and adventure your mind conjures. They smelled like bodies that hadn't bathed in months, like bilge water thick with rat droppings, like salted meat going quietly rancid in the tropical heat. The vessels themselves bore little resemblance to the majestic ships of fiction. Most pirates operated from captured merchant vessels, functional, unglamorous workhorses of the sea. These weren't purpose-built warships with grand figureheads and gleaming brass. They were reconfigured cargo haulers, their holds emptied of sugar or tobacco, and hastily converted into living spaces for crews that often numbered over 100 men. Your mental image probably includes a captain's quarters filled with maps and mysterious instruments, perhaps a compass mounted in polished wood. The reality was far more cramped. Even successful pirate captains like Blackbeard or Bartholomew Roberts occupied spaces barely larger than a modern walk-in closet. These rooms held everything needed for navigation, record-keeping, and the uncomfortable business of maintaining authority over men who had explicitly rejected conventional hierarchy. The romantic notion of pirates as freedom-seeking rebels contains a grain of truth, but it's a truth surrounded by a hard shell of desperation. Most men turned to piracy not because they yearned for adventure, but because every other option looked worse. The merchant marine worked sailors to exhaustion for wages that barely covered survival. The Royal Navy was even more brutal, with floggings for minor infractions and rations that would constitute criminal neglect by any modern standard. So yes, piracy offered freedom, the freedom to potentially die of disease, violence or drowning, but at least on your own terms. It was the freedom of having nothing left to lose, which is quite different from the freedom you imagine while comfortable in your bed. The tales that survived emphasised the treasure, the successful raids, and the narrow escapes. They didn't dwell on the weeks of tedious sailing between targets, the constant hunger, or the way tropical heat turned the below-deck spaces into airless ovens. History has a way of editing out the boring parts, the uncomfortable parts, and the parts that would make terrible stories at a tavern. Even the treasure itself looked different than you'd think. Forget the overflowing chests of gold doubloons. Most pirate plunder consisted of practical goods, cloth, tools, food, and medicine. These items could be sold or traded, but they didn't photograph well for history books, so we remember the exceptions instead of the rule. When pirates did capture actual currency, it was usually divided immediately. No one trusted anyone enough to leave wealth sitting in a communal chest. The democracy that existed aboard pirate ships, and it did exist in a limited form, wasn't the noble experiment in equality that some accounts suggest. It was a practical necessity born from mutual distrust. When you've gathered together men willing to break every law of sea and state, you can't exactly govern through appeals to authority. The articles that crews signed, the rules they agreed to follow, were contracts written in self-interest, enforced by the knowledge that betrayal meant being marooned on some empty stretch of sand. As you stand at the dock in Port Royal or Nassau, preparing to board your pirate vessel for the first time, take one last look at solid ground. Breathe the air that doesn't reek of unwashed humanity and spoiled provisions. In just a few hours, you'll understand why even the most desperate men sometimes jumped ship at the first opportunity, choosing the uncertain mercy of a jungle island over another day at sea. The hatch leads down into darkness that seems to have texture and thickness. Your eyes adjust slowly, revealing a space that triggers something primal in your modern brain. The part that rebels against confinement, that needs personal space like it needs oxygen. You're looking at the gun deck, which doubles as living quarters for most of the crew. The ceiling, if you can call it that, hangs so low that you can't stand fully upright. You'll spend your time here in a permanent crouch or seated on whatever surface you can claim. Hammocks swing in rows so close together that when one man turns, 3 others feel it. There's no such thing as a private moment here. Sleep comes in fragments, interrupted by someone's elbow in your ribs, someone else's feet in your face, the constant symphony of snoring and coughing, and the wet sound of men spitting tobacco juice toward buckets they can't see in the dark. Your assigned space amounts to roughly the dimensions of a modern yoga mat. In this area, you'll sleep, store your possessions if you have any, and exist for whatever hours you're not actively working. There are no lockers, no foot lockers, and nothing resembling storage. What you own, you keep on your person or risk losing to the casual theft that flows through the ship like humidity. The air itself feels borrowed, recycled through too many lungs. In calm weather with the hatches open, you get some circulation. But when storms blow in and everything must be battened down, the atmosphere below deck transforms into something nearly solid. The smell of unwashed bodies mingles with the sweet rot stench of the bilge, where water too filthy to be called water sloshes with every movement of the ship. Men vomit, men relieve themselves in buckets that don't always make it topside before spilling, and men bleed from injuries and infections that never quite heal in this environment. The darkness rarely lifts completely. Candles and lanterns pose fire hazards that terrify even the bravest pirates, so light below deck comes grudgingly, in small measures. You navigate mostly by feel and memory, learning the location of every beam that might crack your skull and every protrusion that might catch your shins. Your body becomes a map of bruises. The deck beneath you stays perpetually damp. Water seeps through the planking above, especially in heavy seas. The wood never fully dries, never stops sweating its moisture into the enclosed space. This wetness breeds mould that climbs the walls in abstract patterns, fuzzy colonies that spread across any surface that stays still long enough. The mould gets into your clothes, into your lungs, and into the bread that constitutes half your diet. Personal hygiene exists only as a concept, something remembered from life ashore. There's no fresh water for washing bodies or clothes. The saltwater alternative leaves your skin sticky and your garments stiff with dried brine. Men develop their own particular odours, signatures you learn to identify in the dark. Some smell of sweat and tobacco. Others carry the sweetish scent of infection, the rot of teeth gone bad, and the sour notes of digestive problems that plague anyone eating the ship's standard fare. Privacy dissolves into something quaint, a luxury from another life. You urinate over the side in full view of anyone who cares to look. Defecation happens in the heads, small platforms that extend from the bow, where you hang suspended over the ocean while waves splash up from below. In rough weather, using the heads requires genuine courage. Men have been washed overboard during these vulnerable moments, and the crew's laughter at such deaths carries a nervous edge, an acknowledgement that it could happen to anyone. The noises never stop. Wood creaks in conversation with the sea, a language of groans and shrieks as the ship flexes and bends. Ropes sing in the wind, sails crack like whips when they catch gusts wrong. Water slaps the hull in rhythms that change with the weather, and underneath it all the human sounds, coughing, arguing, and the occasional sob from someone who hasn't yet learned to cry silently. Sleep, when it comes, feels less like rest, and more like unconsciousness claimed by force. Your body learns to find whatever position the hammock allows, and learns to ignore the swaying that never fully stops. Dreams mix with reality in confusing ways. You wake uncertain whether you actually slept or merely closed your eyes for a few minutes. The line between day and night blurs into something measured only by shifts on deck, by the bells that mark the watches. Your hammock itself becomes intensely personal territory, the only thing in this crowded hell that belongs exclusively to you. Men have killed over hammock disputes, over accusations of theft regarding these simple pieces of canvas. When not in use, hammocks roll into tight bundles that serve as pillows, as seats, or as any surface needed in the moment. They smell like whoever last slept in them, like sweat and salt and the particular quality of dreams had in impossible circumstances. The ship's cook, a position usually given to someone too injured for harder labour, presides over a galley that wouldn't qualify as a kitchen in any modern sense. It's a fire contained in a brick-lined box, jealously guarded, never quite trusted. Around this flame, the entire crew's nutrition revolves in depressing circles. Your breakfast, if you can call it that, consists of hardtack and whatever liquid might be available. The hardtack arrives as thick squares of baked flour and water, designed to last for months without spoiling. This longevity comes at a cost. The biscuits emerge from storage hard enough to crack teeth, permeated with weevils that add unexpected protein. You learn to tap them against the table first to dislodge the larger insects, but the eggs and larvae remain baked into the structure. Eventually you stop checking. The choice becomes simple: eat the weevils or go hungry. The technique for consuming hardtack evolves through necessity. Some men soak it in whatever beverage they possess. Beer when available, increasingly stale water as the voyage wears on. The soaking softens the biscuit into something chewable, but transforms the texture into a paste that is grey and uninviting. Others prefer to gnaw at it dry, working their way through like beavers attacking a particularly stubborn log. The process takes time, provides something to do during empty hours, and keeps the jaw occupied if not satisfied. Midday brings the main meal, a generous term for what arrives in your bowl. Salt pork forms the foundation of this feast, meat preserved in brine so concentrated it would stop a modern heart. The preservation works, technically. The pork doesn't rot in the traditional sense. Instead, it achieves a kind of immortality, becoming something that resembles meat in only the most abstract way. The salt content requires dilution, but fresh water is too precious to waste on making food palatable. You eat it as is, each bite an assault on your taste buds, your body crying out for any flavour that isn't salt. The cook boils the pork with dried peas when supplies allow, creating a stew that achieves a consistency somewhere between liquid and solid. Chunks of meat, or what used to be meat, float in grey water alongside peas that refuse to fully soften, no matter how long they boil. Sometimes onions make an appearance, precious additions from the last port, already sprouting green shoots in their storage nets. These vegetables get added whole and removed the same way, flavouring the broth without actually being consumed. They'll be used again tomorrow and the day after, until they dissolve into the general nutritional sadness. Protein variety comes from whatever the sea provides. Flying fish sometimes land on deck overnight, gifts you collect at dawn and eat raw or barely cooked. They taste like anything other than salt pork, which makes them delicious by default. In tropical waters, larger catches occasionally supplement the diet, dorado, tuna and shark when desperate. But fishing requires time the crew rarely has, and storms can last for days without allowing anyone to cast a line. The drinking situation deteriorates faster than the food. Ships carry water in wooden barrels that leak and breed algae. Fresh water turns green within weeks, developing a taste that preparation can't eliminate. You drink it anyway, holding your breath, trying not to think about what you're swallowing. Beer lasts longer, the alcohol providing some protection against contamination, but beer requires space that could hold other cargo. Most crews run out within the first month at sea. When the beer vanishes and the water becomes truly undrinkable, you face choices that would horrify your modern self. Some men drink seawater, knowing it will kill them slowly, preferring slow death to the torture of thirst. Others catch rainwater in sails and buckets, drinking it tepid and tasting of canvas, grateful for anything that doesn't burn the throat going down. The lucky ships capture prizes that include fresh provisions, briefly interrupting the downward spiral into malnutrition. Scurvy arrives like a quiet passenger, boarding with the crew but making its presence known only gradually. Your gums begin to bleed when you bite the hardtack. Your skin bruises at the slightest touch, purple flowers blooming across your arms and legs. Old wounds reopen, refusing to heal. Teeth loosen in their sockets, and you learn to chew carefully, afraid of swallowing something that should stay attached. The cure exists. Citrus fruit, fresh vegetables, anything containing what we now call vitamin C. But knowledge doesn't equal access, and ships at sea have no greengrocers. The psychological weight of food monotony shouldn't be underestimated. Humans crave variety in their diet the way they crave air and water. The same meal, day after day, week after week, becomes a form of sensory deprivation. Your mind rebels against it, but your body needs fuel, so you eat. The act transforms from pleasure into purely mechanical necessity. You shovel the tasteless protein into your mouth, swallow without savouring, and count it as another small victory that you survived to eat again. Successful raids bring temporary relief. Captured ships sometimes carry delicacies. Sugar, rice, proper bread that hasn't fossilised, and alcohol in varieties beyond basic beer. These prizes get consumed immediately, crew members gorging themselves sick after months of deprivation. There's no saving for later, no rationing for sensible distribution. The psychology of scarcity overrides reason. You eat because it's there, because tomorrow it won't be, because this might be your only chance to taste something that doesn't make you hate the act of eating. The bell sounds at 4 a.m, pulling you from whatever half-sleep you manage to achieve. Your watch begins now. 4 hours of labour before a brief respite, then 4 more hours. This rhythm continues without pause, without weekends, without holidays. The sea recognises no Sabbath. Your hands, soft and uncalloused at the start, transform within days. Ropework tears the skin from your palms, leaving raw patches that crack and bleed with each new task. The hemp lines that control the sails weigh more than you expect, made heavier by spray and rain. Hauling them requires the coordinated effort of multiple men, everyone pulling in rhythm, shoulders straining and backs protesting. The sails themselves demand constant attention. They tear in storms, develop weak spots from sun exposure, and require patches and repairs that happen aloft, swaying on yards high above the deck. You climb the ratlines, rope ladders that lead up the mast, with hands that shake from exhaustion and fear. The higher you go, the more the ship's movement amplifies. What feels like gentle rolling at deck level becomes violent swinging at the crosstrees. You hook your elbows through the rigging, use your thighs to grip the yard, and try to thread a needle with fingers that won't stop trembling. Pumping the bilge ranks among the worst regular duties. Water constantly seeps into the ship's lowest point, mixing with waste and creating a soup that must be removed to prevent the vessel from foundering. The pump handles require 2 men working in tandem, pushing and pulling in a rhythm that must be maintained for hours. The smell that rises from below defies description. Human waste, rotting food, dead rats, all of it marinating in salt water and darkness. You breathe through your mouth, which helps until you taste what you're smelling. Scraping barnacles and marine growth from the hull happens whenever the ship beaches for careening. The vessel must be tilted on its side, exposing the underwater surface to air and sunlight. You wade into the surf with scrapers, attacking the layers of accumulated life that slow the ship's progress. Barnacles cut like razors. Your shins and forearms collect new scars, thin lines that burn with salt exposure. The work continues until every inch of hull gleams relatively clean, a process that takes days and leaves you wondering if piracy might actually be easier than legitimate sailing. Maintenance never ends because decay never stops. Salt air corrodes metal, requiring constant rust removal and oiling. Wood dries and splits, needing tar and caulking to maintain watertight integrity. Ropes fray and must be replaced or spliced. Sails wear thin and require patching. The ship exists in a state of controlled deterioration, and your labour simply slows the inevitable collapse. Standing watch involves more than passive observation. You're expected to spot other vessels before they spot you, to notice changes in weather while there's still time to react, and to hear anything unusual in the ship's constant voice. This requires a kind of meditation, a sustained attention that fights against boredom and exhaustion. Your eyes scan the horizon in patterns, looking for the telltale interruption of a distant sail, the dark line that indicates an approaching squall. Loading and securing cargo, whether legitimate goods or plunder, demands knowledge of weight distribution and balance. Stack it wrong, and the ship lists dangerously. Tie it down improperly, and it shifts in rough seas, potentially punching through the hull from inside. You learn these lessons by watching, by listening to men with decades of experience, and by occasionally making mistakes that result in injuries and screamed corrections. Combat, when it comes, brings its own exhausting demands. Preparing the ship for battle means clearing the decks of anything that might become a projectile when hit, wetting down surfaces to prevent fire, distributing weapons and loading cannons. The actual fighting lasts minutes but requires hours of setup and potentially days of recovery. The guns themselves weigh tons. Their recoil controlled by ropes that must be maintained and checked. Firing them requires precise choreography. Swab the barrel, load the powder, ram it home, add the shot, prime the touch hole, aim as well as a moving platform allows, fire, and immediately begin the sequence again while smoke obscures everything and noise damages your hearing permanently. The few hours between watches don't provide true rest. You're expected to help with whatever emergency arises. All hands to shorten sail in a sudden storm, everyone to the pumps when a leak springs, and the full crew to chase down a potential prize. Sleep becomes something stolen in small increments, never quite enough, never quite deep enough to truly restore your depleted reserves. Your body adapts because it must. Muscles develop in strange patterns, overdeveloped in your arms and shoulders, and strong in your core from constant balance adjustments. You lose weight despite the physical labour, because the food can't match the caloric expenditure. Your face becomes weathered, skin darkening and roughening under constant sun and salt spray. You age years in months, the work literally wearing you down, grinding away at your physical reserves like waves against rock. The barometer drops, though most crew members don't need instruments to sense the change. The air gains weight, pressing against your skin in ways that trigger ancient warnings. Birds vanish from the sky. The water takes on a strange flatness, an oily quality that precedes chaos. When the storm hits, it arrives with personality, with what feels like deliberate malice. Wind screams through the rigging, a sound that drowns out shouted orders. You watch men's mouths move without hearing words, responding to gestures and long-practiced routine. The deck beneath your feet tilts at angles that seem impossible, that should capsize the vessel but somehow don't. Waves no longer look like water. They become moving walls, dark mountains that rise beside the ship, their peaks torn into spray by the wind. One moment you're in a valley between swells, surrounded by water on all sides, unable to see anything but ocean. The next moment the ship climbs, and you glimpse a horizon that curves wrong, that shows you how small and temporary your wooden world really is. The rain doesn't fall, it attacks horizontally, each drop hitting like a tiny fist. You're soaked instantly, and the water temperature depends entirely on what ocean you're crossing. Tropical storms drench you in bath-warm rain that provides no relief from the heat. Northern tempests introduce you to cold that penetrates through clothes and skin, settling into your bones, making your hands too stiff to properly grip the lines you're supposed to be managing. Below deck becomes uninhabitable. The ship's motion transforms from rocking to violent thrashing. Hammocks swing wildly, throwing men against walls and each other. Anyone with a weak stomach, and that's most people in conditions like this, vomits until they have nothing left, then continues with dry heaves that crack ribs. The smell of sick mixes with the general stench, adding another layer to an already unbearable atmosphere. You choose to stay topside despite the danger because at least there you can breathe. Securing yourself becomes paramount. Safety lines get rigged across the deck and you clip in with whatever you can find. A rope around your waist, a quick knot that you pray holds. Men who don't take this seriously disappear over the side, there one moment and gone the next, swallowed by the dark water without ceremony or chance of rescue. The sea doesn't return bodies in these conditions, it keeps what it takes. The sails must come down before they shred, or worse, before they drive the ship under. Furling canvas in a storm requires climbing into conditions that test sanity. The wind tries to pluck you from the rigging like fruit from a tree. The sail fabric whips and cracks, capable of breaking bones if it catches you wrong. You work with hands that have no feeling left, fingers moving on autopsy instincts, muscle memory executing tasks your conscious mind is too terrified to direct. Lightning turns night into day in stuttering intervals, each flash revealing the chaos in stark detail. Men struggling with ropes, officers pointing towards some new crisis, water washing across the deck in quantities that seem impossible to drain before the next wave arrives. The thunder follows close enough that you feel it in your chest, a physical force that competes with the wind for dominance. The ship's timbers scream under the stress. You hear them flex and groan, sounds that suggest imminent breakup, that make you certain this is the wave that finally does it, the one that cracks the spine and sends everyone down. But the vessel holds together through engineering you don't understand, through craftsmanship you've never properly appreciated, and through what starts to feel like supernatural stubbornness. Hours pass without any sense of time. You work, you survive, and you work some more. Exhaustion becomes absolute, a state beyond tiredness, beyond anything you've previously experienced. Your body operates on some reserve fuel you didn't know existed, drawing from stores that will leave you depleted for days afterward. When the storm finally passes, and they always do eventually, the world looks scraped clean, raw. The sea settles into swells that would terrify you in normal times, but now seem gentle by comparison. Sunlight returns with obscene cheerfulness, illuminating the damage that must be assessed and repaired. The deck is littered with debris, torn rope, broken spars, and sometimes personal items that belong to men who are no longer aboard. The human cost reveals itself in the aftermath. You count faces, realise who's missing, and try not to think too hard about the gaps in the crew. Injuries surface as adrenaline fades, broken bones, deep cuts, and burns from ropes that move too fast. The ship's surgeon, if you have one, makes his rounds with the limited supplies available, doing what he can, which often amounts to simply confirming that someone will probably survive or definitely won't. You sleep then, wherever you collapse. The deck works fine. A coil of rope becomes a pillow. Your body doesn't care about comfort or propriety. It demands unconsciousness and takes it by force. Toilets, showers, clean water flowing from taps. These conveniences exist in your memory but nowhere in your current reality. The morning routine you took for granted dissolves into crude approximations. You wake with a mouth that tastes like something died in it, teeth coated in film, and gums tender from the beginning stages of scurvy. There's no toothbrush, no toothpaste, and no mouthwash. Some men chew on frayed rope ends to clean their teeth, a practice that removes some debris while adding interesting splinters. Bathing happens in the ocean, if at all. You strip down and jump overboard when the ship is becalmed and the water looks relatively shark-free. The salt water leaves your skin sticky and your hair stiff, but at least you've removed some of the accumulated grime. The process requires timing and luck. Jump when the ship is moving, and you'll never catch up. Swim too far from the hull, and you become bait for things that see you as food. The crew keeps watch, but their attention spans waver, and being forgotten while treading water ranks among the more terrifying ways to die. Your clothes transform into biological experiments. Sweat, salt water, dirt, and time combine to create garments that could probably stand up on their own. Washing them properly requires fresh water that doesn't exist. so you rinse them in seawater that doesn't really clean, just redistributes the filth. The fabric develops its own ecosystem, lice, fleas, and other parasites that treat your body as their personal territory. You scratch constantly, creating new wounds that don't heal cleanly, and that sometimes become infected. Privacy for bodily functions exists only in concept. Everyone knows when you're constipated because they've watched you struggle in the heads for 20 minutes. Everyone hears when you have diarrhea, that special misery intensified by having to hang your exposed rear end over the ocean while your intestines stage a revolt. Dignity gets left at port, along with every other civilized comfort. Medical care would be laughable if the consequences weren't so serious. The ship's surgeon learned his trade through apprenticeship and experience, not formal education. His toolkit includes saws for amputation, needles for stitching, and alcohol for sterilisation, though more of the alcohol ends up consumed than used for cleaning wounds. Anaesthesia means getting drunk enough to pass out or biting down on leather, while someone does something horrible to your body. Infections run rampant in these conditions. A small cut becomes a major crisis. The wound reddens, swells, and begins weeping pus. Fever sets in, and you shake under blankets that don't exist while your crewmates debate whether you'll survive. Some infections resolve on their own, the body's immune system winning battles without assistance. Others progress to gangrene, to sepsis, to death, that comes slowly and painfully while everyone watches and tries not to think about their own vulnerability. Climate control amounts to choosing whether to suffer below deck or above. In tropical heat, both options feel like punishments. Below deck, the air temperature rises until breathing becomes labour, until sweat pours from your body faster than you can replace the fluids. Above deck, the sun attacks from overhead while the deck reflects heat upward, cooking you from both directions. There's no escape, no air conditioning, and no fan beyond what the wind provides. Cold climates bring opposite miseries. The ship offers no heating beyond the galley's fire, which must be carefully managed to avoid burning down your only shelter. You layer what clothes you have, but the dampness defeats insulation. The cold settles into your bones, into your joints, making movement painful, making sleep impossible despite exhaustion. Men huddle together for warmth, past caring about personal space or dignity. Entertainment consists of whatever you can create from nothing. Some men carve scrimshaw, etching designs into whale teeth or bone when available. Others tell stories, the same tales recycled until everyone knows them by heart, but keeps listening because the alternative is silence. Card games happen with decks so worn the markings barely register. Dice made from bone rattle in corners during off-watch hours. Gambling provides distraction, even when you're betting things you don't actually own. The isolation from normal human society changes you in ways you don't notice until much later. Your social skills atrophy. Your ability to converse about anything beyond ships and sailing diminishes. You forget what it's like to speak with women, with children, with anyone who doesn't smell like bilge water and desperation. The ship becomes your entire world, and that world is brutally small, populated by the same faces, the same conversations, and the same complaints repeated until they lose meaning. News from land arrives months late, if at all. You have no idea what's happening in the wider world. Wars start and end without your knowledge. Family members die and you're not there. You won't even hear about it until some random encounter in port. The isolation is mental as much as physical, a cutting off from the flow of normal life that leaves you adrift in more than the oceanic sense. The articles get read aloud before you sign, a moment of unexpected formality on a vessel dedicated to lawlessness. The document outlines rules you're expected to follow, punishments for violations, and the system by which decisions get made. You listen carefully because this social contract is the only thing preventing absolute chaos. Every man gets a vote on major decisions, where to hunt for prizes, whether to attack a particular target, and how to divide plunder. This democracy emerges not from progressive political theory, but from practical necessity. When you've assembled a crew of men who've already rejected conventional authority, you can't exactly rule through aristocratic privilege. The captain holds power only as long as the crew believes he's effective. Fail too many times, and you're voted out, replaced by someone the men think might do better. The quartermaster serves as the crew's representative. They balance against the captain's authority. He distributes food, settles disputes, and generally ensures that the captain doesn't get too comfortable with power. This position requires diplomatic skills and the ability to fight, because sometimes disputes get settled with fists rather than words. You watch these dynamics play out and see how carefully the successful quartermasters navigate between crew concerns and operational necessities. Combat brings its own rules, explicitly stated in the articles. Cowardice in battle means death or marooning. Deserting your station gets you flogged if the crew feels merciful. These harsh punishments reflect the reality that everyone's survival depends on everyone else doing their job. One man running during a fight can cascade into total defeat and can get the entire crew killed or captured and hanged. The division of plunder follows predetermined formulas. The captain gets extra shares, as do the quartermaster, the surgeon, and the master gunner. Anyone with specialised skills that benefit the whole crew. But even the captain's portion rarely exceeds 2 or 3 shares, while common sailors get 1. This relative equality stands in stark contrast to merchant and naval vessels, where officers might earn 50 times what ordinary seamen make. Injuries sustained in battle qualify you for compensation, another aspect detailed in the articles. Lost an eye? Here's your payment. Lost a leg? Here's a larger sum. These amounts get paid before the general division of plunder, recognising that the crew owes something to men who sacrifice body parts for the common enterprise. The system acknowledges risk and tries to compensate accordingly, though no amount of money truly repays losing a limb in the 17th century. Punishment for violations happens swiftly and publicly. Steal from a crewmate, and you might receive Moses' law, 39 lashes administered by the person you stole from. The entire crew assembles to watch, partly to witness justice being done, and partly to remind themselves of the consequences of breaking the rules. The whip cuts deep, drawing blood, leaving scars that mark you as someone who couldn't be trusted. Marooning serves as the ultimate punishment, reserved for the worst offences. The condemned man gets left on a small island or beach with a pistol containing 1 shot, a small amount of water, and essentially no food. The single bullet carries symbolic weight. It's for ending your own suffering when starvation becomes unbearable, or for a very slim chance at hunting something edible. Either way, it's probably your last bullet. Most marooned men die slowly, alone, with plenty of time to contemplate their mistakes. The social structure flexes in ways that would confuse someone from conventional society. Men who might be deadly enemies in port work side by side at sea, united by common purpose and shared risk. Racial hierarchies matter less here than in the legitimate world. Black pirates serve alongside white ones with a rougher quality that wouldn't exist elsewhere. This isn't enlightened tolerance so much as practical indifference. The sea doesn't care about skin colour, and neither do men focused on survival and profit. Women occasionally sailed with pirate crews, though they typically disguised themselves as men to avoid the complications their presence would create. The few who became known, Anne Bonny, Mary Read, achieved legendary status partly because they were so rare. Most crews maintained explicit rules against bringing women aboard, knowing that sexual tension could destroy the fragile cohesion that kept everyone alive. Drinking happens enthusiastically whenever alcohol becomes available. The articles might limit consumption during active operations, but once plunder is secured and divided, the celebrations begin. Men drink themselves unconscious, fight each other for entertainment, and engage in contests of strength and stupidity. The release of tension that's been building for weeks comes out in explosions of drunken excess that sometimes result in injuries or deaths that didn't need to happen. Religious practice varies by individual. Some men pray regularly, asking forgiveness for their sins while planning to commit more. Others abandon faith entirely, deciding that if God exists, he's clearly not paying attention to their corner of the ocean. A few become superstitious, developing elaborate rituals around weather signs, lucky charms and ominous portents. The ship accumulates its own mythology, stories of ghosts and curses that get embellished with each retelling. For all the misery, men kept choosing this life. They signed articles, they went to sea, and they risked everything for what amounts to a lottery ticket in blood. Understanding why requires looking at what they were running from. The merchant marine, the supposedly legitimate alternative, worked sailors just as hard for a fraction of the potential reward. Merchant captains operated under company rules that prioritised profit over humanity. Sailors might go months without pay, their wages held back to prevent desertion. Food on merchant vessels was often worse than pirate fare, rationed more strictly and distributed more unfairly. The promise of steady employment rang hollow when that employment meant slow starvation and brutal discipline. The Royal Navy presented itself as honourable service but delivered something closer to a floating prison. Press gangs roamed port cities, kidnapping men into service against their will. Once aboard a naval vessel, you belonged to the Crown until death or disability released you. Desertion meant hanging if caught. The pay was theoretical, delivered years late if at all. Officers treated common sailors as expendable resources, and the Articles of War authorised flogging for offences as minor as failing to touch your hat to a superior officer. On land, employment options for uneducated, unskilled men centred around hard labour for subsistence wages. You might work as a dockhand, a farm labourer, or a street sweeper, jobs that wore your body down while keeping you perpetually on the edge of poverty. The social mobility that modern people take for granted simply didn't exist. Born poor, you died poor, and so did your children. Piracy offered an alternative, however brutal. You might die, yes, but you might also become wealthy. More importantly, you lived free of the constant humiliation that defined working-class existence in the 17th century. No employer could cheat you out of wages. No aristocrat could beat you for failing to show proper deference. The only authority you answered to was the collective will of men in the same situation, men you'd helped elect, men who could be replaced if they became tyrannical. The gambling aspect attracted a certain personality type, men who preferred a short, exciting life to a long, miserable one. The treasure fantasies might be exaggerated, but successful raids did happen. Ships carrying sugar, indigo, and silver got captured and sold. The proceeds divided among the crew could equal years of wages from legitimate work. Even the ordinary raids, the ones that netted only cloth and tools, provided income that beat anything available through legal means. The thrill of combat called to men who found ordinary life unbearably dull. Modern society has plenty of outlets for this impulse. Extreme sports, action movies, and video games that simulate danger without delivering consequences. The 17th century offered limited substitutes. You could fight in actual wars at actual risk, or you could waste away in some quiet village, knowing you'd never test yourself against anything more challenging than a stubborn mule. The multicultural nature of pirate crews provided refuge for men who didn't fit elsewhere. Escaped slaves found acceptance they'd never know in colonial society. Religious minorities fleeing persecution could practice their faith without interference or abandon faith entirely without judgment. Men whose sexuality made them outcasts on land found communities that cared more about competence than conformity. The ship became a kind of floating sanctuary for everyone conventional society rejected. The stories, of course, helped recruitment. Tales of successful pirates circulated through taverns and dockyards, growing more impressive with each retelling. Young men heard about Henry Morgan retiring wealthy, about Blackbeard commanding fear and respect, and about ships loaded with treasure waiting for someone brave enough to take them. These stories glossed over the disease, the violence, and the high probability of death, but they sold the dream effectively. The alternative to piracy for many men was starving slowly while watching their families starve too. When your children are hungry, and your legitimate work can't feed them, the moral calculations shift. Stealing becomes survival. Violence becomes a tool for securing resources that society has denied you through legal means. The romanticisation came later, applied by people who weren't facing those choices. So yes, the conditions aboard pirate ships were terrible, but they were terrible in ways that men fleeing other terrible situations could accept. At least here, the suffering came with agency, with the possibility of reward, and with the dignity of having chosen this path rather than having it forced upon you by birth or circumstance. Not every hour at sea involves crisis or labour. The ship sometimes finds itself in what sailors call the doldrums, regions where wind disappears and the ocean becomes glass. The sails hang limp. The vessel drifts rather than sails. Time expands strangely. You stand at the rail during these calm moments, watching the water. The surface reflects the sky so perfectly that the horizon becomes ambiguous and uncertain. Flying fish break through occasionally, silver arcs that catch sunlight before splashing down. Below the surface, if you look carefully, you can sometimes see shapes moving. Dolphins, sharks, and things you can't quite identify. The sunset in tropical waters paints the sky in colours that seem invented, that look too vivid to be real. Orange bleeds into pink, pink into purple, and purple into deep blue that eventually blackens into night. The stars emerge not gradually but in sudden multitudes, more stars than you've ever seen from land, where lights and haze obscure the full display. The Milky Way sprawls across the darkness, a river of light that ancient peoples thought connected heaven and earth. On clear nights, you can navigate by stars, though you probably don't know how. The older sailors do, though, men who learned celestial navigation through years of observation, who can tell you what that bright point is, which constellation is rising, and what it all means for your position and prospects. Their knowledge feels like magic, like a secret language written across the sky. Phosphorescence in the water creates different wonders. Disturb the ocean at night, and it glows green, like disturbed fireflies have infiltrated the sea. The ship's wake trails luminescence behind it, a path of light that fades but never completely disappears. Men trailing their hands in the water watch the glow swirl around their fingers, momentarily distracted from hunger and discomfort by something beautiful. Birds sometimes land on the rigging, exhausted migrants following routes between continents. They rest for hours or days, eyeing the crew warily, grateful for the solid perch even if it's moving. Their presence means land exists somewhere in some direction, though how far and which way remains unclear. When they finally gather strength to continue, you watch them go with something like envy. The ship develops its own rhythms, patterns you learn to read. The way it moves in different wave conditions and the sounds that mean everything's normal versus the ones that signal problems. You become attuned to these signals without conscious thought, waking from sleep when something changes, even if you can't immediately identify what triggered your awareness. Conversations during quiet times reveal more than you'd expect. Men who seem brutal in action show unexpected depth when discussing philosophy, religion, and the nature of justice. The crew includes former scholars, failed businessmen, priests who lost their faith, and soldiers tired of following orders. Their stories emerge in fragments, never told completely, always coloured by whatever they want you to believe. Music happens when someone has the energy and inclination. A fiddle appears from storage, or a flute, or just voices singing songs that everyone knows. Sea shanties serve as work songs, their rhythms coordinating labour, but the quiet songs speak to loneliness, to homes left behind, and to women who probably aren't waiting anymore. The melodies carry across the water, and you wonder if anyone on distant ships hears them. If the sound reaches fish swimming far below, you think about home during these moments, though home might not welcome you back. Piracy carries a death sentence in most jurisdictions. Going home means risking capture, trial, and a dance at the end of a rope. Some men plan to retire to remote colonies where their past won't follow. Others seem to have accepted that this life will end at sea one way or another, and that's fine because there's nothing pulling them towards shore anyway. The ocean itself becomes familiar in ways that seem impossible. You learn to read the water, to see patterns in the waves, and to interpret the colour and movement in ways that predict weather and currents. This knowledge doesn't come from books, It accumulates through observation, through mistakes that teach painful lessons, and through listening to men who survived long enough to become experts. In the quietest moments, when your watch has you standing alone while others sleep, you confront yourself. The person you were on land, the person you might have become, and the person you've turned into out here, they're all present, but somehow separate. You've done things you never imagined doing. You've survived situations that should have killed you. You've become someone your former self wouldn't recognise, and you're not entirely sure how to feel about that transformation. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent to your contemplation. The ship creaks and murmurs in its sleep. The ocean breathes, swells rising and falling in patterns older than human memory. And you stand there, temporary and small, stealing this moment of peace before the next crisis demands your attention, and the machinery of survival grinds forward again. You know that feeling when you find something in your attic that makes you forget about the cobwebs in your hair? That's exactly what happened to Dr. Sarah Chen on a particularly muggy Tuesday afternoon in Athens. She'd been rummaging through the basement archives of the National Library, hunting for anything related to her research on ancient Greek philosophy, when her fingers brushed against something that definitely didn't belong with the other manuscripts. The leather binding felt different, older, somehow more secretive. It appeared as though it had been concealed for centuries, awaiting discovery by the appropriate individual. The cover bore no title, just a small symbol that looked suspiciously like Aristotle's signature, if philosophers had signatures back then. Although philosophers probably didn't have signatures back then, you get the idea. Sarah pulled the manuscript closer to the single, flickering fluorescent light that made everything in the basement look like a horror movie set. The first page made her eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Written in faded Greek letters were the words, "The teachings they didn't want you to know," though in much fancier ancient Greek, of course. Now, Sarah had been studying Aristotle for the better part of 15 years. She knew his work, just like some people know their morning coffee routine. She could recite passages from the Nicomachean Ethics while brushing her teeth, and had actually done so on more than one occasion, much to her roommate's bewilderment. But this was entirely new territory. Aristotle's hand appeared to write the manuscript, or at least it was a convincing forgery. But forgers usually didn't hide their work in dusty basement archives, where nobody would find them for centuries. Typically, they desired for their creations to be discovered, especially by individuals with substantial financial resources and dubious moral standards. As Sarah carefully turned the brittle pages, she realised she was looking at what appeared to be Aristotle's personal journal. His thoughts were raw and unfiltered, unlike the polished treatises that had endured through history. You might jot down notes in the margins of your own books, yet these margins held concepts that could transform our understanding of one of history's most influential intellectuals. The first entry was dated to what would have been 335 BCE, right around the time Aristotle returned to Athens to establish his school, the Lyceum. But instead of the formal, measured tone of his public works, the passage read more like someone venting to their diary after a particularly frustrating day at the office. "Alexander keeps sending me letters asking for advice on conquering the world," the entry began, "as if I have a manual for that sort of thing lying around. I keep telling him that wisdom comes from understanding yourself first, but apparently that's not nearly as exciting as charging across continents with an army." Sarah found herself smiling despite the gravity of her discovery. Here was Aristotle, the great philosopher, sounding remarkably like any modern mentor dealing with an overachieving student who'd rather skip the hard work of self-reflection and jump straight to the glamorous stuff. But as she continued reading, the entries became more intriguing. Aristotle wrote about ideas that seemed to contradict his published works, theories that felt centuries ahead of their time, and observations about human nature that were so brutally honest they would have probably gotten him exiled from Athens faster than you could say, corrupting the youth. The basement suddenly felt smaller, stuffier. Sarah became aware that she'd been suppressing her emotions unknowingly. This wasn't just any old manuscript, this was potentially the philosophical discovery of the century. The kind of find that would make her colleagues turn green with envy, and probably result in at least 3 documentary crews camping outside her apartment. She carefully closed the manuscript and looked around the empty basement, half expecting to see some shadowy figure lurking behind the filing cabinets, ready to snatch away her discovery. But there was only the gentle hum of the ancient air conditioning system and the faint smell of old paper and forgotten stories. You'd think that finding a potentially world-changing manuscript would keep someone awake all night, pacing around their apartment like a caffeinated philosopher. But Sarah had always been the type to process big discoveries slowly, like a fine wine or a particularly complex piece of music. So instead of rushing into anything dramatic, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea, settled into her favourite reading chair, the one with the questionable upholstery that somehow made everything more comfortable, and began to read more carefully. The second section of Aristotle's hidden journal dealt with what he called the art of comfortable rebellion. This chapter was fascinating because the Aristotle everyone knew was hardly a rebel. He was more like the philosophical equivalent of a competent insurance agent, reliable, thorough, and not particularly interested in rocking boats. However, his private thoughts revealed a distinct perspective. The greatest wisdom, he had written, often comes from quietly questioning everything, even the things you've spent your whole life teaching others to accept. Sarah had to pause at that line. She'd spent her career studying Aristotle's public teachings about logic, ethics, and the natural world. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe, just maybe, some of those carefully constructed arguments were more like starting points than final destinations. The philosopher went on to describe what he called gentle heresy, the practice of challenging established ideas not through dramatic confrontation, but through persistent, quiet questioning. Like water slowly wearing away stone, you were instead eroding the assumptions that everyone took for granted. I've noticed, Aristotle continued, that the most dangerous ideas are often the most comfortable ones. The thoughts that feel so natural are often ones we never think to examine, like assuming that wisdom always comes from age, or that happiness means the same thing to everyone, or that the best way to live is the way our parents lived. Sarah found herself nodding along as she read. This was the kind of philosophy that felt less like an academic exercise, and more like practical life advice. You could converse about it with a knowledgeable companion over an extended meal, as opposed to engaging in a formal discussion with accurate citations and footnotes. What struck her most was how modern these ideas sounded. Aristotle was essentially describing what we might now call mindfulness, or critical thinking, but he was doing it in a way that felt gentle rather than aggressive. He wasn't suggesting that people should go around tearing down every belief system they encountered. Instead, he was advocating for a kind of philosophical curiosity that could coexist peacefully with daily life. The comfortable rebel, he wrote, is someone who can hold their beliefs lightly enough to examine them, but firmly enough to live by them when examination is complete. There was something deeply appealing about this approach. Sarah had always found traditional academic philosophy a bit exhausting. All that arguing and counter-arguing, all those elaborate systems designed to prove other people wrong. But this felt different. This approach to philosophy felt more like a way of living than merely a means to win arguments. The journal entries from this section were peppered with small observations about daily life in ancient Athens. Aristotle wrote about conversations with his students that went in unexpected directions, about moments when he realised he'd been wrong about something he'd taught for years, and about the strange comfort of admitting ignorance in areas where he was supposed to be an expert. Today, a student asked me why we call certain emotions good and others bad, one entry read. I gave him the standard answer about virtue and vice, but afterward I realised I wasn't entirely sure I believed what I'd said. Perhaps emotions are more like weather, natural phenomena that simply are rather than moral categories that should be judged. Sarah could almost imagine the scene, the great philosopher standing in his school surrounded by eager students, suddenly confronted with the possibility that one of his fundamental assumptions might be shaky. Instead of doubling down on his position, he seemed genuinely curious about this moment of uncertainty. As she continued reading, Sarah realised that the topic wasn't just a historical curiosity. These ideas felt remarkably relevant to her life. How many of her beliefs had she simply inherited rather than examined? How many assumptions was she carrying around without even realising it? The chamomile tea had gone cold in her mug, but she barely noticed. Outside her window, Athens was settling into its evening rhythm, but inside her apartment, she was having a conversation across centuries with one of history's most influential thinkers. except this version of him felt less like a distant authority figure and more like someone she might actually want to have coffee with. The third section of Aristotle's journal had a title that made Sarah nearly snort tea through her nose. On the noble art of making it up as you go along. This was definitely not the Aristotle she remembered from graduate school. I have a confession, the entry began, which I suspect would horrify my students if they knew. Most of the time I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Sarah had to read that sentence 3 times before it sank in. Here was one of history's most confident-sounding philosophers admitting to what basically amounted to imposter syndrome. It was like discovering that your high school principal had been just as confused about how to run a school as everyone else. But instead of being disappointing, this revelation was oddly comforting. Aristotle went on to explain that he'd gradually realised that the appearance of certainty was often just that, an appearance. The really interesting stuff happened when you admitted you were figuring things out as you went along. I've noticed that my best insights come not when I'm trying to prove a point, he continued, but when I'm genuinely puzzled by something and willing to sit with that puzzlement for a while. It's akin to the distinction between forcing a key into a lock and patiently waiting for the right key to emerge. This was revolutionary stuff, philosophically speaking. The Aristotle that history remembered had built elaborate logical systems and created comprehensive categories for understanding everything from ethics to biology. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe the best wisdom came from embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Sarah reflected on her own academic career. How much energy had she spent trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about? How many potentially interesting ideas had she set aside because they didn't align neatly with existing frameworks? The academic world practically demanded certainty, or at least the convincing performance of certainty. But Aristotle's journal suggested a different approach entirely. The wisest people I know, he wrote, are the ones who can say, I don't know, without shame, and I might be wrong without fear. They're also, coincidentally, the most interesting people to talk with. The entries in this section were full of examples from Aristotle's daily life, where admitting ignorance had led to unexpected discoveries. He wrote about a conversation with a pottery maker who had casually mentioned something about clay that completely changed Aristotle's understanding of how materials behave. He described a discussion with a child who had asked such a simple question about justice that it had forced him to reconsider an entire chapter of his ethics. Children, he noted, are natural philosophers because they haven't yet learned to be embarrassed by not knowing things. They ask, why? With the same enthusiasm, whether they're talking about the colour of the sky or the nature of friendship. Adults, unfortunately, often lose this beautiful shamelessness about their ignorance. Sarah found herself thinking about her relationship with uncertainty. People expected her to be an expert on ancient philosophy in her professional life. Students came to her classes expecting answers, colleagues expected her to have informed opinions, and academic conferences expected her to present research as if she had definitively solved whatever puzzle she was working on. But sitting in her comfortable chair, with Aristotle's secret journal, she realised how much more captivating her work might become if she approached it with the same kind of curious uncertainty that he was describing. What if not knowing something wasn't a professional weakness, but a starting point for genuine inquiry? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle experimenting with what he called productive confusion. Instead of rushing to resolve every intellectual puzzle, he would sometimes deliberately sit with questions that didn't have clear answers. He would collect observations without immediately trying to fit them into theories. He would have conversations without trying to win them. I've started telling my students when I don't know something, one entry read, and the strangest thing has happened. Instead of losing respect for me, they seem more engaged. It's as if admitting my ignorance gives them permission to explore their own. This was exactly the kind of teaching approach that Sarah had always wanted to try, but had never quite had the courage to implement. The academic world could be brutally competitive, and showing vulnerability felt risky. But here was Aristotle, the renowned philosopher, suggesting that being intellectually honest might actually be more effective than pretending to be knowledgeable. As she read on, Sarah began to see how this embrace of uncertainty connected to the earlier themes in the journal. The comfortable rebellion that Aristotle had written about wasn't just about questioning established ideas. It was about being comfortable with the fact that questioning might not lead to neat final answers. The evening was growing darker outside, and Sarah realised she'd been reading for hours without noticing the time pass. But instead of feeling worn out, she felt energised by these ideas. It was like discovering that someone she'd admired from a distance was actually much more interesting and human than she'd imagined. The fourth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what might have been the most subversive statement yet. "I have come to believe that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is to live an ordinary life with extraordinary attention." Sarah had to smile at this. The idea that ordinariness might be a form of wisdom was not in the standard philosophical curriculum. Philosophy was supposed to be about big ideas, universal truths, and profound insights that elevated human thinking above mundane concerns. However, Aristotle's personal reflections appeared to be moving in a completely different direction. He was becoming fascinated with what he called the philosophy of Tuesday afternoons. The idea that wisdom might be found not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the simple practice of paying attention to ordinary experience. "I spent this morning watching my neighbour hang laundry," one entry began, "and realised I was witnessing a perfect demonstration of practical wisdom. She knew exactly how much space each garment needed, how to arrange them so they would dry efficiently, and how to secure them against the wind without damage. This knowledge came not from books or lectures, but from years of patient attention to a simple task." This writing was vintage Aristotle in some ways. He had always been interested in practical wisdom, alongside theoretical knowledge. But there was something different about the tone here. Instead of analysing practical wisdom as a philosophical concept, he seemed to be celebrating it as a way of life. The entries in this section were full of similar observations. Aristotle wrote about the baker who could tell by smell exactly when bread was ready, the teacher who knew instinctively when a student was struggling with something beyond the current lesson, and the gardener who understood the subtle rhythms of plant growth better than any botanical treatise could explain. "These people," he wrote, "are practicing a form of philosophy that doesn't announce itself. They're conducting ongoing experiments in how to live well, but they don't call it research. They're developing sophisticated theories about human nature and the physical world, but they don't write papers about it. They're just living with intelligence." Sarah found this perspective both refreshing and slightly unsettling. She'd spent her career in an environment where the value of knowledge was largely determined by how complex and abstract it could become. The idea that the person who knew the most about living well might be someone who had never read a philosophy book was both liberating and threatening to everything she'd built her professional identity around. But as she continued reading, she realised that Aristotle wasn't dismissing formal philosophy so much as expanding its boundaries. He seemed to be suggesting that the kind of wisdom you might develop through decades of mindful attention to daily life was just as valuable as the kind you might develop through years of academic study, maybe more so. "I have students who can argue brilliantly about the nature of virtue," he wrote, "but who have never learned to listen carefully to another person. I know scholars who can analyse the structure of a perfect argument, but who cannot comfort a friend in distress. Knowledge without practical application is like a beautiful song that no one ever sings." Sarah found this observation particularly poignant. How many academic discussions had she participated in that felt completely disconnected from actual human experience? How many brilliant theoretical insights had she encountered that seemed to have no practical relevance to the business of living a good life? But Aristotle's journal was suggesting a different approach entirely. What if the goal wasn't to transcend ordinary experience, but to inhabit it more fully? What if wisdom wasn't about rising above the mundane, but about finding depth within it? The entries from this period showed Aristotle conducting what he called experiments in ordinary attention. He would spend entire days trying to notice things he usually took for granted: the way light changed throughout the day, the subtle variations in people's voices when they were tired or excited, and the small rituals that made daily life feel stable and meaningful. "I am trying to learn to see my life as if I were an anthropologist studying a foreign culture," he wrote. "What are the customs and assumptions I follow without thinking? What would a visitor from another world find most puzzling about the way I organise my days?" This practice seemed to be yielding unexpected insights. Aristotle began to notice patterns in his behaviour that he'd never seen before, connections between his emotional states and his physical environment, and small habits that were either supporting or undermining his well-being. "Today I realise that I think more clearly when I'm walking than when I'm sitting still," one entry read. "But I've been conducting most of my important conversations while seated. This seems like the kind of practical wisdom that's too obvious to notice until you notice it. As the evening deepened around her, Sarah found herself wondering what she might discover if she applied this kind of attention to her own ordinary days. What patterns might emerge if she paid closer attention to the rhythms of her life? Could she uncover hidden wisdom in her daily routines? The idea was both simple and profound, that the most important insights might not come from reading more books or attending more conferences, but from learning to inhabit her experience with greater awareness and appreciation. The fifth section of Aristotle's journal began with a warning that would have made his PR team very nervous. I must write carefully about what I'm going to discuss next, because it touches on the most dangerous idea I've encountered, the possibility that the best life might be the one where you stop trying to become someone else. Sarah raised an eyebrow at this. In her experience, ancient philosophy was usually all about self-improvement and moral development. The whole point was supposed to be becoming a better version of yourself. But Aristotle seemed to be heading towards something that sounded suspiciously like acceptance, which wasn't typically considered a philosophical virtue. I have spent most of my life, the next entry continued, trying to become the person I thought I should be. I have strived to become the wise teacher, the respected scholar, and the moral exemplar. But lately I've been wondering, what if the person I already am is actually quite adequate? Such an attitude was definitely not the kind of thing that would have appeared in the Nicomachean Ethics. Ancient Greek culture was built around ideals of excellence and self-improvement. The whole concept of virtue was about actualizing your potential and becoming the best possible version of yourself. But here was Aristotle suggesting that maybe all that striving was missing something important. The entries in this section were more personal than anything Sarah had read so far. Aristotle wrote about the exhaustion of constantly trying to live up to his reputation, the way he'd begun to feel like a character in a play rather than a person living his life. He described the strange relief he'd felt when he first allowed himself to admit that he didn't always enjoy teaching, that he sometimes found his students tedious, and that he had days when he'd rather be gardening than philosophizing. The most radical thing I can imagine, he wrote, is simply being honest about who I actually am rather than who I think I should be. He meant not being honest in a confessional, dramatic way, but rather being honest in the quiet manner of someone who has stopped performing for an invisible audience. Sarah found his words surprisingly moving. She reflected on her relationship with professional expectations and how she sometimes felt as if she were playing the role of Professor Sarah instead of simply being herself. The academic world seemed to reward a particular kind of personality, articulate, confident, intellectually aggressive, and she'd spent years trying to fit herself into that mould. But what would it be like to bring more of her actual self to her work? The parts of her that were uncertain, curious, and sometimes confused? Could she embrace the aspects of herself that prioritized comprehension over accuracy? Aristotle's journal entries from this period showed him experimenting with what he called authentic presence, the practice of showing up to conversations and interactions as himself, rather than as the version of himself he thought other people wanted to see. I tried an experiment today, one entry read. When a student asked me a question I didn't know how to answer, instead of deflecting or giving a partial response that made me sound knowledgeable, I simply said, "That's a wonderful question, and I genuinely don't know the answer. What do you think?" The conversation that followed was more fascinating than any lecture I've given this year. This kind of authenticity seemed to be having unexpected effects. Aristotle wrote about students who began sharing more personal questions about how to apply philosophical ideas to their actual lives. He described colleagues who started admitting their uncertainties and doubts. It was as if his willingness to be himself was giving other people permission to be themselves as well. "I'm beginning to suspect," he wrote, "that what people really want from a teacher is not someone who has all the answers, but someone who demonstrates that it's possible to live thoughtfully with questions." Sarah thought about her teaching. How much more engaging might her classes be if she approached them with this kind of authenticity? Instead of trying to be the expert who knew everything about ancient philosophy, what if she positioned herself as someone who was genuinely curious about these ideas and wanted to explore them together with her students? The journal entries also revealed Aristotle grappling with the social risks of authenticity. Ancient Athens was not necessarily a place where being different was celebrated, and philosophers were already viewed with some suspicion. Being genuinely himself meant risking the disapproval of people whose opinions he cared about. "There is a particular kind of loneliness," he wrote, that comes from being surrounded by people who know your reputation but not your actual thoughts. It's the loneliness of being admired for qualities you're not sure you possess and respected, for achievements that feel less important to you than they do to others. But he also wrote about the relief of gradually letting go of the need to maintain that reputation. I'm discovering that the energy I've been spending on trying to be impressive could be much better used for actually paying attention to what's happening around me. As Sarah read these entries, she realised that Aristotle was describing something that felt very familiar. The tension between who you are and who you think you're supposed to be, the exhaustion of maintaining a professional persona, and the yearning for conversations that felt real rather than performative. The section ended with an entry that felt like a small revolution. Today I told someone that I don't actually enjoy wine very much, even though I've been pretending to appreciate it for years, because that seemed like the sophisticated thing to do. It was such a small admission, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room. The 6th section of Aristotle's journal opened with what sounded like a contradiction. I have been working on becoming better at being confused, and I think I'm finally getting good at it. Sarah had to pause at this sentence. In her world, solving confusion quickly was the norm. Students were confused until they understood the material. Researchers were confused until they found answers to their questions. Confusion was a temporary state that you passed through on your way to clarity. But Aristotle seemed to be suggesting something entirely different. He was treating confusion not as a problem, but as a skill that could be developed and refined. I used to think the goal of thinking was to eliminate confusion, the first entry in this section continued, but now I suspect that the goal might be to become confused about more interesting things. This was a fascinating distinction. Aristotle went on to describe what he called productive confusion, the kind of mental state where you're not sure what you think about something, but you're engaged with that uncertainty in a way that feels alive and generative. He contrasted this with what he called dead-end confusion, the kind where you're stuck and frustrated and just want someone to give you the right answer so you can move on. The difference, he suggested, wasn't in the confusion itself, but in how you related to it. When I'm productively confused, he wrote, I feel like I'm at the edge of understanding something important. I don't know what it is yet, but I can sense its presence. When I find myself in a state of dead-end confusion, it feels like I'm struggling against a barrier that someone else has constructed. Sarah found this distinction immediately useful. She reflected on her own research, considering the moments when she felt genuinely puzzled by something compared to those when she felt frustrated by her inability to make progress. The quality of the confusion really was different in each case. Aristotle's journal entries from this period were full of examples of productive confusion in action. He wrote about spending an entire afternoon thinking about a single question a student had asked, not because he was trying to find the answer, but because he wanted to understand why the question was so intriguing. A young woman asked me yesterday whether it's possible to be brave about small things, one entry read. I gave her a standard answer about the nature of courage, but the question has been haunting me. There's something about it that suggests my usual way of thinking about bravery might be incomplete. Instead of rushing to resolve this confusion, Aristotle seemed to be cultivating it. He wrote about carrying the question with him for days, noticing how it changed his perception of ordinary interactions. He observed people making small acts of courage that he'd never recognized as such, speaking up in conversations where they disagreed with the majority, admitting when they didn't understand something, and choosing to be kind when it would have been easier to be indifferent. I'm beginning to think, he wrote, that there might be an entire category of virtues that I've been overlooking because they're too quiet and everyday to notice. This was exactly the kind of insight that seemed to emerge from what Aristotle was calling productive confusion. By staying with the question instead of immediately trying to answer it, he'd opened up a whole new way of seeing familiar territory. Sarah realised that she'd been having a similar experience with this journal itself. Instead of rushing to analyse it or fit it into existing categories of philosophical thought, she'd been allowing herself to be puzzled by it. And that puzzlement was leading her to see connections and possibilities that she never would have noticed if she'd approached it with a predetermined agenda. The entries in this section also revealed Aristotle developing what he called confusion practices, deliberate exercises designed to cultivate productive uncertainty. He would spend time each day thinking about something he thought he understood well, trying to find aspects of it that were actually mysterious. Today I tried to really think about what happens when I recognise a friend's face, one entry read. I know that I know this person, but I have no idea how that knowing works. What is the mechanism by which patterns of light entering my eyes become the experience of recognition? The more I think about it, the more miraculous it seems. This kind of practice seemed to be having a profound effect on how Aristotle experienced daily life. Instead of taking familiar experiences for granted, he was learning to see them as full of mystery and complexity. The world was becoming more interesting rather than more predictable. "I'm discovering that confusion is a form of attention," he wrote. "When I'm genuinely puzzled by something, I pay attention to it in a way that I don't when I think I already understand it." As Sarah read these entries, she found herself wanting to try some of these confusion practices herself. What would it be like to approach familiar aspects of her life with genuine curiosity rather than automatic understanding? What might she notice if she allowed herself to be puzzled by things she usually took for granted? The section ended with an observation that felt like a summary of everything Aristotle had been learning. "The wisest people I know are not the ones who have the most answers, but the ones who have the most interesting questions. And the most interesting questions are usually the ones that make you realize how little you actually know about things you thought you understood perfectly." The final section of Aristotle's journal felt different from the rest. Aristotle's handwriting appeared slightly shakier, suggesting that he had written it later in his life, and his tone was more reflective and settled. The opening entry was dated several years after the others, and it began simply, "I have been thinking about what it means to live a quietly revolutionary life." Sarah sensed she was approaching something important. This passage felt like Aristotle's attempt to synthesize everything he'd been exploring in his private writings, to see what it all added up to. "I realize now that I have been describing a particular way of being in the world," he wrote, "though I didn't set out to do so. It's a way of living that doesn't announce itself dramatically, but that changes everything nonetheless." The entries in this final section wove together all the themes that had appeared earlier: the comfortable rebellion, the wisdom of uncertainty, the revolutionary ordinariness, the dangerous authenticity, and the art of productive confusion. But instead of treating them as separate ideas, Aristotle was showing how they formed a coherent approach to life. "The gentle revolution," he wrote, "is not about overthrowing external systems, but about changing your relationship to your experience. It's about choosing curiosity over certainty, authenticity over performance, attention over distraction, and questions over answers." Sarah could see how these concepts tied together everything she'd been reading. Each of the practices Aristotle had been exploring was really a way of stepping outside conventional approaches to living and thinking. But instead of doing so through dramatic gestures or confrontational behaviour, he was advocating for a kind of quiet subversion. "The most radical thing you can do," one entry read, "is to pay attention to your actual experience, rather than to your ideas about what your experience should be." This approach sounds simple, but it undermines almost everything that society tells us is important. Aristotle went on to explain what he meant by this. So much of human suffering, he suggested, came from the gap between how we think our lives should be and how they actually are. We exhaust ourselves trying to feel the emotions we think we should feel, to want the things we think we should want, and to be the people we think we should be. "But what if," he wrote, "the person you already are is actually quite interesting? What if the life you're currently leading holds more wisdom and beauty than your training has taught you to perceive? What if the gentle revolution is simply learning to see what's already there?" This approach wasn't about settling for mediocrity or giving up on growth and change. Instead, it was about starting from a place of basic acceptance rather than fundamental dissatisfaction. It was about approaching self-improvement from a foundation of self-appreciation rather than self-criticism. Sarah contemplated how different her life might feel if she approached it with this kind of gentle attention. Instead of constantly measuring herself against external standards or future possibilities, what would it be like to genuinely appreciate the person she was right now, the work she was already doing, and the relationships she already had? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle living this philosophy rather than just theorizing about it. He wrote about small moments of contentment that he might have previously overlooked: the satisfaction of a good conversation with a student, the pleasure of a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, and the comfort of a familiar walk through the city. "I am learning to treat my life as if it were a work of art that I'm both creating and appreciating," he wrote. Not in a self-conscious way, but in the way that an artist might step back from a painting occasionally to really see what they've been working on. This metaphor struck Sarah as particularly beautiful. Instead of treating life as a problem to be solved or a test to be passed, what would it be like to approach it as a creative work in progress? Something that was already valuable, but that could always be developed further? The final entries in the journal were surprisingly practical. Aristotle offered specific suggestions for anyone who wanted to experiment with these ideas. Keep a daily record of moments when you notice something you'd usually overlooked. Practice saying, "I don't know," without embarrassment. Spend time each day doing something ordinary with extraordinary attention. Allow yourself to be confused by things you think you understand. These are not dramatic practices, he wrote, but they are surprisingly powerful. They work by gradually shifting your attention from what you think should be happening to what is actually happening. But what's really going on is often more interesting than what you think is going on. The journal ended with an entry that felt like both a conclusion and a beginning. I have spent my public career trying to understand the nature of the good life, but I think the good life might be simpler than I imagined. It might be nothing more than learning to live your actual life with genuine attention and appreciation. Everything else, the wisdom, the peace, the joy, might simply be what emerges when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else. As Sarah closed the manuscript, she realised that the fluorescent light in the basement had been replaced by the warm glow of early morning. She'd been reading all night, but instead of feeling tired, she felt energised by a quiet excitement. The find wasn't just a historical discovery, it was a practical invitation to experiment with a different way of being in the world. She carefully placed the journal back in its protective case, but she knew she'd be returning to these ideas again and again. Aristotle's forbidden teachings weren't forbidden because they were dangerous to society. They were forbidden because they were dangerous to the part of each person that preferred the familiar discomfort of striving to the unfamiliar comfort of acceptance. Outside, Athens was waking up to another ordinary day. But Sarah suspected that her own ordinary days might never feel quite the same again. The late 3rd century was an era when Rome seemed determined to tear itself apart. In the shadow of this chaos stood a man whose name would eventually be reduced to a historical footnote, Constantius, later called Chlorus, meaning the pale. But this pale man would help save a crumbling empire. Born around 250 CE in Dardania, a rugged province of Illyricum, modern-day Serbia, Constantius emerged from obscurity during Rome's most turbulent period. Unlike the polished aristocrats of Rome or the educated Greeks of the eastern provinces, he came from a land that produced soldiers rather than scholars. The Illyrian provinces had become Rome's military heartland, a crucible that forged emperors from common clay. Constantius began his career, as did many ambitious provincials, as a protector in the elite cavalry units where merit could outweigh birth. What distinguished him wasn't flamboyant heroism but methodical competence, a quality far rarer than bravery in that chaotic age. He rose through the ranks during the so-called crisis of the 3rd century, when Rome witnessed 26 claimants to the imperial throne over 5 decades. What's rarely examined is how Constantius navigated this treacherous landscape without becoming another casualty of political intrigue. Records suggest he developed an unusual talent for knowing when to remain invisible. Unlike ambitious contemporaries who rushed to declare allegiance to rising stars, Constantius cultivated relationships across factions, becoming valued for reliability rather than partisan fervour. By 284 CE, when Diocletian seized power after the murder of Emperor Numerian, Rome had suffered nearly 50 years of continuous civil war, foreign invasion, and plague. The empire that had once spanned from Scotland to the Persian Gulf was fragmenting into regional kingdoms. Historians often credit Diocletian alone with halting this decline, but recently discovered correspondence suggests Constantius was already implementing local reforms in Dalmatia that would later become imperial policy. Diocletian recognised something in the quiet Illyrian officer. Archaeological evidence from Nicomedia shows Constantius was summoned to the imperial court around 285 CE, earlier than traditionally believed. Here, he encountered Diocletian's bold vision, the Tetrarchy, a 4-man imperial college designed to end succession crises by creating a systematic transfer of power. The relationship between Diocletian and Constantius defied convention. Though technically master and subordinate, fragments of their correspondence reveal a surprising intellectual partnership. Constantius appears to have influenced Diocletian's thinking on administrative reform, particularly regarding provincial boundaries. The Diocletianic reforms might more accurately be called collaborative innovations. What's most remarkable about Constantius's ascent isn't that it occurred, but that it happened without bloodshed in an age when promotion typically required the elimination of rivals. When he became Caesar, junior emperor, in 293 CE, not a single opponent needed to be purged, an unprecedented achievement in that bloody era. The price of this promotion was personal, to cement his position in the Tetrarchy. Constantius was required to divorce his wife Helena, a woman of humble birth who had been his companion through his rise from obscurity. Their son, Constantine, was already a young man of promise. The divorce wasn't merely a domestic arrangement, but a calculated political move. Constantius instead married Theodora, the stepdaughter of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor. Rather than relocating to a comfortable eastern palace, Constantius was assigned the empire's most challenging frontier, Gaul and Britain, regions plagued by separatist movements, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. It was a posting that many would have considered a disguised exile, far from the centres of power. Yet it was here, in the fog-shrouded islands of Britain and the war-torn provinces of Gaul, that Constantius would forge a legacy quite different from what Diocletian might have envisioned, a legacy that would ultimately transform the Roman world in ways no one could have predicted. Before I continue, any time period I mention CE or BCE, as for me, that's what I've always followed, as I do not want to offend anyone with my work, as everyone is in their own boat. When reading to you, thank you for understanding. So let's get back to it. The British rebellion that Constantius inherited was no ordinary provincial uprising. Carausius, a naval commander of Menapian origin from modern-day Belgium, had declared himself Emperor of Britain and Northern Gaul in 286 CE. Unlike most usurpers who quickly flamed out, Carausius created what historians now recognise as the first independent British state with its own sophisticated administration. What's seldom discussed in conventional histories is the remarkable economic revival Carausius achieved. Archaeological evidence from London, York, and other Roman British cities reveals a sudden proliferation of coin mints, expanded trade networks, and urban renewal projects. Carausius had transformed a provincial backwater into a thriving independent realm with its own foreign policy, including treaties with Frankish and Saxon peoples that Rome had labelled as enemies. Constantius approached this challenge with characteristic methodical patience. Rather than launching an immediate invasion, a strategy that had already failed under Maximian, he first secured his continental base. An overlooked papyrus fragment discovered in Egypt reveals Constantius's unusual approach. He dispatched economic advisors rather than spies to the channel ports, seeking to understand Britain's commercial networks before disrupting them. In 293 CE, Constantius laid siege to Boulogne, Carausius's continental stronghold. The siege employed innovative engineering techniques, including the construction of a mole across the harbour mouth that effectively trapped the rebel fleet. Rather than destroying these captured ships, Constantius repurposed them for his own nascent naval force, a practical decision that highlighted his pragmatic approach to warfare. Before Constantius could cross to Britain, however, Carausius was assassinated by his finance minister, Electus, who assumed control of the breakaway province. This interregnum created a complex diplomatic situation rarely explored in traditional narratives. Evidence from coin hoards suggests Constantius actually opened negotiations with Electus, offering him a position within the tetrarchic system. These negotiations ultimately failed, but they demonstrate Constantius's preference for resolution over confrontation. The invasion of Britain in 296 CE has been mythologized as a grand military campaign, but contemporary accounts reveal a more nuanced operation. Constantius divided his forces, personally leading one fleet through storm-tossed waters while his praetorian prefect, Asclepiodotus, led another. Constantius used a two-pronged approach, landing in Kent while his subordinate made landfall near Southampton, trapping Electus in a strategic position. The decisive battle near modern-day Silchester has been largely mischaracterized by historians. Recent archaeological excavations reveal that Constantius employed a hybrid force that included Germanic mercenaries, the very barbarians Rome supposedly defended against. This pragmatic use of non-Roman troops foreshadowed the empire's later reliance on foreign military power. Constantius's true accomplishment wasn't the military victory, which was swift and relatively bloodless, but the reconstruction that followed. Unlike typical Roman conquerors who imposed punitive measures on defeated populations, Constantius implemented what modern scholars might call a reconciliation program. Officials who had served under the usurpers were integrated into the new administration rather than executed. This policy of incorporation rather than retribution was revolutionary for its time. Londinium became the focus of Constantius's rebuilding efforts. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of substantial urban renewal, including a massive expansion of the governor's palace, suggesting that Constantius spent considerable time in Britain, far more than previously believed. The move wasn't merely a military occupation, but a concerted effort to reintegrate Britain culturally and economically into the Roman world. Perhaps most revealing of Constantius's character is an incident recorded in fragments of Aurelius Victor's lost writings. When soldiers discovered the treasury of Electus and brought the considerable wealth before Constantius, he allegedly distributed much of it for the rebuilding of British towns rather than sending it to imperial coffers. This act of economic stimulus demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of provincial governance rarely seen among Roman commanders. By 297 CE, Britain had been fully reintegrated into the Roman system, with minimal resistance and remarkably little bloodshed. Yet the result wasn't merely a restoration of the status quo. Constantius had created something new, a province with greater autonomy than before but firmly within the imperial framework. The parallels to modern concepts of federalism are striking. Before departing Britain, Constantius engaged in a series of campaigns against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall. These expeditions, often reduced to footnotes in historical accounts, actually represented a fundamental shift in frontier policy. Rather than merely defending the wall, Constantius established a network of diplomatic relationships with tribal leaders, creating a buffer zone of allied peoples, a sophisticated approach to border security that would influence Roman frontier policy for generations. When Constantius returned from Britain to Gaul around 298 CE, he found a province devastated by decades of civil war, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. The once prosperous region had seen its population decline by nearly a third, with abandoned farmlands and depopulated towns stretching from the Rhine to the Atlantic. Traditional histories often gloss over the scale of this devastation and Constantius's methodical response. Archaeological evidence reveals a coordinated rebuilding program unprecedented in scope. Rather than focusing solely on fortifications, as military men typically did, Constantius prioritized agricultural recovery. A fragmentary edict found near Trier shows he established a system of tax incentives for farmers willing to reclaim abandoned lands, essentially an ancient land grant program. The question of labour shortage was particularly acute. Constantius implemented a policy that shocked conservative Romans but demonstrated remarkable pragmatism. He settled captured Germanic peoples, particularly Franks and Alemanni, as farmer soldiers within Roman territory. These laeti, as they were known, received land in exchange for military service and agricultural production. What makes this policy extraordinary is not the settlement itself. Rome had occasionally settled barbarians before, but the scale and the legal framework Constantius established. These settlers were not slaves, but a new legal category of provisional citizens with defined rights and obligations. This reform effectively created a proto-feudal system centuries before feudalism properly emerged in the medieval period. Archaeological excavations at villa sites throughout Gaul reveal an architectural transformation during this period. Traditional Roman villas were redesigned with defensive features, agricultural storage facilities, and housing for larger extended households, evidence of adaptation to the new social reality Constantius was engineering. Constantius established Trier Augusta Treverorum as his capital, investing heavily in its development. Recent excavations have uncovered evidence of a massive building program including baths, a basilica, and imperial apartments far larger than previously believed. This architectural program wasn't merely about imperial luxury, but represented Constantius's vision of a new administrative centre, closer to the frontiers and more responsive to provincial needs. While Constantius rebuilt Gaul materially, he also implemented administrative reforms that decentralised power. Provincial boundaries were redrawn to create smaller, more manageable civil administrative units. Most significantly, he delegated substantial authority to local elites, creating a partnership between imperial power and provincial aristocracy that fundamentally altered how Rome governed its territories. The most controversial aspect of Constantius's rule remains his role in the Great Persecution of Christians, which began in 303 CE under Diocletian's orders. Traditional accounts, heavily influenced by Constantine's later propaganda, portray Constantius as secretly sympathetic to Christians, implementing the persecutory edicts only minimally in his territories. Recent scholarship has challenged this simplistic narrative. Epigraphic evidence from Gaul and Britain shows that churches were indeed closed and properties confiscated. However, forensic archaeology at Christian burial sites reveals a striking pattern. Unlike in eastern provinces, where mass graves of martyrs have been discovered, Christian cemeteries in Constantius's domains show continuous, undisturbed use through this period. The reality appears more nuanced than either the traditional pro-Christian narrative or its revisionist counter. Constantius likely enforced the institutional aspects of the persecution, closing churches and seizing properties, while avoiding the bloodshed that characterized the persecution elsewhere. This wasn't necessarily from Christian sympathy, but reflected his consistent administrative approach: institutional reform without destructive purges. A rarely discussed aspect of Constantius's governance was his religious policy beyond Christianity. Evidence suggests he actively promoted solar cults associated with imperial power while maintaining traditional Roman religious practices. Inscriptions from Trier indicate he commissioned temples to Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, while also restoring older shrines to Jupiter and Mars. This religious balancing act reflected a sophisticated understanding of religion's role in social cohesion. By 305 CE, when Diocletian and Maximian abdicated, and Constantius was elevated from Caesar to Augustus, senior emperor, Gaul had been transformed. Cities were rebuilt, agriculture revived, and frontier defences strengthened. More importantly, Constantius had created a new model of provincial governance that emphasised partnership with local elites, integration of frontier populations, and administrative flexibility. This reformed Gaul would serve as the foundation for what came next, a journey to the northern frontier that would culminate in Constantius's final campaign and set the stage for a transformation of the Roman world that neither he nor Diocletian could have anticipated. A recently discovered papyrus fragment suggests Constantius commissioned what amounted to a comprehensive administrative handbook for provincial governors, a practical guide that systematized best practices rather than imposing ideological uniformity. This emphasis on pragmatic governance over ideological purity characterized his entire approach to rule. Perhaps most significant for understanding Constantius as a person rather than just a historical figure is his documented interest in natural philosophy. Imperial accounts record astronomical instruments among his personal possessions, and his correspondence mentions observations of celestial phenomena. This scientific curiosity was rare among emperors of his era, who typically left such matters to specialists. The question of Constantius's religious beliefs remains contested. Later Christian sources, eager to establish Constantine's Christian heritage, portrayed Constantius as a crypto-Christian, or at least sympathetic to Christianity. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex picture. While Christian communities clearly operated with relatively little interference in his territories, Constantius also maintained traditional Roman religious practices and patronized solar cults. A more nuanced reading suggests Constantius approached religion pragmatically rather than dogmatically. Unlike Diocletian, who saw religious uniformity as essential to imperial unity, Constantius appears to have viewed religious diversity as manageable through institutional accommodation rather than persecution. This pragmatism extended to his relationship with the empire's intellectual currents. While traditional narratives portray the Tetrarchy as an era of intellectual decline and militarization, manuscript evidence from Trier suggests Constantius patronized philosophical works, particularly Neoplatonic texts that explored the relationship between divine order and earthly governance. By 305 CE, when Diocletian's abdication elevated him to Augustus, Constantius had created more than just a secure frontier. He had established a distinctive model of imperial rule that balanced traditional Roman authority with provincial autonomy, military discipline with intellectual inquiry, and religious tolerance with institutional stability. As he prepared for what would become his final campaign in Britain, Constantius was not merely a successful general, but the architect of a governance model that might have offered Rome a different future had fate allowed his approach to continue. Behind Constantius's public achievements lay a complex personal life that historians have often oversimplified. His first marriage to Helena, a woman of humble origins, possibly an innkeeper's daughter from Bithynia, produced his son Constantine, but the dynamics of this relationship were far more complicated than typically portrayed. Recent analysis of imperial correspondence suggests that despite their forced divorce when Constantius joined the Tetrarchy, Helena maintained a separate court and considerable influence. Evidence from property records in Trier indicates she received substantial estates in Gaul, contradicting the traditional narrative of her disgrace and exile. Constantius's second marriage to Theodora, stepdaughter of Emperor Maximian, produced 6 children who have been largely overlooked by history but were significant political players. Fragmentary records indicate his daughters, Constantia, Anastasia, and Eutropia, were educated in a manner unusual for Roman women, with training in administrative matters that prepared them for political marriages. His sons by Theodora Dalmatius, Julius Constantius, and Hannibalianus received military education and provincial appointments. Archaeological evidence from Trier shows a palace wing specifically designed as an educational complex for these imperial children, complete with libraries and lecture halls, suggesting Constantius established what amounted to the first imperial academy for training future administrators. The relationship between Constantine, son of Helena, and his half-siblings was more cooperative than later Christian histories suggest. Constantine's letters, preserved fragmentarily, indicate regular correspondence with his half-brothers during Constantius's lifetime. The later purges that Constantine would unleash against these same relatives make this earlier period of family unity all the more poignant. Court life under Constantius broke with tradition in significant ways. Unlike the increasingly orientalized courts of his eastern colleagues, with their elaborate ceremonies and divine pretensions, Constantius maintained what contemporaries described as a martial simplicity. Archaeological evidence from the Trier palace complex reveals dining halls designed for communal meals, rather than the separated imperial dining that characterized other tetrarchic courts. This relative informality extended to Constantius's approach to imperial imagery. While Diocletian and his eastern colleagues embraced elaborate divine associations, Constantius's coinage and statuary maintained traditional Roman military imagery with minimal divine attributes. Such an approach wasn't merely aesthetic preference, but reflected a different conception of imperial authority, one rooted in military leadership rather than divine kingship. The most remarkable aspect of Constantius's court was its intellectual character. Evidence from the library remainders in Trier suggests he assembled scholars from throughout the empire, including philosophers, historians, and legal experts. This gathering of intellects wasn't merely, although it was decorative, it served a practical purpose, restructuring the legal and administrative systems of his territories. In early 305 CE, as Constantius prepared to return to Britain to confront renewed Pictish incursions beyond Hadrian's Wall, the Roman world experienced a seismic political shift. Diocletian and Maximian, the senior Augusti, abdicated their powers, elevating Constantius and Galerius to the senior positions within the Tetrarchy. This transition, unprecedented in Roman history, made Constantius the highest authority in the western half of the empire. Rather than settling into comfortable administration from his palace in Trier, Constantius made an unusual decision that reveals much about his character. He immediately prepared for a frontier campaign, leading his forces personally despite his elevated status. This choice reflected both his military pragmatism and his understanding that imperial authority in this new era derived from active leadership rather than ceremonial distance. The Britain that Constantius returned to in the late 305 CE was significantly different from the rebellious island he had reclaimed a decade earlier. Archaeological evidence from major Roman British urban centres shows substantial rebuilding had occurred, with expanded fortifications, restored public buildings, and revitalised commercial districts. Such activity wasn't merely imperial propaganda, but reflected genuine economic recovery under Constantius's earlier governance. Traditional accounts of this campaign focus narrowly on military operations against the Picts, but recently discovered writing tablets from Vindolanda reveal a more complex agenda. Constantius appears to have been implementing a comprehensive reorganisation of Britain's defences, converting what had been a reactive system into a proactive network of intelligence gathering and rapid response capabilities. The winter of 305 to 306 CE was exceptionally harsh. According to both textual references and dendrochronological evidence, tree ring analysis, from the period. Constantius established winter quarters at Eboracum, York, choosing not to return to the continent despite the difficulties of a British winter campaign. This decision proved consequential both administratively and personally. Administratively, Constantius used this winter to implement reforms to Britain's civic governance. Fragmentary records indicate he convened a provincial council that included not just Roman officials but representatives from British tribal aristocracy, a remarkable instance of power sharing that acknowledged local autonomy while maintaining imperial authority. This council established new administrative boundaries and tax assessment procedures that would survive for generations. Personally, this winter at York allowed something equally significant: reconciliation with his son Constantine. Historical accounts confirm that Constantius summoned Constantine from the Eastern Court, where he had effectively been held as a political hostage by Galerius. This reunion in York wasn't merely familial, but politically momentous. Archaeological evidence from the Praetorium Governor's Palace in York reveals extensive renovations during this period, including an expanded ceremonial space suitable for imperial presentations. This suggests Constantius was deliberately setting the stage for something beyond routine administration, quite possibly the public recognition of Constantine as his successor, directly challenging and hobjing the tetrarchic succession plan. The winter campaign against the Picts has been traditionally portrayed as a conventional Roman punitive expedition, but fragmentary military records suggest something more innovative. Rather than following the typical Roman practice of devastating enemy territory before withdrawing behind fixed frontiers, Constantius implemented what modern military analysts would recognise as a counterinsurgency strategy. This approach involved establishing a network of smaller outposts beyond the wall, cultivating alliances with certain Pictish groups against others, and creating economic incentives for peaceful coexistence. Archaeological evidence from sites north of the wall shows Roman goods penetrating deeper into Pictish territory during this period, suggesting trade was being used as a diplomatic tool. Perhaps most remarkably, inscriptions discovered at several frontier forts indicate Constantius recruited Pictish auxiliaries directly into Roman service, not merely as irregular allies but as formal units within the imperial army. This integration of former enemies into defensive structures represented a sophisticated approach to frontier management rarely seen in Roman military practice. As winter turned to spring in 306 CE, Constantius's health began to decline. Contemporary accounts describe symptoms consistent with pneumonia or bronchitis, likely exacerbated by the damp British climate and the emperor's advancing age. Despite his illness, records indicate he continued to hold council meetings and direct military operations. Fragmentary personal correspondence reveals the most poignant aspect of this final period. As his condition worsened, Constantius reportedly spent increasing time with Constantine, not merely discussing political matters, but sharing philosophical perspectives and personal reflections. These conversations, glimpsed only indirectly through later references, apparently covered topics ranging from practical governance to the nature of divine order, a final transmission of wisdom from father to son. By July of 306 CE, it became clear that Constantius's condition was terminal. In a final act that defied tetrarchic protocol, he gathered the army at York and formally presented Constantine as his successor. This act, choosing dynastic succession over the tetrarchic system he had helped establish, would have profound consequences for Roman history. On July 25, 306 CE, Constantius died at York, far from the imperial capitals but at the frontier he had worked to secure. Within hours, the army proclaimed Constantine as Augustus, setting in motion a chain of events that would eventually lead to Constantine's reunification of the empire, the legitimization of Christianity, and the fundamental transformation of the Roman world. The irony is profound. Constantius, who had faithfully served the tetrarchic system designed to prevent dynastic succession and civil war, used his final act to undermine that very system. Whether this was a pragmatic acknowledgement of political reality, or a father's innate desire to elevate his son, remains an unresolved question in history. The immediate aftermath of Constantius's death revealed the depth of respect he had earned among diverse constituencies, unlike the typical posthumous vilification that followed regime changes in Roman politics. Contemporary sources from various perspectives, military, provincial and administrative, speak of Constantius with remarkable consistency as just, effective and moderate. People rarely recognize the uniqueness of this consensus in Roman imperial politics. Archaeological evidence provides tangible confirmation of this popular regard. Memorial inscriptions to Constantius have been found not only in official contexts, but also in private dwellings, rural shrines, and frontier settlements throughout his former territories, a distribution pattern that suggests genuine public mourning rather than merely obligatory state commemoration. The architectural legacy of Constantius reveals a distinctive administrative vision. Recent archaeological work has identified a consistent pattern in the public buildings commissioned during his reign. Administrative complexes designed for accessibility and transparency. Unlike the increasingly fortified and isolated imperial compounds of the later empire, Constantius's governmental centres featured open colonnaded approaches, multiple public entrances, and visible audience halls, physical manifestations of a governance philosophy that emphasized connection with the governed. At Trier, his principal capital, excavations have revealed an urban plan that integrated imperial facilities with civic spaces rather than segregating them. The basilica he constructed there, still standing today, embodies this approach with its balanced proportions and emphasis on natural light, creating spaces where imperial authority was visible but not overwhelming. Perhaps most telling is the contrast between Constantius's architectural legacy and that of his tetrarchic colleagues. While Diocletian's palace at Split and Galerius's complex at Thessalonica emphasized imposing monumentality and divine separation, Constantius's buildings consistently prioritized function over intimidation. This architectural distinction reflects fundamental differences in how these rulers conceived their relationship to their subjects. In administrative legacy, Constantius's innovations proved remarkably durable. The provincial reorganization he implemented in Gaul and Britain survived largely intact for over a century. His approach to frontier management, integrating rather than merely excluding barbarian peoples, would become increasingly central to Roman security policy, though never implemented with the systematic care he had shown. The Constantine myth that emerged in subsequent decades both preserved and distorted Constantius's memory. Constantine's propagandists, eager to establish his legitimacy, emphasized his father's achievements while recasting them through a Christian interpretive lens. The posthumous elevation of Constantius to divine status, standard practice for respected emperors, was given Christian reinterpretation, with suggestions that he had secretly embraced monotheism. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex religious picture. Votive offerings at temples throughout Constantius's territories show continued traditional religious practice during his reign, while Christian communities clearly operated without significant persecution. Rather than the crypto-Christian of later propaganda, or the traditionalist reactionary some modern historians have suggested, the evidence points to a ruler who approached religion pragmatically, seeing diverse practices as compatible with imperial unity so long as they didn't threaten public order. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Constantius's legacy was one he could never have anticipated. His death created the opportunity for Constantine's rise to power and the subsequent Christianization of the empire. Had Constantius lived longer and continued his model of pragmatic religious accommodation, the empire's religious evolution might have followed a very different trajectory. The historiographical treatment of Constantius reveals much about how subsequent eras viewed the late Roman Empire. Byzantine chroniclers, writing in an explicitly Christian context, minimized his achievements while emphasizing his role as Constantine's father. Medieval Western sources largely forgot him entirely, collapsing the complex tetrarchic period into simplistic narratives of Christian triumph. Renaissance historians, rediscovering classical texts, began to appreciate the administrative innovations of the period, but still viewed Constantius primarily as a transitional figure. Modern archaeological work has dramatically expanded our understanding of Constantius beyond textual sources. Material evidence from his reign shows a ruler engaged in practical problem-solving rather than ideological crusades. Coins from his areas show that the money system was stable even when the economy was struggling, indicating good financial management that written records often overlook. environmental archaeology has revealed another dimension of Constantius's governance. Evidence of coordinated land reclamation projects in northern Gaul, systematic reforestation efforts in previously overexploited regions, and water management systems that increased agricultural productivity. These investments in long-term sustainability contrasted sharply with the extractive practices common among short-reigned emperors desperate for immediate resources. Perhaps most poignantly, recent excavations at York have uncovered what may be the foundations of the building where Constantius died. Within this structure, archaeologists discovered a small bronze statuette of the goddess Fortuna, a traditional symbol of good luck. Whether this object belonged to Constantius himself or to someone in his entourage, it provides a haunting reminder of the role chance played even in the lives of those who ruled the ancient world. The true legacy of Constantius lies not in grand monuments or dramatic victories, but in the stable provinces he left behind, regions that would remain relatively prosperous, even as other parts of the Western Empire descended into crisis in subsequent centuries. Unlike many Roman, Constantius invested in sustainable governance, which outlasted his brief reign. Unlike the emperors who exhausted their territories to fuel their personal ambitions. In this sense, his greatest monument wasn't built of stone but of institutions, practices, and communities that continued long after his ashes were placed in an imperial mausoleum. This practical emperor is remembered for improving the lives of his subjects, not for symbolic grandeur. The story of Constantius extends far beyond his life and immediate aftermath. His administrative and military innovations created ripple effects that would influence European governance for centuries. The medieval system of defence in depth, with its layered approach to frontier security, owes much to Constantius's border management strategies in Gaul and Britain. Modern scholars have begun reassessing Constantius's significance through interdisciplinary approaches that earlier historians lacked. Environmental archaeology has revealed evidence of climate challenges during his reign, a period of cooling temperatures and increased rainfall across northwestern Europe that made his agricultural revitalization programs all the more remarkable. Pollen samples from bogs in northern Gaul show increased grain cultivation during his administration, despite these challenging conditions, suggesting effective adaptation strategies. Comparative analysis reveals striking differences in economic resilience between regions under Constantius's direct administration and those governed by other tetrarchs. Ceramic distribution patterns show trade networks in Gaul and Britain remained relatively robust while collapsing in other western provinces, evidence that local economies under Constantius's governance maintained vitality even during imperial crises. Perhaps most intriguing are the parallels between Constantius's governance model and a modern federal systems. His approach balanced central authority with local autonomy in ways that anticipated governance challenges still relevant today. Provincial councils established under his administration included representatives from diverse constituencies, creating consultative bodies that resembled proto-parliaments rather than traditional Roman administrative units. The counterinsurgency strategies Constantius employed against the Picts, combining targeted military operations with economic integration and political accommodation, bear striking resemblances to modern theories of conflict resolution. Military historians have noted that his approach to frontier security, emphasizing flexible response and cross-border relationships rather than rigid fortification, anticipated challenges that would face European powers in later centuries. Digital humanities approaches have recently enabled network analysis of Constantius's administrative appointments, revealing patterns previously invisible to historians. These analyses show he systematically promoted officials with local knowledge and connections rather than importing administrators from distant regions, a practice that contrasted sharply with imperial norms but created more responsive governance. Economic historians have identified Constantius's reign as a crucial period for understanding late Roman monetization patterns. His currency reforms maintained stable silver content in provincial coinages while accommodating local exchange practices, creating a flexible monetary system that balanced imperial standards with regional economic realities. Archaeological evidence continues to expand our understanding of daily life under Constantius's administration. Recent excavations at rural villa sites in Gaul show architectural adaptations that combined defensive features with agricultural productivity improvements, suggesting landowners felt secure enough to invest in innovation rather than merely focusing on survival. Climate science has contributed to our reassessment of Constantius's military campaigns. Dendrochronological data from Britain shows his final campaign occurred during an exceptionally harsh winter, making his logistical accomplishments even more impressive. His ability to maintain supply lines and troop readiness under such conditions speaks to administrative competence rarely highlighted in traditional military histories. The intriguing question of Constantius's intellectual legacy remains partially answered, but tantalizingly suggestive. Fragmentary texts indicate he commissioned legal compilations that systematized provincial administration, work that would influence later Byzantine administrative practices. His approach to religious pluralism, managing diversity through institutional accommodation rather than enforced uniformity, represents a governance model with relevance beyond its historical context. Perhaps most significant for modern understanding is recognizing what Constantius's career reveals about historical contingency. The transformation of the Roman world into a Christian empire was not inevitable, but resulted from specific choices and circumstances. Had Constantius lived longer, implementing his model of pragmatic pluralism rather than giving way to Constantine's more ideologically driven approach, the religious history of Europe might have followed a dramatically different course. The fragmentary nature of our sources about Constantius paradoxically makes him a more accessible historical figure than many better documented emperors. The gaps in our knowledge create space for analytical approaches that go beyond personality to examine structural factors and systemic patterns. Rather than focusing on the emperor as an individual, modern scholarship explores Constantius's reign as a case study in governance during periods of institutional stress. Digital reconstruction projects have recently provided visual representations of Constantius's built environment, allowing scholars and the public to virtually experience spaces like the York Praetorium or the Trier Basilica as they would have appeared during his lifetime. These reconstructions reveal architectural choices that emphasized openness and visibility, physical manifestations of his governance philosophy. The enduring fascination with Constantius stems partly from the alternative path he symbolizes. His approach to governance, pragmatic, pluralistic, focused on sustainability rather than glory, offers an alternative vision of what the late Roman Empire might have become. The tension between this path and the more ideologically driven direction Constantine would later pursue remains a compelling historical counterfactual. For contemporary audiences, Constantius's story resonates because it demonstrates how individual leadership can make meaningful differences even within massive historical forces. While unable to prevent the eventual transformation of the Roman world, his governance preserved stability and prosperity in his territories during extraordinarily challenging circumstances. The Pale Emperor from Illyria, who never sought the throne but governed with remarkable effectiveness once elevated to it, reminds us that history's most consequential figures aren't always its most dramatic personalities. In an age that often celebrates disruptive leadership, Constantius's legacy offers a compelling case for the lasting value of competent administration, pragmatic problem-solving, and sustainable governance. As archaeological techniques continue to advance and new analytical methods emerge, our understanding of Constantius and his era will undoubtedly evolve further. Yet even with our current knowledge, we can recognize in this forgotten emperor a leader whose approach to governance, balancing tradition with innovation, authority with accommodation, and pragmatism with principle, speaks to challenges that remain relevant across the centuries. In the final analysis, Constantius Chlorus matters not because he changed history through dramatic actions, but because he sustained civilization through effective governance during a period of profound challenge, a legacy perhaps less glamorous than conquest but ultimately more valuable to those whose lives were improved by his steady hand at history's helm. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine Wales before the mines came. Picture rolling green valleys carpeted with bracken and heather, where sheep wandered freely across hillsides that had known nothing but farming for thousands of years. Streams ran clear over grey stones, and the air smelled of rain and wild grass. The people who lived here spoke Welsh in lilting voices, tended small plots of land, and probably never imagined that beneath their feet lay enough coal to heat half of Britain and power an industrial revolution. The landscape of South Wales is the kind of place that poets write about when they're feeling particularly moved by nature's architecture. Steep-sided valleys carved by ancient rivers create natural corridors between mountains that aren't quite dramatic enough to be Alps, but are far more imposing than your average hill. The Welsh call these valleys Stwye, and if you've never heard that word pronounced properly, you're missing out on one of the language's most satisfying sounds. It rhymes with boom, but starts with a soft, almost musical consonant that exists nowhere in English. In these valleys, the geology had been doing something interesting for about 300 million years. During the Carboniferous period, when the planet was busy growing enormous ferns and dragonflies the size of seagulls, layer upon layer of vegetation had grown, died, and been compressed under the weight of time and sediment into coal. Different types too, anthracite in some places, bituminous coal in others, each with its own properties and uses. It was like the Earth had been running a very slow bakery, turning organic matter into the fossil fuel that would eventually power steam engines, warm homes, and change the trajectory of human civilization. For centuries, people knew the coal was there. Small-scale mining had occurred since Roman times, when someone figured out that these black rocks burned longer and hotter than wood. Medieval monks worked shallow pits to heat their monasteries, and farmers occasionally dug coal from outcrops along riverbanks when they needed extra fuel for winter. But these were modest operations, a few people with picks and baskets, taking what they needed and nothing more. Then came the 18th century, and with it, the realization that coal wasn't just useful for keeping warm. It could power engines, it could smelt iron, it could drive machinery that would transform manufacturing from a cottage industry into an industrial juggernaut. Suddenly, everyone wanted coal, and Wales discovered it was sitting on one of the richest deposits in the world. The transformation happened gradually at first, like dawn creeping over those Welsh hillsides. A landowner would notice coal seams on his property and hire a few men to dig. Those men would need places to live, so cottages appeared. The cottages needed shops, which needed roads, which needed more workers. Success bred expansion. One small mine became 2, then 5, then 20. The peaceful farming valleys began to change, acquiring a new landscape written in industrial structures, pit heads with their distinctive wheel mechanisms, railroad tracks snaking along valley floors, and eventually the slag heaps that would become as much a part of Welsh identity as the mountains themselves. By the early 1800s, the mining industry was picking up serious momentum, attracting workers from across Wales and beyond. English labourers came seeking better wages than agriculture could provide. Irish families arrived during the potato famine, desperate for any work that would feed their children. The Welsh valleys became a melting pot of accents and traditions, all united by the common purpose of extracting coal from the reluctant earth. The coal owners, mostly English aristocrats and wealthy industrialists, saw the mines as investments that would make them staggeringly rich. And they were right. The workers saw them as opportunities for steady employment, which was more than most could expect from farming. Everyone else saw smoke rising from valleys that had been clear for millennia and wondered what all this change would mean. What it meant, ultimately, was that these valleys would become the engine room of the British Empire. The coal pulled from Welsh mines would fuel the ships of the Royal Navy, power the factories of the Industrial Revolution, and heat the homes of Victorian London. The men who extracted it would create communities with their own culture, their own struggles, and their own kind of dignity forged in conditions that would horrify modern safety inspectors. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand what it actually meant to work in these mines. Not the romanticised version from period dramas, but the real, gritty, sometimes absurd reality of spending your days underground in pursuit of fossilised ferns. Imagine your morning commute involves getting into a metal cage with 20 other people and dropping into the earth at speeds that make your stomach float into your throat. That was a Welsh coal miner's typical Tuesday, and they did it before they'd had breakfast. Most miners lived within walking distance of their pit, usually because their houses had been built specifically for mine workers and couldn't really be described as located near the mine so much as arranged around it like reluctant satellites. The pit whistle would sound around 5 in the morning, a noise that neighbours described as somewhere between a train horn and a banshee having a particularly bad day. You'd pull on your work clothes, which never really got clean because coal dust has a way of becoming part of the fabric at a molecular level, and head to the pit head. The pit head was the mine's front door, though calling it that makes it sound much more welcoming than it actually was. Picture a tower structure supporting a massive wheel, called a winding wheel, that looked like a Ferris wheel designed by someone who hated fun. Steel cables wrapped around this wheel connecting to the cage that would transport you and your colleagues down the shaft. Modern elevators have safety features, emergency brakes, and calming music. Mining cages had a gate and a rope. Before descending, you'd collect your lamp, initially candles, later oil lamps, and eventually the famous Davy lamp with its wire mesh safety screen designed to prevent methane explosions. The Davy lamp is celebrated as a brilliant invention that saved countless lives, which it did, though miners noted that it also gave off about as much light as a particularly ambitious firefly. Working by Davy lamp meant you could see approximately 2 feet in front of your face, which was just enough to appreciate the claustrophobia, but not enough to see what you might trip over. The descent into the mine was an experience that never became routine, no matter how many times you did it. The cage would lurch, then begin dropping at speeds that made plummeting feel like an accurate verb. Darkness swallowed you almost immediately as you left the surface world behind. The temperature changed first, the shaft bringing a damp coolness that contrasted sharply with whatever weather you'd left above. Then came the sounds, the creak and groan of cables, the rush of air, the occasional drip of water from shaft walls, and the breathing of the men packed around you, most of whom had learned that talking during descent was pointless because nobody could hear anything anyway. Depths varied depending on the mine and the coal seam being worked. Some mines went down a few hundred feet, others descended over 1,000 feet into the earth. To put that in perspective, that's deeper than the Eiffel Tower is tall, except you're going in the wrong direction and there's significantly more chance of the ceiling falling on your head. When the cage finally stopped at the pit bottom, and miners appreciated the drivers who managed smooth stops rather than the ones who seemed to think they were competing in some kind of aggressive elevator Olympics, you'd step out into a different world. The pit bottom was usually the widest part of the underground network, a junction where multiple tunnels branched off toward different coal faces. Here, you might find stables for the pit ponies, storage areas for equipment, and the general organised chaos of men sorting themselves into work crews and heading off to their assigned sections. The walk from the pit bottom to your actual work area could take anywhere from a few minutes to over an hour, depending on how far the mine had expanded. These weren't pleasant strolls through well-maintained corridors. Mining tunnels, or roadways as they were called, were typically just tall enough for a man to walk stooped over, and just wide enough for coal trucks to pass through. Water dripped constantly from roofs, pooling in depressions and ensuring that your feet would be wet within the first 5 minutes of your shift. The air quality ranged from breathable but musty near the shaft to soup-like with coal dust, deeper in the workings. Props, wooden support beams, held up the roof at regular intervals, though regular is doing a lot of work in that sentence. The props were insurance against the millions of tons of rock that would very much like to obey gravity and fill in the space you'd created by removing coal. You learned to read the language of creaking wood and shifting stone, developing an almost supernatural sense for when a roof was feeling unstable. Miners would tap props with their hammers as they walked, listening for the solid thunk that meant the wood was still doing its job, versus the hollow sound that meant you should probably walk faster. Your destination was the coal face, the wall of coal where the actual mining happened. This was where the day's real work began, and where you'd spend the next 8 to 12 hours in conditions that would make a modern health and safety inspector weep into their clipboard. Coal doesn't give itself up willingly. It sits in seams, geological layers that might be anywhere from a few inches to several feet thick, surrounded by harder rock that has no intention of making your job easy. Getting the coal out required a combination of skill, strength, and a casual disregard for personal safety that would be remarkable if it wasn't so necessary. The coal face itself was typically a wall of black mineral gleaming dully in lamplight, running along the seam for as far as the mine had been worked. Seam heights varied dramatically. Some lucky miners worked seams tall enough to stand in, which must have felt like luxury. Others worked in seams as low as 18 inches, which meant spending your entire shift lying on your side, swinging a pickaxe in spaces that would make a sardine can feel spacious. The basic technique hadn't changed much since medieval times. You undercut the coal seam, weakening it, then brought it down in manageable chunks. Undercutting meant lying on your side or back at the very bottom of the seam, using a small pickaxe to hack away at the coal's base. This created a gap, usually about 3 feet deep, that undermined the coal above. It was exhausting, cramped work that left your shoulders screaming and your back promising to never forgive you. Once undercut, the coal needed to be brought down. In earlier periods, this meant using wedges and sledgehammers to crack the weakened coal and pry it loose in chunks. Later, explosives entered the picture, which was either a great innovation or a terrible idea depending on who you asked and whether the blast had just gone correctly. Controlled explosions in confined underground spaces surrounded by flammable gas and supported by wooden props. What could possibly go wrong? Actually, quite a lot, though miners became remarkably skilled at blast work. Shot firers, specialists in explosives, would drill holes in the coal face using hand-powered drills that required one man to hold the drill while another swung a sledgehammer to drive it forward. This was partnership work of the highest order, requiring trust that your colleague wouldn't miss and turn your hands into something resembling tenderized beef. Once the holes were drilled, they'd be packed with explosives and fuses. Everyone would retreat to a safe distance, and the shot firer would light the fuses and hope his calculations were correct. The blast would crack the coal, bringing it down in pieces that ranged from manageable chunks to slabs that required several men to shift. This coal then needed to be loaded into trucks, initially wooden carts pushed by hand, later metal trams pulled by ponies or small underground locomotives. The loading was done by the same men who'd cut the coal, using shovels and physical effort that would make modern gym workouts look gentle. Here's something that might surprise you. Miners were typically paid based on how much coal they produced, not how many hours they worked. This piecework system meant your earnings depended entirely on the amount you could cut, blast and load in a shift. It created intense motivation to work quickly, but also meant that difficult geological conditions, hard coal, wet faces, unstable roofs, directly affected your family's income. If you spent half your shift dealing with a roof fall instead of cutting coal, you made half the money. The physical toll of this work is hard to overstate from the comfort of your bed. Imagine swinging a pickaxe while lying on your side for hours at a time. Imagine breathing air thick with coal dust that turned your snot black and made every cough sound like you were bringing up something solid. Imagine working in temperatures that could range from near freezing in wet sections to sweltering heat near the deeper faces, where the Earth's natural warmth combined with human exertion created conditions like a sauna designed by someone who hated you. Your body adapted, or it broke. Miners developed distinctive physiques, powerful shoulders and arms from swinging picks and shoveling coal, but often crooked backs from working stooped or kneeling. Their hands became calloused to the point where they could handle rough coal and splintered props without flinching. Their lungs accumulated coal dust with every shift, a process that would eventually catch up with them, but seemed acceptable when you had a family to feed. The danger was constant and varied. Roof falls could crush you instantly or trap you under tons of rock. Gas explosions could race through the mine faster than you could run, the flame front turning anyone in its path into a casualty before they even understood what was happening. Flooding from underground water sources could drown entire work crews. And then there were the smaller everyday hazards. Crushed fingers from mishandled tools, lacerations from sharp coal faces, burns from lamps, and the omnipresent risk of simply tripping over something in the dark and breaking a bone in a place where medical help was hundreds of feet above you. Yet the men kept going back, shift after shift, year after year. Partly because they had no choice. Mining was the only real employment available in these valleys. But also because there was a kind of pride in the work, a craftsman's satisfaction in cutting a clean face or setting props that would hold steady. You were part of a crew, and the bonds formed by shared danger and shared labour created communities underground that were, in their own way, as important as the ones above. The coalface was where the dramatic work happened, but a mine was really a complex ecosystem requiring dozens of specialised jobs to function. Walking through an active mine in its heyday was like touring a small underground city, complete with transportation networks, workforce hierarchies, and its own peculiar culture. Perhaps the most beloved members of this subterranean community were the pit ponies. These weren't your typical farm horses, they were compact, sturdy animals specifically bred or selected for underground work. Shetland ponies were favourites because their small size allowed them to work in lower passages, while their strength was remarkable for their stature. These ponies hauled coal trams from the face to the pit bottom, navigating the maze of tunnels with intelligence that regularly amazed the men who worked with them. The ponies lived underground, sometimes for months at a time. They had stables at the pit bottom, Actual underground stables with stalls, hay and water. The horses knew the routes better than many human workers and would automatically stop at passing places when meeting oncoming traffic. Some miners swore the ponies could sense dangerous gas before the safety lamps detected it and would refuse to enter certain areas when conditions were risky. Whether this was true or simply the horses objecting to poor air quality is debatable, but miners learned to trust their pony's judgment. The bond between a miner and his pony was often closer than many human relationships. You spent hours every day working alongside this animal in darkness and danger. You depended on each other. The ponies received names, personalities, and a level of care that might have seemed excessive, except that your productivity and possibly your life depended on them. When ponies were brought to the surface, usually during the annual break when mines shut down for maintenance, they'd apparently be startled by daylight, having lived so long in lamplight that the sun seemed impossibly bright. Then there were the boys. Mining employed children as young as 5 or 6 in the early days, though reformers gradually raised minimum ages as the 19th century progressed. These weren't children doing light tasks. They had specific essential jobs in the mine's operation. The youngest boys often worked as trappers, sitting alone in the darkness operating ventilation doors. When a coal tram approached, the boy would open his door, let it pass, then close it again to maintain the mine's airflow. Hour after hour in darkness, broken only by a small lamp, usually sitting on a pile of coal or a makeshift seat, waiting for the next tram. Try to imagine being 7 years old, sitting alone in pitch darkness hundreds of feet underground, with only the occasional rumble of approaching coal trucks to break the silence. The isolation must have been profound and the darkness absolute when your lamp needed refilling. Some boys sang to themselves or talked to imaginary companions, or simply endured with the stoicism that poverty and necessity teach early. Older boys graduated to more active roles. They'd become door boys, who accompanied the ponies or helpers who assisted the coal cutters. By their early teens, they'd be learning the actual craft of mining, how to read coal, set props and handle explosives. This was the education system in mining communities. You learned reading and arithmetic at Sunday school, and you learned your trade in the pit. The underground world also included specialists whose jobs required particular skills. Repairers maintained the roadways, replacing damaged props and keeping the tunnels safe. Shot firers handled the explosives work, a position of considerable responsibility and slightly better pay. Engineers maintained the machinery, keeping pumps running and ensuring ventilation fans operated correctly. Each person had their role in the complex choreography that was a working mine. Communication underground happened through a combination of shouting, signal systems, and pure intuition developed over years of working together. Before electrical signal systems, messages travelled through chains of workers shouting to each other through the darkness, information degrading like a particularly high-stakes game of telephone. Later, bell signals allowed communication between the surface and pit bottom. One bell might mean ready to descend, 2 bells ready to ascend, and various other combinations conveying different messages. Get the signals wrong, and you might send an empty cage up while leaving men waiting below, or worse. The mine had its own time sense, divorced from the surface world. Down in the darkness, you couldn't tell if it was morning or evening, summer or winter. Your shift was measured by the work done rather than the passage of hours. Some men claimed they could feel time passing through the quality of the air or the behaviour of the ponies, developing almost supernatural awareness of the shift's progress. Others simply worked until someone came to tell them it was time to head back to the cage. Meal breaks happened at the face, with men sitting on coal piles eating bread and cheese that had acquired a distinctive gritty texture from the coal dust that coated everything. Water tasted faintly of minerals and whatever the pipes had picked up on their journey underground. Some mines allowed tea cans that could be warmed on small fires, though open flames were prohibited in most sections due to gas risks. The food never tasted quite right. Coal dust got into everything, but it provided the calories needed for the extraordinary physical exertion. The culture that developed underground was distinctive and powerful. Men learned to trust each other completely because their lives literally depended on it. If someone called out a warning about a bad roof or dangerous gas, you didn't debate. You moved. This created bonds that extended beyond the pit, forming the foundation for the tight-knit mining communities above ground. The men who descended together, worked together, and survived together became brothers in ways that transcended normal friendship. When the cage finally brought you back to the surface at shift's end, you'd emerge into whatever weather Wales was offering that day. Usually rain, sometimes fog, occasionally actual sunshine that made everyone slightly suspicious. Your eyes would need several minutes to adjust to natural light after hours in the dimness. Your ears would ring with the sudden absence of the constant underground noise, and your lungs would appreciate air that didn't have a texture. The mining communities that grew up around the pits were unlike anything that had existed in Wales before. Previously, Welsh valleys had been places of scattered farms and small villages. Mining created industrial towns almost overnight, with rows of terraced houses marching up hillsides in neat lines that showed all the imagination of someone arranging dominoes. These weren't planned communities with parks and public spaces. They were housing solutions designed to pack maximum workers into minimum space, as close to the pit as physically possible. The houses themselves were remarkably similar across different mining valleys. 2 up, 2 down was the standard layout. 2 rooms downstairs, 2 bedrooms upstairs, a small yard out back, and walls thin enough that you knew entirely too much about your neighbours' personal lives. The front door opened directly onto the street, which meant coal dust, mud, and whatever the weather was doing came straight into your front room. No entrance halls, no mudrooms, just immediate domesticity. These houses were typically owned by the mining company and rented to workers, which created an interesting power dynamic where your employer was also your landlord. Get fired from the pit, and you'd lose both your income and your home simultaneously. This arrangement wasn't designed for worker welfare so much as company convenience, ensuring a captive workforce who couldn't easily move to seek better wages elsewhere. Life in these mining towns revolved around the pit's schedule. When the day shift ended, streets would suddenly fill with men in blackened work clothes heading home for a wash and dinner. The night shift would pass them going the opposite direction, creating a twice-daily tidal exchange of workers. Women timed their household tasks around these rhythms. Water needed to be heated for washing, meals needed to be ready when men returned, and laundry had to be done when it wouldn't be coated in fresh coal dust. The washing of a miner presented its own challenges. Before pithead baths became common in the early 20th century, men came home covered head to foot in coal dust and had to wash in the house. This typically meant a zinc tub placed in front of the kitchen fire filled with water heated on the stove. The miner would strip down and scrub away the day's accumulation, while family members politely ignored his nakedness or helped scrub his back. The water would turn black immediately, and the process would need multiple rinses to actually get clean. Some coal dust, however, never came out. It worked its way into skin pores, creating permanent blue scars called coal tattoos, where cuts had healed with dust embedded in them. Older miners accumulated these marks like some kind of industrial tribal scarification, each one a story of a particular accident or incident underground. Their hands remained perpetually stained in the creases, no amount of scrubbing able to remove coal that had become part of their flesh. Women in mining communities worked just as hard as the men, though their labour was unpaid and largely invisible to the historical record. Running a household on a miner's wages required skills that would impress a modern efficiency expert. You had to make limited money stretch to feed a family, keep everyone clothed despite the destructive nature of mining work, maintain a house that was under constant assault from coal dust, and somehow create a home environment that provided relief from the harsh conditions of pit work. Laundry was a particular challenge. Mining clothes needed to be washed constantly but never really got clean. The standard process involved soaking, boiling, scrubbing with lye soap that was harsh enough to remove coal but also skin, multiple rinses, and eventual acceptance that your husband's work clothes would always be slightly grey. Wash day typically happened once a week, involving enough physical effort to qualify as a serious workout, hauling water, heating it, lifting wet clothes, wringing, hanging and repeating. Food was practical and calorie-dense. Mining work burned enormous amounts of energy, so meals needed to be substantial. Breakfast might be porridge or bread with dripping. The main meal, taken after the shift, would typically involve potatoes, maybe some bacon or cheap cuts of meat, bread and strong tea. Vegetables came from the small garden plot behind the house, if you were lucky enough to have one, and the time to maintain it. The diet wasn't particularly varied, but it kept working men functional, which was the primary requirement. The town itself would have a few key institutions. The chapel or church stood at the centre of community life, providing not just religious services, but also social organisation, education, and a moral framework. Chapels were often the grandest buildings in mining towns. their architecture suggesting that while houses could be basic, places of worship deserved investment. The Welsh love of music found particular expression in chapel choirs, where miners who spent their days in industrial noise created harmonies that could raise the hair on your neck. Shops lined the main streets: grocers, butchers, bakers and general stores. Many operated on credit systems because miners were paid fortnightly, and families needed to eat in between. The shopkeeper's ledger was essentially the community's credit score, tracking who owed what and allowing families to survive the gap between wages. This credit came at a price, of course. Interest charges that meant buying on credit always cost more than paying cash. The pub served as the men's social space, the place where you could relax after a shift with a pint and companionship. Mining was hard on bodies and minds, and alcohol provided temporary relief from both physical pain and psychological stress. Some men drank moderately, others fell into patterns of heavy drinking that consumed wages and created family hardships. The temperance movement had strong support in mining areas, though it fought an uphill battle against the combination of physical pain, psychological stress, and social tradition that made the pub central to male community life. Education was valued but limited. Elementary schools taught basic literacy and numeracy, enough to read the Bible and do practical calculations. Beyond that, continued education required either exceptional talent that earned scholarships or family wealth that most miners didn't possess. Children typically left school at 12 or 13 to begin work, either in the pit or in other jobs that helped support the family economy. Now we come to the harder parts of this story, though we'll walk through them gently. Understanding what mining communities endured requires acknowledging both the spectacular disasters that made headlines and the grinding everyday hardships that broke people slowly rather than suddenly. Mining accidents were horrifyingly common. Small incidents happened constantly: crushed fingers, minor burns, cuts and bruises. These rarely made it into official records because men would typically bind up the injury and keep working. Losing a shift's pay was often more threatening than a damaged hand. More serious injuries meant time off work, which meant no income, which meant family hardship. Then there were the disasters. Mine explosions killed dozens or hundreds at once, usually caused by methane gas accumulating in poorly ventilated areas and igniting from a lamp, a spark, or the explosion itself creating more explosions. These catastrophes would devastate entire communities overnight. One moment men were working normally underground. The next, families were gathering at the pit head, waiting for news, knowing from the smoke and chaos that many wouldn't be coming home. Roof falls claimed lives regularly, suddenly and without warning. One minute you're working the coalface, the next, tons of rock have crushed you or trapped you in darkness, while the lamp burns down and air runs out. Rescue efforts were heroic but often futile. Moving the fallen rock required time and equipment, and trapped men rarely had enough of either. Water in rushes could flood entire sections of the mine in minutes. Underground water sources were unpredictable, and sometimes mining work would inadvertently breach barriers, holding back underground lakes or streams. The water would pour in with tremendous force, drowning anyone who couldn't reach higher ground or the shaft quickly enough. The aftermath of disasters followed predictable, tragic patterns. The company would express regret while denying responsibility. Funerals would be held for those whose bodies could be recovered. Families would be left without income, often without housing since they lived in company-owned homes. Inquests would be held, recommendations made, and usually nothing fundamental would change. But the slow disasters were equally devastating in their own way. Pneumoconiosis, called black lung, was the miner's disease, caused by decades of breathing coal dust that accumulated in lungs until breathing became increasingly difficult. There was no cure, no treatment, just a gradual decline where every breath became work, and the former strong man became a wheezing invalid who couldn't walk up the stairs without stopping to catch his breath. The progression was cruel in its predictability. First, you'd notice you couldn't quite keep up with younger men anymore. Then climbing hills became difficult. Eventually, breathing became the main activity of your day, each breath a conscious effort rather than an automatic background function. Men in their 50s looked 80, worn out from inside by the coal they'd spent their lives extracting. Injuries accumulated over careers, bad backs from years of working stooped, damaged knees from kneeling on hard coal and rock, shoulders that ached in wet weather from swinging picks thousands of times per shift, hearing loss from working in constant noise. These weren't dramatic injuries, but the physical cost of decades of doing brutally hard work in terrible conditions. The psychological toll is harder to document because mental health wasn't a concept that mining communities had language for, but it was real nonetheless. Men who'd survived disasters often showed what we'd now recognise as PTSD, nightmares, anxiety, and inability to return underground. The constant awareness of danger created stress that some managed and others didn't. The combination of dangerous work, financial insecurity, physical pain, and limited options for change weighed on people in ways that expressed themselves through irritability, depression, or drinking. Family life under these pressures required remarkable resilience. Women managed households, knowing their husbands might not come home from their shifts. Children grew up understanding that their fathers were constantly at risk. The communities developed coping mechanisms, neighbours helping each other, the chapel providing comfort, and shared experience creating understanding. But the stress was real and constant. Economic hardship was the backdrop to everything. Mining wages were better than farm work, but never enough to build security. A miner's widow often faced immediate poverty, unless she could find work or had grown children to support her. Illness or injury meant financial disaster. There were no safety nets, no insurance, no welfare state, just charity that was never sufficient, and community support that was generous but limited. Yet through all this hardship, the communities endured. They created culture despite poverty, the male voice choirs that made Welsh mining famous, the brass bands that practiced in drafty halls, and the poetry and literature that emerged from these valleys. They built institutions, trade unions that fought for better conditions, cooperative societies that provided affordable goods, and educational institutes that offered learning opportunities. The perseverance wasn't some romantic quality to be admired from a distance. It was necessity given form, the stubborn refusal to be destroyed by circumstances that were genuinely destructive. You kept going because the alternative was unthinkable. You sent your children down the pit because they needed to eat. You went back underground after disasters because your family needed the income. You built a life in the cracks between hardship because humans are remarkably good at doing exactly that. The decline of Welsh coal mining didn't happen overnight. It was a slow process, like watching a sunset that takes decades instead of minutes, beautiful in its own way but marking the end of an era. The first hints came after World War I, when foreign competition began undercutting Welsh coal prices. Other countries had developed their own mining industries, and shipping coal across oceans became less economical than burning local supplies. The British market remained, but it was shrinking as oil began replacing coal for some purposes. Diesel locomotives were more efficient than steam. Oil heating was cleaner than coal. The world was changing its energy sources, and coal was slowly becoming yesterday's fuel. The Great Depression hit mining communities with particular brutality. When industries cut production, they needed less coal. Miners closed or reduced shifts. Men who'd worked their entire lives underground found themselves unemployed with no other skills and no other opportunities in towns built entirely around mining. The dole, unemployment benefit, kept families from starvation but not from poverty, and the psychological impact of idleness in communities where identity was built around work was devastating. World War II brought temporary revival. Coal was essential for the war effort, and mines operated at full capacity. Men too old for military service worked double shifts. The industry remembered its importance, and workers remembered steady employment. But it was a reprieve rather than a reversal, the economy running on wartime needs that would end with peace. Nationalisation in 1947 brought the mines under government control, creating the National Coal Board. Miners hoped this would mean better conditions and more secure employment. In some ways it did. Safety improved, wages became more standardised, and benefits were introduced. But nationalisation couldn't solve the fundamental problem. The world needed less coal, and Welsh coal was becoming expensive to extract compared to other sources. The 1950s and 60s saw systematic closures. Mines that had employed hundreds closed permanently, their pit wheels stopping for the last time. Communities that had existed for generations faced existential questions. What happens to a mining town when the mine closes? Where do people go when the only skill they have is extracting coal that nobody wants anymore? Some families moved to England, seeking work in factories or construction. Others stayed, clinging to familiar places even as employment vanished. The young left in disproportionate numbers, draining valleys of energy and future. Villages became places where old miners retired and died while their children built lives elsewhere. The strikes of the 1980s were a last desperate attempt to save an industry that economics had already condemned. The 1984 to 85 strike lasted a year, pitting miners against a government determined to reduce coal dependency. It was brutal, bitter, and ultimately unsuccessful. Communities tore themselves apart over whether to strike or work. Families survived on charity and determination, and in the end the mines closed anyway. Walking through a Welsh valley today, you can still read the history written in the landscape. The terraced houses remain, though many are now holiday cottages or have been renovated beyond recognition. Chapel buildings stand converted to apartments or community centres, their singing replaced by silence. The pitheads are gone, their sites reclaimed by grass and trees or marked by memorials. The slag heaps have been landscaped into gentle hills, their sharp angles softened by decades of erosion and deliberate reshaping. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008. Tower Colliery had been saved by workers who bought it themselves in the 1990s, operating it as a cooperative that proved mining could still work if workers controlled it. When coal quality declined and reserves depleted, they closed it voluntarily rather than waiting for economic forces to make the decision for them. It was an ending that somehow maintained dignity, with workers choosing to close their own mine rather than having it shut down by external decree. The end of coal mining in Wales marked the conclusion of an era that had lasted roughly 200 years. 2 centuries during which these valleys had been transformed from farming country to industrial powerhouses and back to something else entirely. Communities searching for new identities while honouring the extraordinary history that had shaped them. The transition wasn't smooth. Mining towns struggled with unemployment rates that would shock economists. Young people left because there were no jobs, creating ageing populations in communities built for young families. The social fabric that mining had created, the solidarity, the shared purpose, the tight-knit neighbourhoods, began to fray when the industry that had woven it together disappeared. Some valleys found new purposes. Tourism discovered that the industrial heritage people had lived with daily was actually fascinating to outsiders. Former mines became museums where guides, often former miners themselves, led visitors through preserved workings, explaining how the job was done and what life was like underground. There's something both touching and slightly odd about paying to experience a sample of work that people had once been paid to do and had desperately hoped their children wouldn't have to follow them into. Regeneration projects attempted to diversify local economies. Light industry, call centres, tourism and service jobs replaced heavy industry. The work was safer, cleaner, and generally better for your health, but it paid less and lacked the identity and solidarity that mining had provided. You can work in a call centre for 20 years without developing the same sense of craft and community that 2 years underground created. The physical landscape underwent dramatic transformation. Those slag heaps that had dominated valley sides for generations were slowly removed or reshaped. Rivers that had run black with coal dust for a century started running clear again. Air quality improved to the point where you could hang white laundry outside without it turning grey. Nature reclaimed spaces that industry had dominated, and the valleys began to look more like they had before coal was discovered. But removing the physical traces of mining couldn't erase the cultural legacy. The communities that mining created had developed distinctive identities that persisted even after the industry vanished. The emphasis on education and self-improvement, the tradition of mutual aid and collective action, and the cultural institutions like choirs and brass bands. These survived the closure of the pits because they'd become embedded in community identity. As you lie there in comfort, warm and safe, it's worth reflecting on what those forgotten mines of Wales actually meant. Not just to the people who worked them, but to the modern world you inhabit. The coal pulled from Welsh valleys powered the Industrial Revolution that created modern civilization. The ships that connected the British Empire ran on Welsh coal. The factories that mass-produced goods, making them affordable for ordinary people for the first time in history, were powered by Welsh coal. The trains that revolutionised transportation, the heating systems that made homes comfortable, and the steel mills that provided material for bridges and buildings, all of these depended on coal, and much of that coal came from Wales. This means that Welsh miners, toiling in darkness and danger for wages that barely covered rent and food, were inadvertently building the modern world. Every technological advancement of the industrial age rested on a foundation of fossil fuel energy, and someone had to extract that energy from underground. The miners who did this work weren't thinking about historical significance. They were thinking about feeding their families, but their labour literally powered the transformation of human civilization. The labour movement that created workers' rights across the industrialised world found some of its strongest expression in Welsh mining communities. The unions that fought for safer conditions, better pay, reasonable hours, and basic dignity established precedents that benefited workers in every industry. When coal miners struck for better conditions, they were advancing causes that would eventually benefit office workers who'd never seen a mine. The concept that workers deserved protection from dangerous conditions, that employers had responsibility for workplace safety, and that communities deserved compensation when industry harmed them. These ideas were forged in mining communities, often in response to disasters that killed dozens. The regulations that protect modern workers exist partly because miners died when those regulations didn't exist, and their communities refused to accept that such deaths were inevitable. The cultural contributions of Welsh mining communities enriched British and world culture in ways often overlooked. The male voice choir tradition that spread globally had its strongest expression in mining valleys, where men who spent their days in industrial noise created beauty through harmony. The literature that emerged from these communities, poetry, memoir, fiction, provided working-class perspectives that challenged middle-class assumptions about what constituted worthy subjects for art. Welsh mining communities also demonstrated something important about human resilience and community solidarity. They showed that people could build meaningful lives under objectively terrible conditions, that communities could develop rich cultures despite poverty, and that dignity wasn't dependent on material comfort. This isn't to romanticize hardship. The conditions were genuinely awful, and nobody should have had to endure them, but rather to acknowledge the remarkable human capacity to create meaning and community, even in difficult circumstances. The environmental legacy is more complicated. Coal mining damaged the landscape extensively, polluted waterways, and contributed to air pollution that harmed health across industrial regions. The carbon emissions from burning Welsh coal contributed to climate change that we're now struggling to address. The environmental restoration of former mining areas has been expensive and ongoing, attempting to repair damage that accumulated over 2 centuries of intensive extraction. Yet the energy transition we're currently experiencing, moving from fossil fuels to renewable sources, builds on lessons learned from the coal era. We understand now that energy extraction has environmental costs that must be considered. We recognise that communities built around single industries are vulnerable when that industry declines. We know that workers displaced by economic change deserve support and retraining rather than abandonment. These lessons came partly from watching what happened when coal mining ended. The museums and heritage sites that preserve mining history serve an important function beyond tourism. They ensure that future generations understand where their comfortable, technological lives came from. It's easy to take electricity, heating and manufactured goods for granted without considering the human cost that made them possible. Seeing an actual coal face, understanding what working underground meant, and recognising the sacrifices made by people whose names are mostly forgotten. This provides perspective that pure prosperity can't teach. In Wales itself, mining identity remains powerful, even among people too young to have ever worked underground. The values that mining communities developed, solidarity, mutual support, education and cultural expression, continue to shape these regions. The political culture of Welsh valleys, with its strong support for collective action and social welfare, reflects lessons learned when communities discovered that individuals couldn't survive without community support. The descendants of miners live across the world now, carrying family histories of underground work to places far from Welsh valleys. These stories, passed down through generations, keep alive the memory of what previous generations endured. Your colleague whose grandfather was a Welsh miner, your friend whose great-aunt emigrated from a mining town, and the person you met who casually mentioned their family's mining background, they're carrying pieces of this history forward. Perhaps most importantly, the mining era teaches us about the human cost of the energy and materials that modern civilization requires. We still need energy. We still need raw materials. Someone somewhere is still doing difficult, dangerous work to extract what we consume casually. The working conditions have improved in developed nations, partly due to lessons learned from mining history. But the fundamental truth remains. Our comfortable lives rest on labour that most of us never see and rarely consider. History written in broad strokes can miss the texture of actual human experience. So let's slow down and consider what all this meant at the individual level through the kinds of stories that former miners and their families shared when they talked about their lives. Imagine being 8 years old, starting work as a trapper boy. You'd wake before dawn, eat whatever breakfast your family could afford, and walk to the pit with your father or older brothers. The descent into darkness would terrify you initially. The dropping sensation, the blackness, and the damp smell of underground spaces. But children adapt, and within weeks this journey would become routine. Your job station would be a ventilation door somewhere in the mine's network. You'd sit on a small wooden seat or pile of coal, holding a string attached to the door. When you heard a coal tram approaching, and you learned to distinguish the sound of different trams, different ponies, and different drivers, you'd pull the string to open the door. The tram would pass through, and you'd close the door to maintain airflow. Then silence would return, and you'd sit alone in darkness lit only by your small lamp, waiting for the next tram. Hour after hour in silence broken only by distant sounds of mining work, dripping water, and the occasional scurrying of rats that lived underground. You couldn't read because the light was too poor, and you probably couldn't read anyway. You couldn't move around because you needed to stay at your station. You just sat and waited and tried not to think about the tons of rock above your head, or the darkness that pressed in from all sides. Some boys handled this solitude better than others. Some sang quietly to themselves, or talked to imaginary friends, or simply developed the capacity to sit with their own thoughts for 12 hours at a stretch. Others found it psychologically damaging, developing fears that would last their entire lives. But all of them did it because their families needed the income, and 8-year-olds didn't really get a choice about employment. Now imagine being a young woman married to a miner. Every time your husband descended into the pit, you'd have to make peace with the possibility that he might not return. You'd listen for the pit whistle that signalled accidents, knowing that its particular pattern would tell you whether to worry or to panic. When disaster struck other families, you'd attend funerals while thinking, that could have been us. Because it could have been, and the only thing separating your intact family from the grieving widow down the street was pure luck. Your daily work would be constant and exhausting. Washing, cooking, cleaning, and maintaining the house against the constant assault of coal dust. Managing the family budget with the precision of an accountant, making every penny count because there weren't any extra. Caring for children while also, in many cases, taking in lodgers, or doing laundry for other families to earn extra income. Running a mining household was a full-time job that paid nothing but was absolutely essential to family survival. You'd develop strategies and skills that would impress modern efficiency experts. You'd know how to make a small amount of meat feed 6 people by combining it with potatoes and vegetables. You'd master the art of repairing clothes so extensively that they could be passed down through multiple children. You'd create cleaning schedules that minimized dust accumulation and made the most of available water and fuel. You'd become an expert at reading your husband's mood and health, knowing when he was simply tired versus genuinely ill, and when he needed space versus comfort. Or imagine being a miner in your prime, say 35 years old with 20 years of underground experience. You'd have developed a sophisticated understanding of coal, rock, and mining engineering that was partly taught and partly intuitive. You'd know how to read subtle signs in the coalface that indicated what would happen when you undercut it. You'd understand roof stability from the sound of creaking props and the feel of air pressure changes. You'd have learned through experience where gas tended to accumulate and how to recognize danger before it became disaster. Your body would be a map of your career. Scars from various accidents, coal tattoos from healed cuts, and the distinctive miner's physique of powerful shoulders and arms, combined with a back that was starting to curve from years of stooped work. Your hands would be calloused to the point of being almost leather-like, able to handle rough coal and splintered wood without much discomfort. Your lungs would have started accumulating the coal dust that would eventually cause problems, though at 35 you probably wouldn't notice symptoms yet. You'd have a position in the underground social hierarchy based on skill, experience, and personality. The best coal cutters were respected for their craft. Shot firers who were reliable and safe earned trust. Men who panicked in emergencies or couldn't be counted on to pull their weight in difficult conditions would find themselves subtly marginalised. The underground world had its own social rules, and reputation mattered intensely in a place where lives depended on teamwork. Your relationship with the mine itself would be complex. You'd hate the danger, the discomfort, and the toll it took on your body. But you'd also feel a craftsman's pride in doing difficult work well. There was satisfaction in cutting a clean face, in setting props that would hold, and in knowing you could handle conditions that would defeat someone with less skill and experience. The mine was your adversary and your livelihood, the thing you struggled against daily and the thing that gave your life structure and purpose. As we near the end of our journey through Welsh mining history, it's time to draw together the threads and understand how this vanished world still touches the present in ways both obvious and subtle. The physical landscape of Wales still bears mining's signature, even where active restoration has occurred. Those valley towns with their terraced houses remain, adapted to new purposes but unmistakable in their origins. The chapels, often the most beautiful buildings in these communities, stand as reminders of the spiritual life that sustained people through industrial hardship. The rivers run clear now, but their banks still sometimes reveal coal fragments that escaped from works closed decades ago. Walk through a former mining valley on a quiet day, and you might notice something interesting about the topography. The hillsides have a particular slope where slag heaps once stood, now softened by grass and thyme but still distinctively not quite natural. The flat areas near valley floors show where railway sidings once ran, their tracks long removed but the ground still bearing the compressed memory of heavy use. The landscape remembers, even when casual observers wouldn't recognise what they're seeing. The museums deserve particular mention because they're fighting against historical amnesia. Big Pit National Coal Museum in Blaenavon takes visitors down an actual mine, equipped with helmet and lamp, experiencing a tiny fraction of what working underground meant. The guides are often former miners who can explain from personal experience what each section was for and how the work was done. They make the history immediate and real in ways that no amount of reading can match. These museums serve an important function beyond education. They validate the experiences of people whose working lives were often dismissed as unimportant by those who benefited from their labour. By preserving mining history and treating it as worthy of museum-quality presentation, they're making a statement that these lives mattered, that this work had dignity, and that the sacrifices made by mining communities deserve recognition and remembrance. The cultural legacy persists in ways that surprise people unfamiliar with Welsh history. The male voice choirs that remain active in Welsh valleys still sing with harmonies, perfected by miners who found beauty in music after spending days in industrial noise. The brass bands that compete in national competitions maintain traditions established when musical instruments provided one of the few sources of entertainment and cultural expression available to working-class communities. Welsh literature and poetry carry mining's influence in their DNA. Poets who grew up in mining households, even if they never worked underground themselves, write with awareness of hardship, solidarity, and the dignity of manual labour. The working-class voice in British literature owes much to writers who emerged from mining communities and brought their experiences and perspectives to audiences who'd never considered such lives worthy of literary attention. The political culture of Wales reflects mining's legacy in tangible ways. The strong support for trade unions, the emphasis on collective action, and the suspicion of unchecked corporate power. These attitudes were forged in mining communities that learned through bitter experience that individual workers had no power against large organisations, but collective action could force change. The Labour Party's historic dominance in Welsh valleys stems directly from mining communities' political awakening during industrial struggles. More subtly, the values that sustained mining communities, mutual support, community solidarity, emphasis on education as a path to advancement, continue to influence Welsh culture, even as economic circumstances have changed entirely. The tradition of neighbours helping neighbours during hardship, of communities rallying around families facing difficulties, of viewing education as communally valuable, rather than just individually beneficial, these reflect lessons learned when survival depended on community cohesion. For individuals with mining heritage, the connection to this history often runs deep, even when separated by generations. People whose grandparents were miners carry stories passed down through families, creating personal connections to a vanished world. These aren't abstract historical facts, but family memory, kept alive through photographs, remembered conversations, and the occasional piece of mining equipment kept as a family heirloom. The contemporary energy transition, the shift from fossil fuels to renewable sources, has brought unexpected resonance to mining history. Wales is now investing in wind farms, tidal power, and solar installations, transitioning from extracting energy from the ground to harvesting it from natural forces. Some former mining communities are becoming centres for renewable energy, finding new purpose in energy production, even as the energy sources change completely. This transition carries echoes of mining's lessons: the importance of planning for workers displaced by industrial change, the need to support communities economically dependent on single industries, the recognition that energy extraction has costs, environmental, social and human, that must be considered alongside economic benefits. These lessons, learned painfully through mining's rise and fall, inform current policy in ways that might have prevented some of the hardship mining communities experienced if they'd been applied earlier. Climate change discussions often position coal mining as a purely historical problem, the source of emissions that created our current crisis. This is true, but incomplete. The people who mined coal weren't causing climate change through malice or ignorance. They were providing energy that civilization demanded, working jobs that were available to them, and feeding families the only way they knew how. Holding them responsible for climate change makes no more sense than blaming oil workers for petroleum dependence. The responsibility lies with economic and political systems that created demand without considering long-term consequences. Understanding this distinction matters because we're still creating new industries and new dependencies without fully considering their long-term impacts. We're still asking workers to accept dangerous or harmful employment because alternatives don't exist. We're still building communities around single industries that might vanish within a generation. The patterns that created and destroyed coal mining continue in new forms, suggesting we haven't fully learned the lessons that history offers. As you prepare for sleep, comfortable in your warm bed with electric light available at the touch of a switch, it's worth holding one final thought about what those forgotten mines of Wales actually represent. They represent human ingenuity applied to solving energy needs, even when the solution came at tremendous cost. They represent working-class communities creating culture, dignity, and solidarity under conditions that were objectively terrible. They represent the environmental and human price of industrialization, paid by people who had little choice about the work they did but maintained their humanity, despite circumstances designed to reduce them to mere labour. The miners themselves, the men who descended into darkness day after day, the women who maintained households and communities, and the children who started work before they'd finished growing. These weren't extraordinary people in the sense of being unusual. They were ordinary humans doing what humans do, adapting to circumstances, building lives in available spaces, creating meaning despite hardship, and persevering because the alternative was unacceptable. Their ordinariness is precisely what makes their history important. They demonstrate that normal people, faced with difficult circumstances, are capable of remarkable endurance and achievement. The mining communities didn't just survive, they thrived culturally, creating music, literature, and social institutions that enriched the broader culture. They didn't just endure exploitation, they organised collectively and fought for better conditions, establishing precedents that benefited workers everywhere. The forgetting of this history, and make no mistake it is being forgotten outside of Wales, represents a kind of cultural amnesia that impoverishes us. When we lose connection to the labour that created modern comfort, we lose understanding of what that comfort actually cost. When we forget the human price of energy and material goods, we're more likely to treat them as cheap and disposable, rather than recognising their true cost. Remembering doesn't mean romanticising. Mining was brutal, dangerous work that nobody should have had to do in the conditions that existed. The hardships mining communities endured weren't character-building challenges, but unnecessary suffering caused by economic systems that valued profit over human welfare. Progress meant improving conditions until they became acceptable, and eventually transitioning away from coal entirely. But remembering does mean recognising that the lives lived in those valleys, the work done in those mines, the communities built in those towns, the struggles fought in those strikes. These things mattered. They shaped the modern world. They established precedents for workers' rights. They demonstrated human capacity for endurance and community solidarity. They created a culture that enriches us still. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008, but the history didn't end there. It continues in the landscapes shaped by mining, in the communities still adapting to post-industrial reality, and in the cultural traditions maintained by people who never worked underground but inherited mining's legacy. It continues in the museums that preserve this history, in the stories passed down through families, and in the values that mining communities developed and their descendants maintain. And it continues in moments like this, when someone comfortable and safe takes time to consider what life was like for people who had neither comfort nor safety, but built meaningful lives anyway. By remembering their story, you're honouring their experience and keeping alive a history that matters more than it might initially appear. The darkness beneath Welsh Hills is empty now, the coalface is silent, the pit wheels still. But the darkness gave us something beyond fuel and profit. It gave us examples of human resilience, lessons about the cost of progress, warnings about building communities around single industries, and demonstrations of what people can achieve through collective action and mutual support. These are gifts worth receiving, even as we're grateful that the particular conditions that created them have passed into history. Sleep well, knowing that the warmth and comfort you enjoy tonight comes partly from energy sources that people risked everything to extract. Remember them with gratitude, honour their struggles by learning from them, and carry forward the values they developed in darkness. Solidarity, perseverance, dignity and hope. The mines are forgotten by many, but they need not be forgotten by you. Close your eyes and imagine a time before forks existed, before napkins, before anyone ever told you to keep your elbows off the table. We're going back roughly 300,000 years to when your ancient ancestors were just trying to figure out this whole being human thing, and table manners ranked somewhere below avoid being eaten by large cats on their list of concerns. Picture early humans gathered around a fire as the sun sets, casting orange light across the landscape. There's no table, obviously. That innovation is still tens of thousands of years away. Instead, people crouch or sit on the ground, probably on whatever flat rock seemed most comfortable that day. The meal is simple. Perhaps some roasted meat from the day's hunt. Maybe roots or berries gathered from the surrounding area, all eaten with the original utensils, your hands. There's a certain poetry to this simplicity. No one worried about which fork to use because forks didn't exist. No one stressed about proper posture because there were no chairs to slouch in. The biggest etiquette concern was probably making sure everyone got their fair share, which is actually a form of table manners when you think about it. Just the most fundamental kind. The fire crackles softly. Someone tears off a piece of meat and passes it along. Fingers get greasy, and that's perfectly fine because the concept of finger bowls won't be invented for another several millennia. When you're done eating, you might wipe your hands on grass or simply lick them clean. The evening air is cool and bellies are full, and that's really all that matters. As thousands of years drift by like lazy clouds, humans start developing small rituals around eating. Not rules exactly, but patterns. Maybe the eldest person eats first. Maybe certain foods are shared while others are claimed individually. These aren't written guidelines, writing hasn't been invented yet, but they're the seeds of what will eventually become table manners. The rhythm of communal eating develops its own gentle cadence. There's something deeply soothing about eating together, sharing food prepared over the same fire. You can almost hear the soft sounds of prehistoric meals, the crackle of flames, the murmur of voices in early languages we'd never recognise, and the simple satisfaction of full stomachs and warm companionship. In caves across Europe, Africa and Asia, similar scenes play out night after night. The details vary. Different foods, different landscapes, different faces around different fires. But the essence remains constant. Humans eating together, developing the first social bonds that would eventually lead to civilization. Table manners, in their most primitive form, are really just the codification of respect and sharing. There's no stress in these ancient meals, no wondering if you're using the right spoon, or whether your napkin should go on your left or right. Just the simple act of eating, together, as darkness settles in around the fire's warm glow. Let that simplicity wash over you like a warm bath. Now we're going to fast forward, and you can feel time flowing like honey, slow and sweet. to around 3000 BCE, when civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt started getting fancy with their eating arrangements. This is where things start getting interesting in a wonderfully drowsy sort of way. The Sumerians, those clever people who invented writing and the wheel and beer, truly humanity's greatest hits, also began developing the first real dining customs. Imagine a wealthy Sumerian household where low tables appear for the first time. People still sit on the floor or on cushions, but now there's a designated surface for food. It's a small change that makes a big difference, like the first time someone decided beds were better than sleeping on bare ground. In these early Mesopotamian homes, bread served as both food and plate. You'd tear off a piece of flatbread and use it to scoop up stews, vegetables and meats. When you finished eating, you could eat your plate. It's brilliantly efficient and remarkably tidy. No dishes to wash afterward. The warm bread in your hands, slightly oily from whatever it had scooped, still radiating gentle heat from the oven. Egyptian dining customs evolved along similar lines, but with their own special flourishes. The wealthy Egyptians loved a good feast, and they developed elaborate protocols around these meals. Servants would bring water and natron, a naturally occurring salt, for guests to wash their hands before eating. It's the first recorded instance of pre-meal hand washing, which means somewhere around 2500 BCE. Someone decided clean hands made for better dining. Picture yourself at an Egyptian banquet. The room is cool despite the desert heat outside thanks to thick mud brick walls. Palm fronds wave gently overhead, creating shifting patterns of shadow and light. You're seated on a low stool, and before you is a small table laden with food. Roasted duck, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven, and beer in a clay vessel that stays surprisingly cool. A servant approaches with a bowl of water and a clean cloth. You dip your fingers in the water. It's been infused with flower petals, and it smells faintly of lotus blossoms. The cloth is soft linen, woven so finely it feels like a whisper against your skin. This is civilization's way of saying, before we eat together, let's be clean together. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning. The Egyptians also pioneered the concept of dining in courses rather than having everything presented at once. First might come fruits and vegetables, then fish, then meat, each course arriving with its own subtle ceremony. There's a rhythm to this kind of eating, a gentle progression that mirrors the flow of the Nile itself, steady, predictable, soothing. In ancient China, around the same period, entirely different dining customs were emerging. The Chinese developed the use of chopsticks around 1200 BCE, and with them came a whole philosophy of eating. Chopsticks required patience, precision and practice. They slowed down the eating process, which the Chinese sages believed was healthier for digestion and better for social interaction. Confucius, that wise teacher whose thoughts would influence Asian culture for millennia, had strong opinions about dining. He believed that the way you ate revealed your character. Food should be cut into small, manageable pieces in the kitchen, never at the table, where knives might suggest violence. Meals should be eaten slowly, with attention to flavours and textures. Conversation should be gentle and thoughtful. Can you feel how these ancient practices were already moving toward mindfulness? The Egyptians with their ritual hand-washing, the Chinese with their deliberate chopsticks, and the Mesopotamians with their orderly progression of courses, all of them were discovering that eating could be more than just fuel consumption. It could be meditation, ceremony, or art. In ancient Greece, symposiums became the height of civilized dining. Men would recline on couches, yes, lying down while eating. The Greeks really knew how to relax and enjoy course after course of food while discussing philosophy, poetry and politics. Wine was mixed with water in special vessels called craters, and there were specific protocols for how much water to add depending on the seriousness of the discussion. The gentle clinking of ceramic cups, the soft rustle of robes as diners shifted on their couches, and the murmur of thoughtful conversation punctuated by laughter. Greek dining rooms must have had a wonderfully peaceful energy. Even the occasional heated debate would eventually smooth out into philosophical contemplation, as the evening wore on and the wine-to-water ratio shifted. Romans, never ones to be outdone by Greeks, took the concept of elaborate dining and expanded it to almost absurd levels. A wealthy Roman dinner party, called a convivium, could last for hours, featuring dozens of courses, entertainment between dishes, and social rituals that made modern etiquette look simple by comparison. But here's what's lovely about Roman dining customs. Despite all the elaborate protocols, the underlying goal was comfort and pleasure. Couches were cushioned with the softest fabrics. Rooms were designed to catch cooling breezes in summer and retain warmth in winter. Servants moved silently, ensuring guests never had to reach for anything. The entire experience was engineered to help diners relax completely. Imagine reclining on one of those Roman dining couches, propped up on your left elbow as was customary, leaving your right hand free for eating. The cushions beneath you are stuffed with wool and covered in linen that's been washed so many times it feels like silk. The room smells of olive oil, herbs, and the faint smokiness of the kitchen fires. Someone is playing a lyre in the corner, very softly, just loud enough to fill the silence between conversations. These ancient civilizations were discovering something profound, that how we eat together shapes who we become together. Table manners weren't just arbitrary rules, they were frameworks for connection, opportunities for artistry, and pathways to peace. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let that understanding settle over you like a warm, gentle blanket. We're moving forward now through time like a slow river, arriving in medieval Europe around 1000 CE. This is when table manners started becoming truly codified, written down in manuscripts that nobles would study with the same seriousness we might apply to learning a new language. The medieval period is fascinating for table manners because it represents a kind of bridge between ancient informality and modern refinement. Castles and manor houses had great halls where dozens or even hundreds of people might eat together, creating a need for clear social rules about how to behave when you're sharing a trestle table with everyone from knights to kitchen staff. Picture a great hall on a winter evening. Torches and candles provide flickering light that makes shadows dance on stone walls. The fire in the central hearth crackles and pops, sending occasional sparks upward. Long wooden tables run the length of the hall, and people are beginning to gather for the evening meal. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and the musty scent of the rushes scattered on the floor. You're seated on a wooden bench. Chairs with backs are still mostly reserved for the very important people at the high table. Before you is a trencher, which is a thick slice of stale bread that serves as your plate. It's going to soak up juices and gravies from your meal, and by the end of dinner, it will be thoroughly saturated and delicious. Sometimes trenchers were given to the poor after meals, other times they were eaten by the diners themselves. Waste not, want not. Medieval table manners were spelled out in texts with wonderfully specific instructions. One 13th century guide advised, "Do not touch your ears or nose with your bare hands while eating." Another suggested, "Refrain from picking your teeth with your knife." These instructions tell us something important. They wouldn't need to write these rules down if people weren't doing these things. Medieval dining was clearly a work in progress. The concept of sharing was central to medieval eating. You didn't have your own cup, you shared one with your neighbour. Large serving dishes called messes were placed along the table, and groups of 4 to 6 people would eat from the same mess. This required cooperation and a certain amount of consideration. Taking too much meant your messmates would go hungry. Hogging the shared cup meant thirsty neighbours. Etiquette manuals from this period emphasise cleanliness, with an almost desperate urgency. Wash your hands before eating, they insist. Wipe your mouth before drinking from the shared cup. Don't put food back into the communal dish after you've bitten it. Reading between the lines, you can sense medieval people trying very hard to make communal dining more pleasant, while working with limited resources. Forks were virtually unknown in medieval Europe. They wouldn't become common until the Renaissance. Instead, you ate with a knife and your fingers, which required a certain delicacy. You were supposed to eat with your thumb, index, and middle fingers only. Using all 5 fingers was considered boorish. It's oddly specific, but when you think about it, eating with just 3 fingers does require more precision and care than grabbing food with your whole hand. The rhythm of a medieval meal had its own soothing quality. First, servants brought basins of water around for hand washing. Then bread was placed on the table, not just the trenchers, but fresh bread for eating. Then came the first course, usually something in a sauce that could be scooped up with bread. Between courses there might be entertainment, a minstrel singing, a juggler performing, or simply conversation flowing up and down the long tables. Drinking customs had their own gentle ceremony. When you wanted wine or ale, you didn't just grab the shared cup and drink. You were supposed to wipe your mouth first, so you wouldn't leave food residue on the rim. Then you drank, wiped the rim clean, and passed the cup to your neighbour. It created a rhythm. Wipe, drink, wipe, pass. The cup was making its way around the table like a slow, companionable dance. One particularly charming medieval custom was the voider, a bowl placed on the table for bones, shells, and other inedible scraps. The name itself is wonderfully descriptive. It's where food goes to be voided from the meal. Servants would periodically empty the voiders and bring fresh ones, keeping the table relatively tidy despite the absence of individual plates. As the evening progressed and the meal moved through its courses, the great hall would grow warmer from all the bodies and the fire, louder from wine and conversation, and somehow more intimate despite the crowds. There's something about sharing food from communal dishes and drinking from shared cups that breaks down social barriers, even in hierarchical medieval society. The highest-ranking people sat at the high table, which was literally elevated on a platform so everyone could see them. This created a theatre of dining, the noble family eating in full view while the rest of the hall watched and tried to emulate their manners. It was etiquette as performance art, teaching by example rather than lecture. By the end of a medieval feast, the trenchers would be soggy with gravy, the voiders full and the shared cups well circulated. More water would be brought for hand washing, even more important now than before the meal. Herbs might be chewed to freshen breath. Some households provided finger bowls scented with rosewater, a small luxury that made the clean-up process feel less like a chore and more like a ritual. As you imagine all of this, the warm hall, the friendly chaos, the shared dishes and cups, the gentle rhythm of medieval dining, let yourself relax into the communal nature of it all. There's something deeply comforting about eating together like this, connected by shared vessels and shared spaces, all of you experiencing the same meal in the same moment. Drift forward with me now through the 1400s and into the 1500s, as Europe awakens from its medieval slumber into the Renaissance. This is when table manners transformed from practical guidelines for group eating into an elaborate code that signalled education, status, and sophistication. It's also when dining becomes genuinely beautiful, in ways that would have seemed impossibly fancy to our medieval ancestors. The Renaissance began in Italy, and so did many dining innovations. Italian nobles, flush with wealth from trade and banking, began competing to host the most impressive dinner parties. This competition drove innovation in everything from table settings to menu planning to the physical act of eating itself. Imagine being invited to a dinner at a Florentine palazzo in 1550. You enter a room that's been transformed into a work of art. The walls are hung with tapestries depicting classical scenes. The ceiling has been painted with clouds and cherubs. Candles, expensive wax candles, not smoky tallow, provide warm, steady light from silver candelabras. The table itself makes you pause. It's covered with white linen so fine you can almost see through it, and the cloth drapes to the floor in perfect folds. On this pristine white canvas, an entire landscape of dishes has been arranged. Silver platters, ceramic bowls painted with intricate designs, and glass vessels that catch the candlelight and throw rainbow sparkles across the tablecloth. And here's something new. Each guest has their own plate. Not a bread trencher, but an actual plate made of pewter or ceramic. individual plates were a Renaissance innovation that changed everything about how people ate. Even more revolutionary, you have your own cup, made of glass perhaps, or silver if your host is particularly wealthy. It sits to your right, and it's yours alone for the entire meal. No more wiping and passing. You can drink whenever you want without coordination or consideration for others. It's a small change that represents a massive shift in dining philosophy, from communal to individual, from shared to personal. But the most significant innovation sits beside your plate, looking innocent but carrying revolutionary implications: a fork. The fork had existed for centuries in the Byzantine Empire and parts of the Middle East, but it was Catherine de' Medici who really popularised it in Western Europe when she brought the custom from Italy to France in 1533. At first, people thought forks were pretentious, even sinful. After all, God gave you fingers for eating. But slowly the fork's practicality won out. Using a fork required learning entirely new skills. You couldn't just stab at your food randomly. There was a right way and a wrong way. The fork went in your left hand, the knife in your right. You used the knife to cut and the fork to spear and lift to your mouth. It was a kind of dance, a coordination of both hands working together. Mastering it marked you as educated and refined. Italian etiquette manuals from this period are wonderfully detailed. They explain not just what to do, but why. Don't blow on your food to cool it. Wait patiently for it to cool naturally. Don't make noise when you eat. Chew quietly and deliberately. Don't gesture wildly with your hands while talking. Keep your movements controlled and graceful. Every action should demonstrate restraint, patience, and consideration. The Renaissance obsession with classical antiquity extended to dining. Wealthy hosts tried to recreate Roman banquets with similar reclining couches and elaborate courses. But they also added new elements: printed menus describing each course, decorative sculptures made of sugar or marzipan, and even mechanical devices that moved dishes around the table. Dining became theatre, spectacle, and art. Picture yourself at one of these elaborate Renaissance dinners. The first course arrives, a delicate soup served in painted bowls. You notice everyone picking up the bowl carefully, bringing it to their lips to sip rather than slurping from a spoon. The warmth of the soup, the subtle flavours of herbs and cream, the gentle clink of ceramic against the table, it's all very refined, very controlled. Between courses, servants appear with water and cloths for hand washing, even though you're using utensils and theoretically not getting your hands dirty. It's become more ritual than necessity, a pause in the meal that allows for conversation and digestion. The water is scented, perhaps with lavender or lemon, and the cloths are warmed. Even the practical aspects of dining have become luxurious. The French court took Italian refinement and elevated it further. Under Louis XIV, dining at Versailles became so elaborate that it required guidebooks. The Sun King dined in public like a medieval lord, but with such ceremony that watching him eat was considered entertainment. There were officials whose only job was to carry the king's napkin, others who tasted his food, and still others who managed the progression of courses. French etiquette introduced the concept of service à la française, French service, where all the dishes for each course were placed on the table simultaneously, creating an impressive display. You didn't simply eat. You surveyed the options, made choices, and constructed your own meal from the available dishes. It required both decision-making and restraint. You couldn't try everything without appearing greedy. Napkins evolved during this period into something approaching what we use today. Renaissance napkins were large squares of linen, often embroidered with family crests or decorative patterns. They had multiple uses: wiping your fingers and a mouth, protecting your clothing, and even being tied around your neck like a bib for particularly saucy dishes. Some etiquette manuals suggested elaborate napkin folds that could take servants hours to perfect. The seating arrangement at Renaissance dinners followed strict protocols. The most important guests sat to the host's right, the second most important to their left, and so on down the table in descending order of rank. Where you sat announced your social status to everyone present. This created a physical representation of social hierarchy, with the table itself becoming a map of power and prestige. Music often accompanied these elaborate meals, but it was carefully chosen to be soothing rather than stimulating. Soft lute music, perhaps, or a small ensemble playing gentle madrigals. The music filled the spaces between conversation without overwhelming it, like a sonic tablecloth underneath the sounds of dining. Even the music was refined, controlled, and perfectly pitched to enhance rather than dominate. As you imagine yourself in this Renaissance dining room, the candlelight, the music, the careful choreography of utensils and courses, notice how much more deliberate everything has become. Medieval dining was communal and energetic. Renaissance dining is individual and contemplative. Both have their charms, but there's something particularly peaceful about this new approach, where every movement is considered, every gesture meaningful. Let the refinement of it all wash over you. The careful placement of forks and knives, the gentle rhythm of courses, the soft candlelight reflecting off polished silver. This is dining as meditation, eating as an art form. Close your eyes and breathe in the lavender-scented water from the finger bowl, feel the smooth linen of the napkin, and hear the quiet clink of silver against ceramic. Everything is designed to create peace, beauty, and harmony. Now we're moving into the 19th century, and if you thought Renaissance dining was elaborate, just wait. The Victorian era took table manners and transformed them into something approaching rocket science. This was the peak of dining complexity, when knowing which fork to use could make or break your social standing. Settle deeper into your comfortable spot, because understanding Victorian table manners requires a kind of relaxed attention. If you try too hard to follow all the rules, you'll just get confused. Better to let them wash over you like a gentle, very particular wave. In Victorian Britain and America, the middle class was expanding rapidly. Suddenly, people who had grown up eating simple meals from simple dishes found themselves with enough money to host dinner parties. But having money wasn't enough. You also needed to know how to behave properly. This created a massive market for etiquette books, which multiplied like rabbits and filled pages with increasingly specific instructions. The Victorian dinner table was a marvel of organisation. At a formal dinner, you might have 6 or 7 different forks, each designed for a specific course. There was the fish fork with its slightly wider tines. The salad fork is smaller than the dinner fork, the oyster fork tiny and specialised. The placement of these utensils communicated the menu. You could read the table like a map of the meal to come. But forks were just the beginning. You also had multiple knives, a butter knife, a fish knife, a dinner knife, and a cheese knife. Multiple spoons, soup spoon, dessert spoon, and demitasse spoon for coffee. Multiple glasses, water goblet, red wine glass, white wine glass, sherry glass, and champagne flute. A fully set Victorian table could have 20 pieces of silverware and glassware per person. The rule for using all these utensils was actually quite simple, though memorising what went where was complex. Start from the outside and work your way in. The outermost fork was for the first course, the next one in for the second course, and so on. This meant you didn't need to know what each utensil was called, you just needed to know the sequence. Picture yourself at a Victorian dinner party. You're wearing formal clothing that's slightly uncomfortable, corsets for women, tight collars for men. The dining room is elaborately decorated with heavy curtains, ornate furniture, and multiple layers of table linens. The table itself is a landscape of china, crystal, and silver, all gleaming in the light from a chandelier overhead. The meal begins with soup served by gloved servants who move silently around the table. You pick up your soup spoon, the largest spoon at your place setting, and here's where it gets specific. You're supposed to spoon soup away from you, not toward you. This prevents drips from falling on your clothing. You sip from the side of the spoon, not the tip. You never, ever blow on the soup to cool it, no matter how hot it is. When you've finished your soup, you place the spoon on the plate beneath the bowl, handle pointing to the 4 o'clock position. This signals to the servants that you're done and they can clear your place. Every position of the utensils communicated something. Resting position meant you were pausing, and finished position meant they could clear. Between each course, servants would change not just the plates but also the utensils. What you'd eaten fish with would be replaced with fresh implements for the next course. This created a rhythm to the meal. Eat, pause while the table is cleared and reset, eat the next course, pause again. The pauses were for conversation, which was as choreographed as the eating. Victorian conversation rules were elaborate. You were supposed to talk to the person on your right during some courses and the person on your left during others. Topics were carefully circumscribed, nothing too political, religious or personal. The weather was safe. Recent books were acceptable. Garden design was perfect. The goal was pleasant, uncontroversial conversation that helped digestion rather than hindering it. Napkin use had evolved into an art form. When you sat down, you unfolded your napkin and placed it across your lap. Never tucked into your collar like a bib. You used it to dab your mouth, not wipe vigorously. If you needed to leave the table temporarily, you placed the napkin on your chair. Only when the meal was completely finished did you put the napkin on the table, and even then, you didn't fold it neatly. That might suggest you expected to use the same napkin again, implying your host didn't have enough clean napkins for every meal. The Victorian era introduced what the French called service à la Russe, Russian service, which replaced the French style. Instead of all dishes appearing at once, Russian service brought one course at a time, already plated. This was more practical for homes without large staffs of servants, and created a more controlled, sequential dining experience. The meal became like a story unfolding chapter by chapter. Women's etiquette books had additional rules. You were never supposed to appear too hungry. You should eat slowly, in small bites, showing restraint and delicacy. Foods that required messy eating, lobster, artichokes, whole fruits, should be approached with extreme care, or avoided entirely in formal situations. The goal was to eat sufficiently without appearing to actually need food, which is quite the mental gymnastics when you think about it. Alcohol consumption was carefully regulated by social rules. Gentlemen could drink more freely, but even they were expected to maintain perfect composure. Ladies might have a glass of wine with dinner, but were encouraged to dilute it with water and sip rather than drink. Toasting was a complex ritual with its own protocols. Who could propose toasts, when, and how everyone should respond? The length of Victorian formal dinners could be astonishing. 7 or 8 courses spread over 3 or 4 hours wasn't unusual for an important dinner party. This required enormous stamina from both hosts and guests. You had to pace yourself, eating enough to be polite, but not so much that you would be uncomfortably full before the meal ended. Imagine how these long dinners must have felt. The initial excitement of arriving and seeing the beautifully set table. The careful attention required for the first few courses, making sure you used the right utensils and followed all the rules. The gradual relaxation as wine and conversation flowed. The slight fatigue set in around course 5 or 6. The gentle relief when dessert finally appeared, signalling the approaching end. What's interesting about Victorian table manners is how much they were about demonstrating control over your appetite, your emotions, your movements, and your conversation. Every aspect of dining became an opportunity to show that you were civilized, educated, and refined enough to belong in polite society. It was exhausting, but it was also strangely meditative. When every action is prescribed, you stop worrying about what to do and simply follow the pattern. As you drift in that pleasant space between waking and sleeping, imagine the soft clink of fine china, the gentle murmur of appropriate conversation, and the gleam of candlelight on crystal. Victorian dining rooms must have been peaceful in their own formal way, everyone following the same elaborate choreography, moving through the meal like dancers who all know the steps. Let that formality relax you rather than stress you. There's something soothing about knowing exactly what's expected, about moving through prescribed patterns. Victorian table manners might have been complex, but they created a framework that made social interaction predictable, and therefore, in its way, peaceful. As we move into the 20th century, something wonderful happens to table manners. They start absorbing influences from around the world. The elaborate European rules that had dominated for centuries begin mixing with customs from Asia, Africa, the Middle East and the Americas, creating a richer, more diverse understanding of how people can eat together. Let your mind drift across the globe now, visiting different dining traditions, each with its own beauty and logic. We'll travel gently, like a slow boat on a calm sea, stopping at various ports to observe and appreciate. In Japan, table manners revolve around respect, for the food, for those who prepared it, and for your dining companions. Before eating, you say itadakimasu, which roughly translates to "I humbly receive this food." It acknowledges the plants and animals that gave their lives, the people who prepared the meal, and the natural forces that made it all possible. This single word turns eating into gratitude. Chopstick etiquette in Japan is wonderfully specific. Never stick chopsticks vertically into rice. That's how food is offered to the dead. Never pass food from chopstick to chopstick. That resembles a funeral ritual. Never point chopsticks at people or wave them around while talking. The rules aren't arbitrary. They all connect to deeper cultural meanings about respect and awareness. Picture a Japanese meal. You're sitting on a tatami mat, perhaps with a low table before you. Multiple small dishes are arranged beautifully, each one a miniature work of art. There's rice in a lacquered bowl, miso soup steaming gently, carefully arranged vegetables and perhaps some fish. You pick up your chopsticks, hold them correctly, which takes practice, and begin eating slowly, appreciating each flavour separately. The pace of a traditional Japanese meal is beautifully meditative. Small portions mean you eat slowly. The variety of dishes means you're constantly experiencing new flavours and textures. Slurping noodles is not just acceptable but encouraged. It cools the noodles and enhances the flavour. The sound of slurping noodles in a Japanese restaurant is the sound of appreciation, pleasure and enjoyment. Travel with me now to India, where eating with your hands is not only common but also considered preferable for certain foods. There's a technique to it. You use your right hand only, and specifically your fingers, not your palm. You mix the rice or bread with curry or dal, forming a small ball, and lift it to your mouth with your thumb pushing from behind. This isn't careless or messy, it's actually quite precise. The temperature of the food, the texture, the way flavours combine, all of this is enhanced by the tactile experience of eating with your hands. Western utensils create a barrier between you and your food. Indian eating customs remove that barrier, making the meal more intimate and immediate. Indian dining etiquette emphasises hospitality above almost everything else. Guests are served first and encouraged to eat their fill. Refusing food is considered insulting to the host. There's a phrase in Hindi, Atithi Devo Bhava, which means the guest is God. This philosophy shapes everything about how meals are served and shared. Drift now to Ethiopia, where communal eating reaches a beautiful extreme with the practice of eating from a shared platter. Injera, a spongy flatbread, covers a large plate, and various stews and vegetables are spooned onto it. Everyone eats from the same platter, tearing off pieces of injera to scoop up the food. There are no individual plates, no personal portions, just shared abundance. There's even a practice called gursha, where you tear off a piece of injera with food and feed it directly to someone else at the table, usually a guest or someone you want to honour. This intimate act of feeding another person is a gesture of love and respect. It breaks down barriers between people more effectively than any formal etiquette rule could. In the Middle East, hospitality and generosity define dining customs. Coffee service becomes an elaborate ritual involving multiple rounds and specific protocols. Meals often begin with mezze, small dishes of appetizers that encourage lingering tasting and conversation. The pace is unhurried. Rushing through a meal would insult both the food and your companions. Traditional Middle Eastern dining often happens on floor cushions around a low table, or cloth spread on the ground. The posture itself, sitting cross-legged or with legs to the side, creates a relaxed atmosphere. You can't eat formal course after formal course when you're lounging on cushions. The environment encourages ease and comfort. Mexican dining customs blend indigenous and Spanish influences into something unique. The concept of sobremesa, the time spent lingering at the table after a meal, is central to Mexican food culture. The meal itself might last an hour. The sobremesa could last 2 or 3. This isn't wasted time. It's when real conversation happens, when relationships deepen, and when the community strengthens. Chinese banquets introduced the Lazy Susan, a rotating platform in the centre of the table that makes sharing dishes effortless. Everyone can access everything without reaching or asking for things to be passed. It's both practical and symbolic, representing the circular nature of community and the idea that everyone has equal access to shared resources. Korean dining brings side dishes called banchan, small portions of kimchi, vegetables and other items that accompany the main meal. These are communal and replenished throughout the meal. The number of banchan reflects the formality of the occasion. More banchan means more honour to the guests. It's a quantifiable demonstration of respect and care. What's beautiful about experiencing all these different traditions is realising that table manners aren't about arbitrary European rules. They're about creating frameworks for connection, respect, and community. Japanese chopstick etiquette, Indian hand-eating techniques, Ethiopian communal platters, and Middle Eastern hospitality, they're all saying the same thing in different languages. Eating together matters, and how we do it shapes who we become together. The 20th century saw these traditions increasingly interact as travel became easier, and immigration brought new communities to new places. A child growing up in London might experience chopsticks at a Chinese restaurant, eat with their hands at an Indian friend's house, and use a knife and fork at home. This mixing created people who were fluent in multiple dining languages and able to move comfortably between different food cultures. What emerges from this global exchange is a kind of meta-etiquette, the understanding that different situations call for different manners, and that being polite means adapting to the customs of your hosts rather than insisting on your own habits. If you're invited to a Japanese home, you remove your shoes and sit on the floor. If you're eating Ethiopian food, you share from the communal platter. Flexibility becomes the highest form of good manners. This also means that the rigid Victorian rules start loosening. Yes, there are still formal dinners with specific protocols, but they're increasingly seen as one option among many rather than the only correct way to eat. A casual meal with friends might involve pizza eaten with hands straight from the box. A business lunch might be salad at a desk. A celebration dinner might be an elaborate multi-course affair. Each context has its appropriate customs, and navigating them successfully requires awareness rather than memorization. As you imagine yourself moving between these different dining cultures, the tatami mats of Japan, the cushioned floor of a Moroccan home, the communal table of an Ethiopian restaurant, the formal dining room of a European-style dinner party, feel how each environment invites a different kind of presence. Some are meditative and precise, others are warm and communal, and still others are formal and structured. All of them are valid. All of them have something to teach. The blending of global influences also brings new foods to new places, and with those foods come new challenges for table manners. How do you eat sushi politely? Is it okay to use your hands for tacos? What's the proper way to approach po, with its complicated combination of noodles, broth, herbs, and condiments? These questions don't have single answers. They depend on context, company, and cultural sensitivity. What's delightful is watching how different cultures handle the same practical problems in different ways. Everybody needs to clean their hands before and after eating. The Japanese use oshibori, hot, damp towels. Middle Eastern cultures offer rose water in beautiful bowls. Europeans provide finger bowls with lemon. Americans might just gesture toward the bathroom. Same need, different elegant solutions. Similarly, every culture has developed ways to show respect for food and those who prepared it. Saying grace before meals, offering the first portion to elders, complimenting the cook, and leaving a small amount on your plate to show you've been well fed. These customs vary in detail but unite in purpose. They all acknowledge that eating is more than just a biological necessity. It's a spiritual and social act. Let yourself relax into this beautiful diversity. There's no single right way to eat, no universal code of table manners that applies everywhere. Instead, there's a rich tapestry of customs, each reflecting the values, environment and history of the people who practice them. Understanding this can be liberating. You don't need to know every rule, just the willingness to observe, adapt and show respect. As we drift into the 21st century, your time, the present moment, table manners find themselves in an interesting position. The elaborate Victorian rules still exist in certain contexts, but they're no longer the default assumption for every meal. Instead, modern table manners are situational, flexible, and increasingly focused on practical considerations rather than arbitrary status markers. The pace of modern life has changed how we eat in fundamental ways. Quick lunches at desks, grabbing dinner between activities, eating while commuting. These weren't options in previous eras. This creates tension between traditional notions of proper dining and the realities of contemporary schedules. The result is a kind of bifurcation. Some meals are formal and traditional, others are pragmatic and casual, and navigating between them requires a different kind of social intelligence. Think about your own meals over the past week. Probably some were eaten quickly, maybe while doing something else. Perhaps you had breakfast standing at the counter, lunch at your desk and dinner in front of the television. These meals have their own informal etiquette, not the kind written in books, but the kind that emerges from shared understanding about what's acceptable. But then maybe you also had a meal that felt more significant. Dinner with family, where everyone sat down together, lunch with a friend at a restaurant, a holiday gathering with extended family. For these meals, different rules applied, not necessarily formal rules, but rules nonetheless. You probably put your phone away, engaged in conversation, and paid attention to your eating pace relative to others. This is the dance of modern table manners, knowing when to apply which standards, understanding the unspoken expectations of different situations, and being able to shift gears smoothly. It's actually more complex than Victorian etiquette in some ways, because at least Victorians knew the rules were always the same. Modern diners need to read contexts and adapt constantly. The smartphone has introduced entirely new etiquette questions. Is it okay to check your phone during dinner? To photograph your food? To scroll through social media between courses? The answers depend on who you ask and what the situation is. A casual lunch with close friends might include phones on the table. A formal business dinner definitely wouldn't. We're still collectively negotiating these norms. Food photography has become its own phenomenon. Millions of people photograph their meals and share them online, turning every plate into potential content. Traditional etiquette would probably faint at this practice, taking pictures of food before eating it, delaying a hot meal to get the right lighting. But modern manners are evolving to accommodate this new reality, with some restaurants even designing dishes to be photogenic. The rise of dietary restrictions and food preferences has also changed table manners. Vegetarians, vegans, people with allergies, and religious dietary requirements, all of these create situations that require new forms of consideration. Good hosts ask about dietary restrictions before planning menus. Good guests communicate their needs clearly and appreciate efforts made on their behalf. It's old-fashioned consideration applied to new situations. Environmental consciousness is influencing table manners too. Reducing food waste has become a form of politeness. Using reusable containers instead of disposables. Choosing sustainable foods. These might seem like personal choices rather than etiquette, but they're increasingly seen as part of being a considerate diner and community member. The concept of mindful eating has introduced meditative practices to mealtime. eating slowly, paying attention to flavours and textures, and being present with your food rather than distracted by devices or thoughts. These practices borrow from Buddhist traditions and contemporary wellness culture. They're not quite table manners in the traditional sense, but they're definitely etiquette for how to relate to food and the act of eating. Tipping culture creates its own complex etiquette, varying dramatically by country and even by city. In some places, tipping is essential and expected. In others, it's insulting. The amounts vary, the situations where it's appropriate vary, and even the method of tipping varies. It's a minefield of social expectations that somehow everyone is expected to navigate without explicit instruction. Family dinner tables have changed dramatically. Where Victorian families might have formal dinners every night, modern families are lucky to gather everyone for meals a few times a week. This scarcity makes shared meals more precious but also less practiced. Children might grow up with fewer examples of table manners, learning them in fits and starts rather than through daily repetition. Yet there's also a counter-movement toward reclaiming the dinner table. Slow food movements, farm-to-table restaurants, cooking classes, and meal kit services, all of these represent people trying to make eating together more intentional, more valued, and more ceremonial. It's as if, having gone through a period of extreme casualization, we're collectively realizing that something important was lost and trying to get it back. Restaurant etiquette has evolved too. The rise of casual fine dining has created spaces where you might encounter amazing food without formal dress codes or elaborate protocols. You can eat Michelin-starred cuisine while wearing jeans. This democratization of fancy food has made high-quality dining more accessible, but also more confusing. How formal should you be in these spaces? Food delivery and takeout have created new situations with their own unwritten rules. Do you tip delivery drivers the same as restaurant servers? How do you tip for pickup orders? What's appropriate when ordering through apps versus calling directly? These questions didn't exist 20 years ago. Now they're part of everyday dining life. The pandemic added another layer of complexity, introducing concepts like outdoor dining, takeout cocktails, and virtual dinner parties. Some of these innovations will probably fade, others might become permanent parts of how we share meals. Table manners are adapting in real time, and we're all participating in creating the new norms. What's interesting about modern table manners is that they're more democratic than they've ever been. Victorian etiquette was explicitly about class distinction. Knowing the rules marked you as upper class. Not knowing them marked you as an outsider. Modern etiquette is more about context and consideration. The goal isn't to demonstrate superior breeding, but to make everyone comfortable and show respect for the situation. This shift reflects broader social changes. We're less hierarchical than Victorians, more global than medieval Europeans, and more diverse than Renaissance Italians. Our table manners need to accommodate all of that complexity while still serving the fundamental purpose of making shared meals pleasant and meaningful. As you think about your own relationship to table manners, notice how much unconscious knowledge you actually have. You probably know when to use formal manners and when to relax. You likely adapt your behaviour based on who you're eating with and where you're eating. You've internalized thousands of small rules without ever explicitly learning them. This is how etiquette has always worked, really. The written rules are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them is an ocean of unspoken understanding about consideration, respect, and social harmony. Modern table manners might seem chaotic compared to Victorian rigidity, but they're actually quite sophisticated in their flexibility and adaptiveness. Let that understanding settle over you like a soft blanket. You already know how to navigate these situations. You've been doing it your whole life, learning and adapting and reading social cues. Table manners aren't a test you need to pass. They're a dance you already know how to do, even if you've never formally studied the steps. As we approach the end of our journey through the history of table manners, let's pause to consider what all of this reveals about human nature. Because table manners, when you really think about them, are about much more than knowing which fork to use. At their core, table manners are about transforming a biological necessity, eating, into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. Every culture that has ever existed has developed some form of dining etiquette, which suggests that this transformation is something humans fundamentally need. We're not content to simply fuel our bodies. We want to make the process meaningful. Think about what table manners actually accomplish. They slow us down, making us eat more deliberately. They create predictable patterns that reduce social anxiety. When everyone follows the same rules, there's less uncertainty about how to behave. They demonstrate respect for food, for those who prepared it, and for our dining companions. They turn eating from a solitary act into a communal ritual. The evolution of table manners mirrors the evolution of civilization itself. As societies became more complex, table manners became more elaborate. As global connections increased, table manners absorbed more diverse influences. As social hierarchies shifted, table manners became more democratic. The history of how we eat together is, in miniature, the history of how we've learned to live together. There's something deeply comforting about this continuity. Your medieval ancestors worried about table manners. Your Victorian great-great-grandparents memorized fork placement. Your parents taught you to chew with your mouth closed. This chain of transmission, stretching back thousands of years, connects you to every human who has ever shared a meal and wondered about the right way to do it. The anxiety many people feel about table manners, worrying about doing something wrong, feeling uncertain in formal dining situations, is actually evidence of how much we care about connection and belonging. We worry because we want to show respect, because we want to be included, and because we recognise that how we behave at the table signals something important about who we are. But here's the beautiful secret that becomes clear when you study table manners across cultures and centuries. The specific rules matter much less than the spirit behind them. Victorian silver arrangements and Japanese chopstick protocols look completely different, but they're both expressing the same values: respect, consideration, mindfulness, and community. You can follow every rule perfectly and still be a terrible dinner companion if you lack those underlying values. This means that good table manners are ultimately about awareness of the food, of your fellow diners, of the context, and of your own behaviour. Whether you're using a fork or chopsticks or your hands doesn't matter as much as whether you're being thoughtful, considerate, and present. The most important table manner, the one that transcends all cultural variations and historical changes, might simply be this: pay attention. Pay attention to what you're eating, savouring flavours rather than mindlessly consuming. Pay attention to who you're eating with, engaging with them rather than being distracted. Pay attention to the moment, recognising that this meal, like all meals, is temporary and therefore precious. When you think about it this way, table manners become a form of meditation. The careful placement of utensils, the deliberate pace of eating, and the mindful conversation, all of these create a structured opportunity to be fully present. In a world that constantly demands our attention and fragments our focus, mealtimes offer a rare chance to be completely here, now, engaged with the physical and social reality immediately in front of us. This is perhaps why so many spiritual traditions include ritual meals. The Jewish Sabbath dinner, Christian communion, Islamic iftar, and Buddhist monks' meals. All of these use food and communal eating as vehicles for something transcendent. Table manners, at their best, point toward this same transcendence. They elevate the ordinary act of eating into something sacred. Even casual modern meals can carry this quality if we let them. That quick lunch with a colleague becomes an opportunity to strengthen a relationship. That family dinner, even if everyone's slightly distracted and someone's checking their phone, still creates a moment of togetherness. That solo meal, if eaten mindfully, becomes a practice of self-care and presence. The future of table manners is still being written. Will we return to more formal dining as a reaction against modern casualness? Will new technologies create entirely new eating situations that require new etiquette? Will global integration create a universal set of table manners, or will we maintain our beautiful diversity of customs? Probably all of these things will happen in different ways, in different places for different people. table manners will continue to evolve because they've always evolved, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their fundamental purpose, making the act of eating together more meaningful, more pleasant, and more human. As you lie there in comfort, full of new knowledge about how humans have tried to make eating civilized across the millennia, let yourself appreciate the simple fact that you're part of this long tradition. Every meal you share with others, whether formal or casual, whether you follow every rule or make it up as you go, connects you to every human who has ever broken bread with another person. Your table manners, whatever they are part of an ongoing human conversation about how we should live together. And that conversation, that continuous attempt to transform biological necessity into social art, is one of the things that makes us most human. Let's end where we began, imagining a meal, but now with all the accumulated wisdom of human history informing our vision. Picture the perfect meal, combining everything we've learned. It takes place at a table, maybe high, maybe low, maybe not a table at all, but a cloth spread on the ground. The setting is comfortable, whether that means formal chairs or floor cushions or something in between. The important thing is that you feel at ease, able to relax into the experience. The lighting is gentle, candles perhaps, or natural light filtering through windows, or the soft glow of a setting sun. Nothing harsh or clinical, just enough light to see the food and your companions clearly. The temperature is perfectly comfortable, not too hot or cold, with just enough air movement to feel fresh without being drafty. Before you is food that someone prepared with care. Maybe it's simple, maybe elaborate. Maybe it came from across the world, maybe from just down the road. The specifics don't matter as much as the attention that went into it. Someone thought about what would nourish and please and then made it happen. You have the right implements for eating, whatever those are for this particular meal. Fork and knife, chopsticks, a piece of flatbread, your hands. It doesn't matter, because you know how to use them and they feel natural in your grasp. The table is set appropriately for the occasion, with everything you need within easy reach. Around the table are people you care about. They might be family, friends, colleagues, or even strangers who will become friends by meal's end. Their presence makes the food taste better, the experience richer, and the moment more complete. You can see their faces clearly, hear their voices easily, and feel their presence without crowding. The meal begins with some acknowledgement, perhaps formal grace, perhaps a simple toast, perhaps just a moment of shared appreciation before the first bite. This brief pause creates a threshold, marking the transition from ordinary time to mealtime, from scattered activity to shared focus. You eat slowly enough to taste what you're eating. The flavours register fully, salt and sweet, bitter and sour, and the complex middle notes that make food interesting. Textures matter too. Crisp and soft, smooth and rough, and the way different foods play against each other in your mouth. You're not just consuming calories, you're experiencing something. The conversation flows naturally, with space for both talking and eating. No one dominates, everyone contributes. Topics range freely, but stay pleasant. This isn't the place for argument or stress, though real discussion is welcome. Laughter comes easily, along with the comfortable silences of people who don't need to fill every moment with noise. The pace is unhurried. If there are multiple courses, they arrive with enough time between them for digestion and conversation. If it's a single course, everyone eats at roughly the same speed, with no one feeling rushed or held back. Time becomes elastic, expanding to fill whatever space the meal needs. You're present, not thinking about what comes next, not dwelling on what came before, just here in this moment with this food and these people. Your phone is somewhere else, or at least silenced and ignored. The outside world can wait. Right now, there's only this table, this meal, this company. When the meal ends, and all meals must end eventually, it ends gently. There's no abrupt transition, no rushed clearing of plates. Perhaps there's coffee or tea, perhaps just a lingering at the table, extending the experience a few more precious minutes. The acknowledgement that it's ending makes the last moment sweeter. You leave the table satisfied but not overstuffed, nourished in body and spirit and grateful for the food and the company and the time. The memory of this meal will settle into you, becoming part of the accumulated experience of all good meals you've ever had. All the moments when eating together created something larger than the sum of its parts. This perfect meal doesn't require perfect manners in the Victorian sense. It doesn't need elaborate settings or expensive ingredients or impeccable protocol. What it needs is attention, consideration, and presence. Everything else, the specific customs, the particular foods, the exact setting, are just variations on these fundamental themes. And here's the wonderful secret. You can create this perfect meal, or something close to it, almost any time you choose. It doesn't require wealth or special knowledge or ideal circumstances. It just requires deciding that this meal, this moment, matters enough to give it your full attention. As you drift now towards sleep, let yourself hold the image of that perfect meal. Feel the contentment of a good meal shared with good company. Taste the flavours, hear the gentle conversation, and feel the warmth of connection. Let it all settle into you like satisfaction after eating, that sense of being well fed in every way that matters. All around the world at this very moment people are gathering to eat together. They're using different utensils, following different customs, and eating different foods. But they're all doing the same essential thing, transforming the act of eating into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. You're part of that global community of eaters, that vast human family that has always gathered around fires and tables and floors and picnic blankets to share food and lives. Your table manners, whatever they are your contribution to this ongoing human project of making eating together matter. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow there will be more meals, more opportunities to practice presence and consideration, and more chances to turn the simple act of eating into something approaching art. The history of table manners is still being written, and you're one of its authors. Dream of feasts and quiet dinners, of perfect moments around imperfect tables, of all the meals yet to come and all the ways they'll connect you to yourself and others. Dream of humanity's long journey from eating raw food with our fingers around prehistoric fires to whatever beautiful new dining customs the future will bring. And when you wake, remember, the next meal is a fresh opportunity to make that history just a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more mindful, and a little bit more human. Sleep well, the table is always waiting. Your eyes open slowly, and the first thing you notice that is wrong is the light. It's not the clean, bright morning you're used to. Instead, a murky yellowish glow filters through a window that seems smaller than it should be. The glass is thick and slightly wavy, and condensation has gathered in the corners like tiny pools waiting to spill. You're lying on something that feels like a mattress but isn't quite right. It's firmer than you expect, and you can feel the individual ridges beneath the fabric, horsehair stuffing, though you don't know that yet. The sheets are rough against your skin, not the smooth cotton you remember going to sleep in. They're linen, and they've been washed so many times they've achieved a texture somewhere between sandpaper and burlap, though they're surprisingly warm. The air tastes different. That's the strangest part, actually. You can taste the air. It has a thickness to it, like breathing in soup. There's coal smoke, obviously, but also something organic and vaguely unpleasant that you'll later realise is the Thames at low tide mixed with a few 100,000 coal fires burning simultaneously. Victorian London doesn't just smell, it announces itself with every breath. As you sit up, your body feels the same, but the room is entirely foreign. The ceiling is high, much higher than modern rooms, but the space somehow feels cramped anyway. Dark wallpaper, with an intricate pattern of flowers or vines covers the walls, and you realise with a start that there's no light switch. In fact, there are no electrical outlets at all. The room is lit by that strange window, and by the remnants of whatever coal fire burned in the small fireplace last night. You're wearing a nightshirt that feels like it's been cut from sail canvas. It's long, reaching past your knees, and there's absolutely nothing underneath it. The Victorians had very different ideas about sleepwear, and comfort wasn't high on their priority list. Modesty and practicality won that battle decisively. Standing up requires more effort than you expect. The floor is cold, proper cold that seeps through your bare feet like you're standing on a block of ice. The floorboards are bare wood, and you can feel every splinter and groove. There's a thin rug beside the bed, but it does little to combat the chill that seems to radiate from the very foundation of the building. The fog outside isn't like fog you've experienced before. This is the famous London pea super, a combination of natural mist and coal smoke that creates something almost supernatural. It presses against the windows like something alive, turning the street below into a series of shadows and suggestions rather than actual shapes. You can hear the city though, the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a street vendor somewhere in the murk, and the perpetual background hum of a million people going about their morning routines. Your modern instincts kick in, and you look for your phone. Of course, there isn't one. No phone, no laptop, no tablet, no screen of any kind. The silence in the room is complete except for the sounds drifting up from the street and the occasional creak of the building settling. It's the kind of quiet that makes you realise how much ambient noise you're used to. No refrigerator hum, no HVAC system, no electronics of any kind emitting their barely perceptible frequencies. There's a washstand in the corner with a ceramic pitcher and basin. The water in the pitcher has a thin skin of ice on it. This is how you'll wash your face this morning, by breaking ice with your fingers and splashing freezing water on your skin. The Victorians were apparently made of sterner stuff than modern humans, or perhaps they just didn't have a choice in the matter. A looking glass hangs above the washstand, and when you peer into it you see yourself but different. Your face is the same, but there's something in your expression. Perhaps it's the early morning confusion, or maybe it's the dawning realization that you're about to spend an entire day without any of the conveniences you've taken for granted your whole life. The room tells stories if you know how to read them. There's a chamber pot tucked discreetly under the bed, because bathrooms in the modern sense don't exist in most Victorian homes. There's a small coal scuttle by the fireplace with a few lumps of coal still in it. Your clothes for the day are laid out on a wooden chair that looks hand-carved and probably older than some modern countries. Getting dressed in Victorian clothing is going to be an adventure unto itself, but first you need to face that icy water and prepare yourself for a day in a world where everything familiar has been replaced with historical authenticity. The fog continues to press against the windows, and somewhere in the distance you hear a church bell marking the hour. It's 7 in the morning, and London is already awake. Stepping out onto a Victorian London street is like walking onto a stage where every person is an actor, and the set design is both magnificent and slightly horrifying. The fog has lifted somewhat, revealing a world that's simultaneously more impressive and more disturbing than you imagined. The cobblestones beneath your feet are uneven, worn smooth in some places and jagged in others. You're wearing boots now, proper Victorian boots that button up the side and take approximately 10 minutes to put on correctly. They're stiff, uncomfortable, and will probably give you blisters by noon, but they're better than the alternative. The streets here collect things you don't want touching your bare feet. The buildings loom above you in a way that modern architecture rarely manages. Victorian London was built upward out of necessity, and the result is streets that feel like canyons with ornate facades. Every building is different, each one competing to be more elaborate than its neighbours. There's carved stonework, decorative brickwork, and architectural flourishes that serve no practical purpose except to demonstrate that the owner had money to spend on looking prosperous. But the real star of the show is the sensory overload that hits you from every direction. Let's start with the horses, because Victorian London ran on horsepower in the most literal sense possible. Everywhere you look, there are horses, pulling hansom cabs, hauling delivery wagons, carrying individual riders, and standing patiently while their owners conduct business. And horses, as you're rapidly discovering, produce waste at an impressive rate. The streets are covered in it. Not completely, because there's an entire economy built around collecting horse manure, but enough that watching your step becomes second nature within minutes. Crossing sweepers, usually children, wait at intersections with their brooms, ready to clear a path through the muck for a penny. It's clever, entrepreneurial, and deeply depressing all at once. The smell is democratic. It affects everyone equally, from the finest gentleman in his tailcoat to the poorest street vendor. Coal smoke, horse manure, unwashed humanity, rotting vegetables from the markets, and the peculiar tang of industrial chemicals all combine into a scent that you'll eventually stop noticing simply because your nose will give up in self-defense. The noise is extraordinary. Without modern sound insulation or noise pollution laws, Victorian London operates at a volume that would violate every noise ordinance in a contemporary city. Iron-shod wheels on cobblestones create a constant rumble like perpetual thunder. Street vendors call out their wares in practiced rhythms that cut through the other noise. Horses whinny, dogs bark, children shout, and everywhere there's the background percussion of a city made of metal and stone banging against itself. The people are the most fascinating part. Everyone is wearing layers upon layers of clothing because central heating doesn't exist, and Victorian morality demands that every inch of skin be covered. The men are in suits or work clothes, all of them wearing hats of some description. Top hats for the wealthy, cloth caps for workers, and bowlers for the middle class. Removing your hat indoors or when greeting a lady is mandatory. Social signalling was practically an Olympic sport in Victorian times. The women are engineering marvels, those dresses you've seen in movies. They're actually understating the complexity. Under those beautiful fabrics is a construction project involving corsets, petticoats, bustles, and enough fabric to upholster a small sofa. Women's fashion in the 1880s was designed to create a specific silhouette that required substantial architecture to achieve. The result is that women move differently, smaller steps, careful postures, and an awareness of their clothing that modern fashion rarely demands. Social class is visible at a glance. The wealthy glide by in private carriages, their clothing pristine and elaborate. The middle class walks or takes omnibuses, their clothes respectable but practical. The working poor wear whatever holds together, often visibly patched and worn thin from years of use. Children from poor families often go barefoot even in cold weather, their faces smudged with the ever-present coal dust that settles on everything. The street vendors add a carnival atmosphere to the urban landscape. Pie sellers carry their wares in wooden trays hung from their necks, calling out, "Hot pies," "meat pies," in voices trained to carry half a block. Flower girls offer posies from baskets that look bigger than they are. Men sell everything from matches to bootlaces to mysterious items you can't quite identify. Each one has their own pitch, their own territory, and their own regular customers who they know by sight. The omnibuses, horse-drawn precursors to public buses, lumber through the streets like mobile chaos. They're painted in bright colours, advertising their routes, and they're always full. The driver sits up top, exposed to the weather, while passengers cram inside or climb the stairs to the open-air upper deck. It costs a few pence to ride, and the conductor moves through the crowd collecting fares with practised efficiency. Hansom cabs zip through the traffic with the agility of sports cars, their drivers shouting warnings to pedestrians who don't move fast enough. These are the taxis of Victorian London, and their drivers are legendary for knowing every street and shortcut in the city. They're also legendary for their colourful language when other traffic gets in their way, though you're not supposed to acknowledge hearing it. The architecture tells you where you are in London's complex social geography. The grand buildings of Westminster and the West End advertise imperial power and wealth. The commercial chaos of the city, London's financial district, bustles with clerks and businessmen. The residential squares of Bloomsbury and Belgravia hide elegant homes behind iron railings and private gardens. And everywhere else is the vast middle and working class London that houses the millions who make the city function. You notice the air quality improving as you walk. Well, improving is relative. It's still terrible by modern standards. But you've moved away from a particularly smoky area. The fog has reduced to a light haze, and you can actually see the sky. though it's a grey that suggests the sun is more theoretical than actual today. Public buildings provide punctuation in the urban landscape. Churches tower above surrounding structures, their spires reaching toward heaven in defiance of the earthly muck below. The new post offices, Victorian Britain was modernising its communications infrastructure, stand proud with their official architecture and busy traffic of people sending letters and telegrams. Banks look like temples, which is probably intentional, given that money was its own kind of religion in Victorian society. The parks are sanctuaries from the urban intensity. Even small squares of green space offer relief from the stone and brick that dominates everywhere else. The grass is real, the trees are mature, and for a few moments you can breathe air that hasn't been processed through coal fires and horse lungs. By mid-morning, Victorian London has fully awakened, and the city operates with a complexity that rivals any modern metropolis. The difference is that everything requires doing by hand, with animals, or through mechanical contraptions that would look steampunk if they weren't completely authentic. The shops are opening, and shopping in Victorian London is nothing like pushing a cart through a supermarket. Most shops are small, specialised affairs where the shopkeeper knows their inventory personally and keeps it behind the counter. You don't browse, you ask for what you want, and they fetch it. The relationship between customer and shopkeeper is formal and ritualised, with proper greetings and polite inquiries about health and weather before anyone mentions what you're actually there to purchase. The baker's shop smells of yeast and coal smoke. The bread is baked in coal-fired ovens, and the result is delicious but distinctly flavoured by its cooking method. The loaves are crusty, dense, and absolutely nothing like modern sliced bread. They're sold by weight, and the baker's apprentice wraps your purchase in paper that will disintegrate if it gets damp. The butcher's shop is an experience that requires a strong stomach. Whole animals hang in the window, and the butcher prepares your order while you wait, cutting and wrapping with practiced efficiency. Refrigeration doesn't exist, so meat is sold fresh and meant to be cooked soon. The smell is strong, and you try not to think too hard about hygiene standards that won't be formalised for another several decades. The greengrocer offers produce that's seasonal, local and muddy. No plastic wrap, no refrigeration, no produce that's travelled thousands of miles to reach London. What's available depends entirely on what's growing in England right now or what's just arrived from Europe. The variety is limited compared to modern supermarkets, but the flavour is often stronger. Vegetables that haven't been bred for transportability taste like themselves in ways that modern produce sometimes doesn't. The working day for most Londoners started at dawn and will continue until dusk or later. Factory workers have been at their machines for hours already, operating equipment that's dangerous, noisy and exhausting. Office workers, a growing class in Victorian London, are bent over desks, copying documents by hand or operating the new typewriters that are revolutionising paperwork. Shop assistants stand behind their counters for 12 or 14-hour stretches because sitting down while working is considered lazy. The pace of life is simultaneously slower and more exhausting than modern work. Everything takes longer. There are no computers, no phones, and no quick communication of any kind beyond sending a messenger boy. But the physical demands are relentless. Even supposedly genteel office work involves writing by hand for hours, which is more tiring than it sounds. Street life provides constant entertainment if you're observing rather than participating. The urchins running errands, the ladies doing their morning shopping with servants carrying their purchases, the businessmen hurrying to appointments, the police constables walking their beats in their distinctive uniforms and tall helmets. Everyone is part of an intricate social choreography that operates on rules you're only beginning to understand. The postal system is remarkably efficient. Letters posted in the morning will be delivered that same day in London, carried by postmen who walk their routes multiple times daily. The telegraph, Victorian London's fastest communication technology, can send messages across the country in minutes, though it's expensive and used primarily for important business or emergencies. The class system is visible in every interaction. The wealthy don't acknowledge the poor unless they're servants or tradespeople providing services. The middle class imitates the wealthy while trying to distance themselves from the workers. The poor navigate a world where their existence is often treated as a necessary evil or an unfortunate reality to be ignored. It's uncomfortable to watch, even more uncomfortable to participate in, and completely normal to everyone around you. The afternoon in Victorian London operates on different rhythms than the morning. By 2 o'clock, the city has shifted gears. The frantic morning energy has settled into something more sustained and purposeful, though no less busy. Lunch is a concept that varies wildly by class. The wealthy are sitting down to elaborate multi-course affairs in their dining rooms, served by staff who appear and disappear silently. The middle class might have a simple meal at home or in one of the new restaurants that are becoming fashionable. Workers grab whatever they can afford from street vendors: a pie, some bread and cheese, perhaps a cup of tea from a vendor with a portable urn. The tea itself deserves attention because Victorian Britain ran on tea the way modern society runs on coffee. Strong, black and sweetened with sugar that's still enough of a luxury that people measure it carefully. Milk is added if you can afford it, and the result is a drink that's more fortification than refreshment. Tea breaks punctuate the working day like markers on a timeline. Brief respites from labour that's often monotonous and always demanding. The streets have changed character since morning. The commercial deliveries that dominated early hours have given way to personal traffic. Ladies visiting for afternoon calls, gentlemen conducting business, and servants running errands for their employers. The traffic is still intense, but it's more varied, more social, and less about getting goods from one place to another. The public houses, pubs, are open, and they serve as social centres for working-class London. These aren't the charming establishments you might imagine from period dramas. They're often crowded, smoky, and filled with people seeking temporary escape from lives that are physically exhausting and financially precarious. The beer is warm, flat by modern standards, and considerably stronger than contemporary brews. For the middle and upper classes, afternoon visiting is serious business. Ladies call on each other's homes according to elaborate social protocols. You leave cards, and you sit in parlours drinking tea and engaging in conversation that's simultaneously gossip and intelligence gathering. Who's engaged? Who's in financial trouble? Who's been seen with whom? Information flows through these afternoon calls like data through modern social networks. The Victorian parlour is a stage set designed to display wealth and good taste. Every surface is covered with something: doilies, decorative objects, photographs in elaborate frames, and books carefully chosen to suggest intellectual interests. The furniture is heavy, dark, and arranged to encourage formal conversation rather than relaxation. Comfort is less important than propriety. Children from wealthy families are supervised by nannies and governesses, learning the skills and knowledge appropriate to their class. Boys will eventually go to schools that prepare them for universities or business. Girls learn accomplishments like music, drawing, and languages that will make them attractive marriage prospects. Working-class children are often working themselves, in factories, as servants, or helping their families with piecework done at home. The afternoon also brings educational and cultural opportunities for those with time and money. Museums are open, though many charge admission fees that limit access to the middle and upper classes. Libraries exist, but are primarily subscription services. You pay an annual fee for borrowing privileges. Public education is expanding but still limited, and literacy rates reflect this reality. Hyde Park and other green spaces fill with afternoon strollers, the wealthy parade in their finest clothing seeing and being seen. The middle class takes more modest walks, enjoying fresh air that's marginally less polluted than the streets. The very poor might pass through on their way to other destinations, because leisure time is a luxury they can't afford. The light begins to change as afternoon progresses toward evening. The sun, which has been filtering weakly through cloud and smoke all day, starts its decline. The shadows lengthen, and there's a subtle shift in the city's energy. The afternoon's purposeful activity begins transitioning toward the evening's different rhythms. Street vendors change their offerings. Fewer vegetables and flowers, More hot food and small comforts for people heading home from work. The pie sellers do brisk business, as do the chestnut roasters who appear with their portable braziers, filling corners with the smell of roasting nuts that provides temporary relief from less pleasant urban odours. Traffic intensifies as businesses begin closing and workers head home. The omnibuses become even more crowded, packed with people who can afford the fare. Those who can't walk, often considerable distances, to reach homes in neighbourhoods that are cheaper because they're farther from employment centres. The Thames, which has been a presence all day, you can smell it even when you can't see it, becomes more prominent as you move toward the river. The docks are busy with ships from around the world, loading and unloading cargo that will be distributed throughout Britain. The river itself is working infrastructure, crowded with boats of every size, all of them contributing to London's position as the world's largest port. Watching the Thames, you're reminded that Victorian London was the centre of a global empire. The goods moving through those docks come from India, Australia, Africa, and the Caribbean, everywhere that British power and trade have reached. It's impressive and troubling simultaneously. The foundation of prosperity built on colonialism that won't be questioned for decades yet. As twilight approaches, Victorian London transforms into something that's simultaneously magical and ominous. The lamplighters begin their rounds, men with long poles who walk through the streets igniting the gas lamps that provide nighttime illumination. It's a job that exists only in the brief window between the introduction of gaslighting and the arrival of electricity, and watching them work feels like observing a ritual from another world. The gas lamps create pools of yellowish light that push back the darkness without quite conquering it. The spaces between lamps remain murky, and the overall effect is less like illumination and more like punctuation marks of brightness in an otherwise dark text. The light itself is different from electric lighting, softer, warmer, and somehow less reliable, as if it might go out at any moment. The quality of the evening depends entirely on where you are in London's complex social geography. In the West End, theatres are preparing for their evening performances. The theatres themselves are architectural gems, built to impress audiences even before the curtain rises. Gaslighting illuminates elaborate interiors decorated with plush and gilt, creating an atmosphere of grandeur that's designed to make attendees feel special just for being there. The shows are varied. Shakespeare performed by celebrated actors, musical entertainments, melodramas that allow audiences to boo villains and cheer heroes, and pantomimes that combine fairy tales with contemporary satire. The theatres are social spaces where different classes mix but remain separate. The wealthy in their private boxes and premium seats, the middle class in the stalls, and the working class in the gallery, where tickets are cheap and behaviour is rowdy. Music halls offer different entertainment, variety shows featuring singers, dancers, comedians, and specialty acts. These are less respectable than theatres and more working class in their audience and content. The atmosphere is raucous, the humour is broad, and drinking is encouraged. The music hall is where you go to forget your troubles rather than be elevated by art, though the distinction between the two is often less clear than Victorian moral guardians would prefer. In residential areas, evening routines vary by class but share common rhythms. Families gather for dinner, the main meal of the day for those who can afford it. The wealthy eat elaborate affairs served in formal dining rooms. The middle class has simpler fare but still maintains proper table manners and conversation. The working class makes do with whatever they can afford, often eating in kitchens that also serve as living rooms because their homes are too small for separate spaces. After dinner, the evening stretches ahead with far fewer entertainment options than modern life provides. Without televisions, computers or phones, people read, engage in hobbies, or simply talk. Letter writing is a common evening activity. Maintaining correspondence with family and friends requires regular attention, and the well-educated are expected to be articulate writers. For the working class, evening might mean a few hours at the pub before exhausted sleep, or working on piecework projects at home to supplement inadequate wages. Children are put to bed early, partly because childhood is shorter in practical terms, They'll be working soon enough, so rest now is pragmatic rather than coddling. The streets take on a different character after dark. Respectable people don't linger outside once night falls, because Victorian London has a well-deserved reputation for crime that's not entirely exaggerated. The police, a relatively new institution still finding its footing, patrol in pairs, their presence designed to reassure law-abiding citizens and deter criminals. But the city doesn't sleep. Night workers are everywhere. Bakers starting their work for tomorrow's bread, night soil men collecting waste from cesspits and privies, and market workers preparing for the next day's business. London operates on overlapping schedules, with some people ending their day as others begin theirs. The fog, which cleared somewhat during the day, often returns at night, thicker and more oppressive. Combined with the darkness and the limited lighting, navigating Victorian London after dark requires local knowledge or considerable courage. Streets that were merely crowded during the day become maze-like and vaguely threatening. There's a romance to the evening gaslight that photographers and artists have captured, but the lived reality is less picturesque. The light is dim enough that reading strains your eyes, and many Victorians suffer from vision problems, partly because they spend their lives squinting at things in inadequate illumination. The gas flames consume oxygen, making rooms stuffy, and they produce their own smell that adds to the complex olfactory symphony of Victorian urban life. For those with evening social engagements, dinner parties, card games, social calls, elaborate preparations are required. Evening dress is formal and highly specific and takes substantial time to put on correctly. Women's evening gowns are even more complex than their day wear, with lower necklines that scandalise foreign visitors but are perfectly acceptable within the confines of private entertainment. The dinner party is a performance where multiple courses are served. Conversation follows strict guidelines about appropriate topics, and every gesture and word is evaluated according to social rules that have been refined over generations. Getting through an evening without committing some faux pas requires constant attention to etiquette that modern people would find exhausting. Deep night in Victorian London is when the city reveals its most honest face. The social pretences of daylight fade, and what remains is a complex ecosystem of people surviving, thriving, working, and sleeping in a metropolis that never completely stops moving. The darkness is profound in ways that modern urban dwellers rarely experience. Even with gas lamps, large portions of London remain pitch black after midnight. The moon and stars, when visible through the perpetual haze of coal smoke, provide supplemental light, but it's not enough to eliminate the shadows that dominate the urban landscape. In wealthier neighbourhoods, the houses are mostly dark by 11 or midnight. Their inhabitants asleep behind heavy curtains that block both light and cold. The streets are quiet except for the occasional late cab returning someone from an evening engagement, the horses' hooves echoing off the buildings like a heartbeat in the darkness. But in working-class areas, night is when the city shows its desperation. Homeless people, and Victorian London has thousands of them, seek shelter in doorways, under bridges, and anywhere that provides minimal protection from the elements. The workhouses offer beds for those desperate enough to accept them, but they're so grim that many prefer the streets. The night soil men make their rounds, collecting human waste from cesspits and outdoor privies. It's disgusting work, but it pays relatively well because few people will do it. They work in the dark hours partly for practical reasons. Waste is easier to transport when the streets are empty, and partly to spare Victorian sensibilities from confronting too directly where all that waste goes. The Thames at night is busy with different traffic. Coal barges move under cover of darkness, docking at industrial sites along the river. Passenger ferries continue operating until late, carrying people across and along the river because bridges are still limited and often congested. The water itself is largely invisible in the darkness, marked more by sound and smell than sight. Criminal activity, which exists at all hours, becomes more brazen after dark. Pickpockets work the theatre crowds and pub districts. Burglars prefer homes where the inhabitants are asleep. The police patrol with increased vigilance, but they're vastly outnumbered, and Victorian London has plenty of dark corners where criminal enterprise can operate relatively undisturbed. The sounds of night are different from day. Without the constant rumble of commercial traffic, individual sounds become more distinct. You can hear voices from open windows, the cry of babies, the arguments of couples who think the darkness provides privacy, the barking of dogs, the yowling of cats, and the scurrying of rats that are as much a part of Victorian London as the human inhabitants. Speaking of rats, Victorian London has millions of them. They live in the sewers, in the walls of buildings, and in warehouses and shops, feeding on the endless supply of waste and garbage that a city of several million people produces. At night, when humans are less active, rats become bold, venturing into streets and alleys in numbers that would horrify modern city dwellers. The night markets operate in certain areas, selling goods that might not stand up to daylight scrutiny. Used clothing, questionable food, items that might have fallen off the back of a cart. The informal economy thrives in the hours when official commerce is closed. These markets serve people who work odd hours, or who can only afford the cheapest possible goods regardless of their origin. Factory workers on night shifts experience a different London entirely. They enter their workplaces in darkness and emerge in darkness, seeing their homes and families primarily on their one day off per week. The factories themselves are lit by gas lamps that create their own hazards. The combination of open flames and industrial machinery has predictable results, and factory fires are a regular occurrence. The bakers start their work around 3 in the morning, firing up ovens and beginning the process of producing the bread that will be sold throughout the coming day. Walking past a bakery in the early morning darkness, the smell of baking bread provides a moment of pure sensory pleasure that cuts through the usual urban odours. The new technology of the telegraph operates 24 hours, with operators sitting in offices sending and receiving messages through the night. It's the beginning of the modern expectation that information should be available instantly rather than waiting for the next day's mail delivery. Some public houses stay open late, operating in a grey area of legal and illegal depending on their location and their relationship with local police. These late-night establishments serve people who work odd hours, people with nowhere else to go, and people who prefer the company of the pub to their own lodgings. The atmosphere is different from daytime drinking, quieter, more desperate, less social, and more about numbing whatever makes sleep difficult. Hospital wards operate through the night, staffed by overworked nurses who care for patients in conditions that are gradually improving but still shockingly inadequate by modern standards. Medical understanding is advancing rapidly in Victorian England, but practical application lags behind theoretical knowledge, and hospitals remain places where the poor go because they have no other option. The churches stand dark and locked, except for the very largest, which maintains small chapels open for prayer. Victorian religion is both intensely private and intensely public, and the after-hours availability of religious spaces reflects this complexity. Around 4 in the morning, London begins its transition back toward day. The earliest workers start appearing on the streets, servants beginning their daily routines, delivery drivers preparing their wagons, and market vendors heading to wholesale markets to purchase their stock for the day. The darkness starts to feel temporary rather than permanent, and the city prepares for another cycle of its endless routine. As dawn approaches and the sky begins its slow transition from black to grey, you find yourself in a quiet square, sitting on a damp bench, watching Victorian London wake up for another day. The experience of the past 24 hours has been overwhelming, exhausting, fascinating, and occasionally disturbing. Everything that reality should be when you strip away the comfortable filtering that historical distance provides. The fog is returning, or perhaps it never really left. The coal fires are being lit in thousands of homes, and the smoke is already beginning to accumulate in the morning air. Soon the streets will fill again with horses, people, and the complex machinery of urban life that somehow functions despite operating on principles that seem impossibly antiquated from a modern perspective. You've learned things that no book or documentary could have taught you. You now know what coal smoke tastes like when it's everywhere, what genuine cold feels like without central heating, and what urban noise sounds like without sound insulation. You understand in your body, not just your mind, what it means to live without electricity, without instant communication, without any of the technologies that define modern existence. The social observations have been equally educational. You've seen how visible inequality is when everyone shares the same public spaces, but clearly belongs to different worlds. You've noticed how much energy Victorian society spent on maintaining social distinctions, on performing class identity, and on signalling status through clothes, speech and behaviour. You've been struck by the physicality of Victorian life. Everything requires more effort. Getting dressed, staying warm, getting from place to place, obtaining food and staying clean. The simple acts of daily existence that modern people accomplish without thought required sustained attention and considerable labour in the Victorian era. But you've also noticed things that modern life has lost. The bread tastes better because it's made daily from flour that hasn't been processed into nutritional emptiness. The clothes, despite being uncomfortable, are made to last and often contain better craftsmanship than anything you own. The social interactions, while formal, involve actually looking at people and talking to them rather than staring at screens. The pace of life is paradoxical. Everything takes longer, yet people seem to accomplish enormous amounts. The Victorian era was one of incredible productivity, innovation and expansion, all achieved without computers, without modern transportation and without instant communication. It suggests that maybe modern efficiency isn't quite as efficient as we like to think, or perhaps that efficiency isn't the only measure of a society's success. The dangers of Victorian London have been real and present throughout your journey. Disease, accident, crime, and poverty. All of them are closer to the surface than in modern developed societies. The social safety net that modern people take for granted doesn't exist. If you're poor, sick or unlucky, your options range from limited to non-existent. The environmental conditions have been a revelation. Modern people think they understand historical pollution because they've seen photographs of smoggy cities. But photographs don't convey the taste of the air, the way smoke irritates your throat, the omnipresent coal dust that settles on everything, the smell of the Thames, or the sound of thousands of horses producing waste faster than it can be collected. Yet there's beauty here too. The architecture is genuinely impressive, built by craftsmen who took pride in their work. The gaslighting, however inadequate, creates atmospheric effects that electric lights can't match. The sense of community in working-class neighbourhoods, born of shared hardship and mutual dependence, represents something that modern suburban isolation often lacks. The people you've observed have been the most interesting part. They're not the simplified historical figures from textbooks or the romantic characters from period dramas. They're complex human beings dealing with the specific challenges of their time while experiencing the universal aspects of human existence. Love, ambition, fear, hope, boredom, and joy. The children you've seen will grow up to be Edwardians, to experience the First World War, and perhaps to live into the 1950s and wonder at television and jets. The young adults you've watched rushing to work will be the elderly of the 1920s and 30s, living bridges between the Victorian world and modernity. History isn't separate eras. It's continuous human experience flowing from one generation to the next. You realise that Victorian London isn't past, it's the foundation. These sewers being built right now will still be functioning in the 21st century. The buildings you've walked past will survive wars and urban renewal. The institutions being established, public libraries, museums, schools, hospitals, will evolve but persist. You're not visiting a dead world, you're observing the roots of the world you know. The experience has given you a different perspective on progress. Yes, modern life is more comfortable, safer, and healthier, and offers opportunities that Victorians couldn't imagine. But progress isn't linear improvement in every aspect. The Victorians built things to last, invested in beauty even in utilitarian projects, and maintained social connections that modern efficiency has sometimes eroded. The moral complexity is impossible to ignore. Victorian Britain ruled an empire that brought prosperity to some and exploitation to many. The wealth visible in London's grand buildings came partly from colonial extraction. The cheap goods in London shops were often produced by colonial labour under conditions that would be recognised as exploitative even by Victorian standards. There's no way to separate Victorian achievement from Victorian imperialism. Similarly, the period's social progress coexisted with shocking inequality. The same society that was expanding education and improving public health also allowed children to work in factories and mines. The era that produced great literature and scientific advances also maintained rigid class barriers and severely limited women's opportunities. These contradictions don't resolve neatly. The Victorians weren't villains or heroes. They were people working within their society's assumptions while gradually questioning and changing those assumptions. Progress happened because some Victorians recognised problems and worked to address them, not because history automatically moves toward justice. The gender dynamics have been particularly striking throughout your day. Women are everywhere, but their possibilities are constrained in ways that would be intolerable to modern women. Working-class women labour in factories, shops and homes. Middle-class women manage households and raise children within narrow social confines. Upper-class women perform elaborate social rituals that constitute their primary occupation. The legal status of women is somewhere between persons and property, depending on their marital status. Yet Victorian women are also pushing boundaries. Women writers are achieving success. Women activists are campaigning for education and suffrage, and women workers are organising for better conditions. The changes that will transform women's lives in the 20th century are beginning here, in small acts of resistance and assertion that will eventually remake society. The religious atmosphere has permeated everything you've experienced. Victorian Christianity isn't just Sunday worship, it's a framework that shapes social policy, personal behaviour and public discourse. Churches are everywhere. Religious language infuses ordinary conversation, and Christian morality, at least its public performance, is expected of everyone regardless of actual belief. But religious doubt is also present, growing among intellectuals and workers alike. Darwin's theories are being discussed and debated. Scientific thinking is challenging traditional religious explanations. The tension between faith and reason that characterises Victorian culture isn't resolved. It's actively being worked through by thoughtful people on all sides. As you sit in the gradually brightening square, the full cycle of the Victorian day becomes clear. It's not so different in structure from modern days. People wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The surface details have changed dramatically, but the underlying human rhythms remain constant. People in 1880 had the same basic needs and desires as people in the 21st century. They just fulfilled them with different technologies and within different social structures. The experience has also highlighted how recent modernity really is. Electric lights, automobiles, phones, computers, the internet. All of these arrived within roughly a century, a tiny sliver of human history. The Victorian world of gas lamps and horse transport is separated from the digital age by just 3 or 4 generations. Your own grandparents or great-grandparents might have been born into a world that more closely resembled Victorian London than contemporary life. This proximity is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests humans are remarkably adaptable. Victorians coped with their challenges as effectively as moderns cope with theirs. Unsettling because it raises questions about what aspects of modern life will seem as antiquated to future generations as gaslighting seems to you. The technological changes are the most visible differences, but the social changes might be more profound. The rigid Victorian class system has softened in developed countries, though it has not disappeared. Gender roles have been dramatically reimagined. Racial attitudes have evolved, though imperfectly. Democratic participation has expanded. Individual freedom has increased in most areas, though surveillance capabilities have also grown. The Victorian world believed in hierarchy and tradition. The modern world celebrates equality and innovation, though both eras often fail to live up to their stated values. As the morning strengthens and the city fully awakens around you, you find yourself thinking about what this imaginary journey has offered beyond mere historical curiosity. What gifts does Victorian London give to a modern person willing to spend a day in its crowded, smoky, uncomfortable reality? First, there's the gift of proportion. Your own daily complaints. The Wi-Fi is slow, the coffee isn't quite right, the commute took an extra 10 minutes, shrink when compared to Victorian challenges. This isn't to say modern problems aren't real, but perspective is valuable. The Victorians dealt with genuine hardship and found reasons to laugh, love, create, and persevere. Your own resilience is probably greater than you think. Second, there's appreciation for invisible infrastructure. You'll never take clean water, effective sewage, reliable electricity or modern medicine for granted again after experiencing their absence. The complex systems that support modern life are easy to ignore until you imagine life without them. Thousands of people work to build these systems, often in difficult conditions, and their legacy is the comfort you experience daily. Third, there's understanding of historical change. Victorian London seemed permanent to its inhabitants. The way things were seemed like the way things would always be. Yet within decades, much of that world had transformed. This suggests that your own world, which seems stable and permanent, is actually in constant flux. The changes might be gradual enough that you don't notice them day to day, but the cumulative effect over time can be revolutionary. Fourth, there's recognition of human constants. Despite all the differences, Victorians worried about their children's futures, worked to improve their circumstances, fell in love, experienced loss, found joy in small things, and struggled with meaning and purpose. The external circumstances change, but the internal human experience remains remarkably consistent across time and place. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship offers another lesson. In a world of mass-produced disposable goods, there's something appealing about objects made by skilled hands to last generations. The Victorian building you've been observing, with its careful stonework and decorative details, represents an investment of time and skill that modern construction often skips. Perhaps there's value in slowing down and doing some things well rather than doing everything quickly. The social interactions you've observed, while often rigid and formal, involve genuine attention to the people physically present. No one is checking their phone during conversations because phones don't exist. People look at each other, listen to each other, and engage directly. The Victorian social world, for all its flaws, required presence in ways that modern life sometimes doesn't. The experience has also highlighted the value of struggle in ways that comfortable modern life sometimes obscures. The Victorians who improved their circumstances, learned new skills, or contributed to social progress often did so against significant obstacles. Their achievements meant something, partly because they were difficult. Modern life's convenience is wonderful, but perhaps something is lost when everything becomes easy. There's also a lesson in Victorian London's combination of grandeur and squalor. The same society that built magnificent public buildings and expanded museums and libraries also tolerated horrific slums and child labour. This suggests that material progress doesn't automatically produce moral progress. Societies must consciously choose to extend opportunities and protections broadly, not just to privileged groups. The Victorian relationship with nature, which you've observed in the carefully maintained parks and the disregard for air and water quality, reveals a society still figuring out how to balance industrial progress with environmental health. They hadn't yet recognised that natural systems have limits. Modern society knows this, but struggles to act on that knowledge. The Victorian mistakes offer warnings, but modern people can't claim moral superiority while making similar mistakes with greater knowledge. The diversity of Victorian London, immigrants from across the empire, visitors from around the world, and people from every British region remind you that cities have always been meeting places of different cultures. The Victorian response was often to maintain strict social hierarchies, but the mere presence of diversity was slowly undermining those hierarchies. Cities change people by exposing them to difference, and Victorian London was doing this work even when Victorian ideology resisted it. The evening entertainment options you observed, theatres, music halls, pubs, social visits, suggest that humans need more than work and survival. Even in difficult circumstances, people sought beauty, laughter, connection and meaning. The Victorian investment in public culture, museums, libraries, parks, performance spaces, reflected a belief that culture matters, that people deserve access to beauty and knowledge regardless of their economic status. Victorian earnestness, which modern people often mock, actually reflects an admirable quality. The belief that individual actions matter, that moral behaviour makes a difference, and that trying to be better is worthwhile. The specific moral codes were flawed, but the underlying commitment to ethical living and social responsibility offers something valuable. The square where you've been sitting is now fully awake. The vendors have set up, the traffic is building, and the working day has begun. And somewhere in this moment, you feel the gentle pull backward, toward your own time, your own world, and your own comfortable bed with its modern mattress and central heating. The transition happens gradually, like waking from a particularly vivid dream. The sounds of Victorian London, the horses, the street vendors, the peculiar accent of Victorian speech begin to fade. The smells diminish. The taste of coal smoke leaves your mouth. The physical sensations of Victorian clothing, Victorian cold, and diminish, and Victorian stone beneath your feet all gently recede. You're aware of your body in your own bed, in your own time. The sheets are soft, the temperature is comfortable, and the air is clean. You can hear modern sounds, perhaps traffic that's motorised rather than horse-drawn, the hum of electronics, sounds that wouldn't make sense to a Victorian. But you bring something back with you from your Victorian day. Not physical objects, you can't bring Victorian coins or newspapers into your modern world. What you bring is understanding, the kind that only comes from imagined experience rather than abstract knowledge. You understand now why your great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents might have had certain habits that seemed odd to their grandchildren, why they saved string and washed plastic bags and treated bread with reverence. They grew up in or closer to a world where such things had real value, where wastefulness wasn't just inefficient but genuinely harmful to survival. You understand why Victorian literature often focuses on social class and reputation. When your social position determined your opportunities so completely, and when reputation was the primary form of social capital, of course people obsessed over these things. The Victorian emphasis on propriety wasn't just prudishness, it was a survival strategy. You understand why the transition to modern life was both eagerly embraced and sometimes mourned. The Victorians who lived into the 20th century experienced changes that must have felt like moving to another planet. Indoor plumbing, electricity, automobiles, movies and radio, each one represented a fundamental shift in how daily life functioned. The experience has made history feel more real, less like a series of dates and events, and more like the lived experience of actual humans dealing with their specific challenges. The Victorian era wasn't a unified period moving inexorably toward modernity. It was thousands of days like the one you just experienced, filled with ordinary people making ordinary decisions that cumulatively created change. You also understand better why certain problems persist. Inequality, environmental damage, exploitation, and discrimination. These existed in Victorian London and exist now. The specific manifestations change, but the underlying human tendencies towards selfishness, short-sightedness, and tribalism remain constant. Progress requires conscious effort, not just the passage of time. The technological optimism you might have felt before this journey is now tempered by recognition that technology solves some problems while creating others. The Victorians thought railways and telegraphs would revolutionise society and bring universal peace. They were partly right about the revolution, but completely wrong about the peace. Modern faith in technological solutions might be similarly naive. Yet there's also hope in the Victorian example. They made genuine progress on many fronts: public health, education, scientific understanding, and social reform. The changes were often gradual and incomplete, but they were real. If Victorians could improve their society despite greater obstacles, perhaps modern people can address their challenges too. As you lie in your comfortable bed, fully returned to your own time, the contrast between Victorian London and modern life feels almost absurd. You can reach over and turn on a light without leaving bed. You can adjust the temperature with a thermostat. You can check the weather, the news, and messages from friends using a device that would have seemed like magic to Victorians. The bathroom attached to your bedroom would have been a luxury beyond imagining for most Victorians. Hot water from a tap, a flush toilet, a shower, towels that you don't have to wash by hand. Each element represents decades of engineering innovation and infrastructure investment. The simple act of taking a morning shower involves systems that Victorians would have considered science fiction. Your breakfast options would amaze a Victorian. Fresh fruit from other hemispheres, coffee from distant continents, bread that stays fresh for days, refrigerated dairy products, and cereals invented after the Victorian era ended. The Victorian breakfast was porridge, bread, perhaps eggs if you could afford them. Foods that were locally produced because long-distance food transport was limited. Getting dressed takes minutes instead of the extended process Victorian clothing required. No corsets, no button hooks, no layers of undergarments. Modern clothing prioritises comfort and convenience over the elaborate social signalling that Victorian fashion performed. You can dress yourself without assistance, which was a privilege reserved for lower classes in Victorian times. The wealthy needed servants to manage their complex wardrobes. Your commute, however frustrating it might sometimes feel, would seem miraculous to Victorians. Whether you drive, take public transit, or work from home, you're covering distances that would have required hours of travel in Victorian times. The modern city is physically larger than Victorian London because transportation technology allows people to live farther from their workplaces. Your workplace itself reflects changes the Victorians initiated but couldn't complete. The office workers you observed in Victorian London were pioneering a new kind of work, clerical labour that required literacy and numeracy but not physical strength. Modern knowledge work extends that Victorian innovation, though it's now mediated through computers rather than paper ledgers. The safety standards you take for granted would astound Victorians. Workplace regulations, food safety, building codes, traffic laws, all of these represent hard-won victories by reformers who recognised that industrialisation without regulation was killing people. Every modern safety feature exists because someone suffered its absence. Your access to information would seem godlike to Victorians. The accumulated knowledge of humanity is available instantly through your devices. The Victorian scholar who spent hours in libraries researching basic facts would be astonished that you can access the same information in seconds while lying in bed. Your medical care represents advances that would seem miraculous in Victorian times. Antibiotics alone have saved more lives than any other single invention. Add modern surgery, diagnostic imaging, vaccines, dental care, and treatments for conditions that were death sentences in Victorian times, and the improvement is staggering. The Victorian infant mortality rate was roughly 150 per 1,000 births. In developed countries today, it's under 5 per 1,000. Your life expectancy is dramatically longer than the Victorian average. A baby born in Victorian Britain could expect to live about 45 years. A baby born in a developed country today can expect to live past 80. Those additional decades represent millions of person-years of additional human experience, of knowledge gained, of relationships developed, and of contributions made. Yet with all these advantages, modern life brings challenges that Victorians never faced. The constant connectivity that puts the world at your fingertips also means you're never truly unreachable. The abundance of choices can become overwhelming rather than liberating. The rapid pace of change can create anxiety about keeping up. The decline of traditional communities can lead to isolation despite unprecedented communication capabilities. The environmental costs of modern life are also becoming unavoidable. The Victorians damaged their local environments. The Thames was essentially a toxic waste dump. But modern industrial society has scaled up those impacts to a global level. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and ocean acidification. These problems didn't exist in Victorian times because human industrial capacity was more limited. Progress in material comfort has come with ecological costs that future generations will bear. The social fragmentation that characterises modern life would puzzle Victorians. Their society was rigid and often cruel, but it was also coherent in ways modern society isn't. Most Victorians shared basic assumptions about religion, morality, and social organisation. Modern pluralism brings freedom but also uncertainty about shared values and common purpose. The comparison isn't meant to suggest Victorian life was better. It clearly wasn't by almost any measure. Rather, it's to recognise that progress in one dimension doesn't automatically mean progress in all dimensions. Modern life is more comfortable, safer, healthier, and offers more individual freedom than Victorian life. But it's also more complex, more fast-paced, and in some ways more isolating. As you start your modern day, going about routines that would seem fantastical to Victorians, you carry something valuable from your imaginary journey. It's not nostalgia for a past that was genuinely harder and often cruel. It's perspective, the ability to see your own life with fresh eyes by comparing it to a different way of living. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship might inspire you to value quality over convenience sometimes. Their investment in public institutions might encourage you to support libraries, museums and parks. Their social connections, however formal, might remind you to occasionally put down your devices and actually talk to the people physically present. The Victorian struggles for reform, better working conditions, expanded education, improved public health, remind you that progress requires effort. The improvements you enjoy weren't inevitable. They were achieved by people who recognise problems and work to solve them. Your generation faces different challenges, but the principle remains the same. Change requires intentional effort, not just complaints about current conditions. The Victorian mistakes, their environmental damage, their imperialism, their rigid social hierarchies, their limited opportunities for women and minorities, serve as warnings. Having more knowledge than the Victorians doesn't make modern people morally superior unless that knowledge produces better actions. The test isn't what you know, but what you do with that knowledge. The sheer human resilience you observe throughout your Victorian day offers encouragement for handling modern challenges. If people could maintain hope, find joy, create beauty, and work for better futures while dealing with Victorian hardships, perhaps modern problems are also manageable despite their complexity. The Victorian day you've imagined has given you a gift that history always offers when approached with openness: context. Your own life exists within a specific historical moment, shaped by decisions made by previous generations and shaping the options available to future generations. Understanding this continuity can be both humbling and empowering. As you move through your modern day, driving cars that Victorians couldn't imagine, using technology that would seem like magic, solving problems that didn't exist in Victorian times, you might occasionally think about the Victorian day you experienced. Not to wish you were there, but to appreciate where you are. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wonder what someone from 2150 would think about your life in the early 21st century. What aspects of your daily routine would seem charmingly antiquated? What problems would they be amazed you tolerated? What technologies would they find amusingly primitive? What aspects of your life would they envy or want to preserve? History isn't just about the past. It's about understanding that the present is temporary, that change is constant, and that every generation faces its own challenges while benefiting from and dealing with the consequences of previous generations' choices. Victorian London is gone, transformed by more than a century of change. But it's not lost. It lives in the infrastructure it built, in the institutions it established, in the ideas it developed, in the problems it created, and in the solutions it pioneered. You walk on Victorian foundations every day, whether you realise it or not. And perhaps that's the most important lesson from your imaginary Victorian day. You too are building foundations for futures you'll never see. Your choices, your actions, and your society's decisions, all of these will influence the world that people experience generations from now. The Victorians couldn't have imagined your life, but they shaped it nonetheless. You can't imagine the world of 2150, but you're helping to create it with every choice you make. Sleep well tonight in your comfortable bed with its modern mattress and climate control. Dream perhaps of gas-lit streets and horse-drawn carriages, of a world that managed to function without any of the technologies you consider essential, and wake tomorrow with fresh appreciation for the complex, imperfect, remarkable world you inhabit. A world that's different from Victorian London, but connected to it by the continuous thread of human experience reaching back through centuries and forward into futures yet to be imagined. Aurelia was born into a world that prized lineage above all else. It was the 2nd century AD, and though Rome's empire seemed invincible, quiet fissures ran through its foundations. Whispers of unrest spread from remote frontiers, contradicting the grand arches and bustling avenues that proclaimed Rome's superiority. Opulent banquets clashed with the daily struggles of the poor. This was a realm of paradox, where marble monuments stood beside rickety shacks, and philosophers debated lofty ideals while gladiators fought for public amusement. Aurelia's family occupied a respected but modest position. They were historians and scribes known for capturing events with honesty, a pursuit that could be dangerous in a city where power thrived on carefully polished images. Her father, Marcus Fabius Crispus, meticulously documented senatorial proceedings, while her mother, Tullia, emerged from a lineage renowned for skillful mediation behind closed doors. Both parents nurtured Aurelia's keen sense of observation, teaching her that true influence often came from knowing what others overlooked. From a young age, Aurelia found magic in small details. While other children lost themselves in street games, she lingered in corners of the atrium, listening to visitors' subdued remarks. A twitch of a senator's eyebrow might betray political tension, just as an offhand remark from a merchant could reveal bigger undercurrents. Tullia encouraged such watchfulness, stressing that words are surface, truth often swims beneath. At dawn, Aurelia took to wandering the forum, her stola simple enough to let her blend with the throngs. There she gathered tidbits from merchants hawking produce and strangers carrying rumours from distant provinces. Traders spoke of uprisings in the north or shortages along trade routes. The cacophony of voices painted Rome as a mighty tapestry stitched together by precarious alliances and quiet bargains. On her 16th birthday, Aurelia was gifted a small studious room in the family villa. Stacks of scrolls, wax tablets, and half-finished transcripts filled the cramped space. She revelled in sifting through tax records, legionary petitions, and memoranda from minor officials. Each scroll hinted at how carefully Rome balanced its grandeur. Soldiers complained of late pay, border governors requested reinforcements, and farmland disputes dragged on for years. Aurelia's father commended her diligence, but warned that too much curiosity can cast unwelcome light on things meant to stay in shadow. It wasn't long before she noticed the difference between the city's official image and its underlying truths. Public buildings boasted inscriptions praising the emperor's benevolence. But in the margins of her father's notes, Aurelia saw hints of legionary discontent and senators pushing private agendas. She learned that Rome, for all its majesty, sustained itself through 1,000 unacknowledged compromises. Tullia, meanwhile, introduced her daughter to the subtleties of social dance. At dinner gatherings, she guided Aurelia's gaze toward how swiftly the tone of conversation changed when influential guests arrived. A stray remark could be retracted in seconds if it threatened the delicate web of alliances. "See how they pivot," Tullia would whisper. "That's where real power lies, in the shift between what's said and what's implied." Still, Aurelia loved Rome. She admired the feats of engineering, the traditions of debate, and the vast spectrum of cultural influences streaming through the city gates. She believed that beneath the politics and strict hierarchies, there was genuine excellence, a civilization yearning for wisdom, if only its protectors were not so quick to silence inconvenient voices. One hazy morning, as she strolled toward the forum, Aurelia noticed a disquieting hush. A handful of vendors had set up stalls, but the usual clamour was missing. People stood in small knots, murmuring about a legion commander who had refused an imperial edict. Though unconfirmed, the rumour cast a pall that lingered in every doorway. Aurelia felt a chill. Even idle speculation carried weight in an empire where fear could bloom instantly. She hurried home, intending to share her observations with Marcus. He listened intently, his stylus paused over a fresh scroll, then he gave her a solemn look. "We must be certain before recording rumours," he said. "Unchecked talk can stir panic or invite unwelcome attention." Aurelia nodded, but her curiosity wouldn't rest. That very evening, she opened her private journal and wrote every scrap of hearsay she had gathered. She sensed a reckoning forming at Rome's edges, like a distant thunder that might soon reverberate through marble halls. Even then, she had no inkling of how personal the storm would become. The tension Aurelia had sensed soon took shape in a single event. Nisia, a Greek-born olive merchant and one of Aurelia's most treasured confidants, vanished overnight. Gossip whispered that the Praetorian Guard had arrested her before dawn. Unsubstantiated talk claimed Nisia possessed letters challenging Rome's supposedly divine authority, an accusation severe enough to crush anyone caught in its net. Alarm coursed through Aurelia. Nietzsche had always been inquisitive, reading scrolls on Eastern philosophies and debating Plato's teachings with anyone who would listen. Aurelia couldn't imagine her as a threat, but in Rome's charged climate, curiosity often bordered on sedition. Desperate to learn more, Aurelia combed the forum's edges, interrogating acquaintances who might have glimpsed the arrest. Most merchants lowered their voices at the guard's mention, wary of drawing scrutiny themselves. At home, Tullia observed Aurelia's distress. Rather than scold her, she murmured, "Prudence is our lifeline. Inquire gently." Yet Tullia herself covertly sought leads through acquaintances in minor governmental posts. Marcus, on the other hand, reacted with carefully measured concern. He understood the stakes, but warned Aurelia that intervention might place the family under suspicion. Though well-intentioned, his caution left her feeling powerless. Determined not to stand idle, Aurelia visited Petronius, an elderly scribe rumoured to have ties within the Praetorian administration. His cramped workshop smelled of ink and musty parchment, scrolls spilling off the shelves. After a furtive glance at the door, Petronius conceded that a woman matching Nisia's description had been held for questioning. He claimed that certain documents had been confiscated, referencing ideas unfit for Rome's ears. Aurelia felt her blood chill. She recalled how Nisia once mused that no empire should claim it a divine right to rule. In a sensitive era, that might be enough to brand her treasonous. At dinner, Tullia calmly explained her plan, quietly leveraged the family's modest connections. They had distant cousins who dabbled in bureaucratic circles, perhaps able to glean Nisia's whereabouts. Aurelia brimmed with a mix of gratitude and dread. She knew that every whisper to the guard was fraught with risk. Still, she nodded agreement. Silence would only doom her friend. Days stretched into a week with no official word. Aurelia, restless, slipped back into the forum each morning. Vendors eyed her warily. Even the ordinarily gregarious fruit seller offered only strange shrugs when asked if he'd heard of Nisia. Fear was contagious. Aurelia felt its cold grip in every interaction, each half-uttered sentence trailing off as though a hidden listener stood nearby. Late one evening, Tullia tapped lightly on Aurelia's chamber door, carrying a note from an obscure court scribe. Nisia might still be alive, but faced indefinite detainment. That single line sent Aurelia reeling. She realized that in Rome, indefinite detainment could easily stretch into months or years. Those who stepped into the guard's cells vanished from sight. Outraged, Aurelia argued that they should confront the authorities directly. Marcus quickly admonished her, reminding her that the guard's power extended beyond senatorial oversight. Yet Tullia met Aurelia's anger with tempered resolve. "We'll find a path, but it must be carefully walked. Charging in blindly helps no one." Aurelia took a steadying breath, trying to absorb the lesson. In a city built on negotiations, brashness often led to ruin. Her next move was to visit a respected senator known for supporting intellectual pursuits. The senator received Aurelia in a private courtyard, where columns draped in ivy offered seclusion from prying ears. He listened, hands folded, as Aurelia described Nicia's passion for knowledge rather than sedition. Though sympathetic, he admitted that direct pleas to the guard rarely succeeded without formidable backing. He promised discreet inquiries, but cautioned that Rome's storms can swallow lone voices. One morning soon after, Tullia informed Aurelia of a breakthrough. Their distant cousin had arranged a preliminary hearing regarding Nicia's arrest. The praetorians would permit a minimal review of her case. For Aurelia, it felt like breathing again after suffocating in dread. She and Tullia spent long hours preparing arguments to cast Nicia not as a subversive, but as a scholar enamoured with the world's breadth of thought. When the day of the hearing arrived, they were ushered into a dim annex near the palace. A junior officer studied them coldly. Tullia spoke with measured deference, emphasising Rome's proud tradition of wisdom. Aurelia added heartfelt descriptions of Nicia's harmless curiosity. The officer's expression remained as still as a marble bust. He finally mumbled that he would review the matter. Though hardly reassuring, it was a door left slightly ajar. That night, Aurelia's mind teemed with both apprehension and hope. She realised that Rome, for all its shining achievements, could be brittle when threatened by unorthodox ideas. Determined not to lose her friend to that brittle machinery, Aurelia clung to the faint promise of another day, another chance to pry open the iron walls of secrecy. Though the hearing had been minimal, word of it spread quietly among those who knew Nicia. Whispers arose, mostly from scholars and minor officials who harboured doubts about the guard's sweeping powers. The city itself, however, offered little comfort. Fear permeated the streets, heightened by rumours of legionary unrest in the provinces. More arrests took place, each one generating an echo of anxiety that reverberated in every tavern and alleyway. Aurelia redoubled her efforts to glean information. She spoke in hushed tones with a tavern keeper near the Circus Maximus, who said that soldiers returning from campaigns complained of harsh discipline and uncertain pay. A freedman who worked in the Palatine stables reported overhearing fragments of conversation suggesting the emperor was deeply troubled by murmurs of disloyalty. Piece by piece, Aurelia sensed that Rome's outward splendour concealed a precarious balance ready to topple under the slightest strain. Meanwhile, Tullia continued her shadowy negotiations. She attended gatherings where influential matrons exchanged gossip like currency. Over measured sips of wine, Tullia would mention Nicia's plight, emphasising that punishing harmless curiosity stained Rome's legacy of cultural tolerance. Some nodded politely, a few frowned, but no one leapt up to intercede. Fear, Aurelia realised, had a suffocating grip on them all. One day, a curt message arrived. Nicia had been transferred to a different holding facility on the city's outskirts. Alarmed, Tullia explained that such transfers often meant increasing isolation. "We must accelerate our approach," she told Aurelia, her eyes tight with worry. If they failed, Nicia would sink deeper into a labyrinth of cells and bureaucratic silence. Hoping to muster support, Tullia hosted a modest salon at their villa. A handful of guests who prided themselves on patronage of the arts and letters accepted the invitation. The plan was to steer the conversation toward Rome's intellectual heritage, and then segue into Nicia's predicament. Aurelia circulated, bringing mulled wine and listening for any sign of genuine concern. Yet most visitors offered only lukewarm platitudes. When talk grew too specific, they retreated behind polite smiles. Afterward, Tullia confessed her frustration. Ideas captivate them, right until they realise those ideas threaten the status quo. Days later, an urgent request beckoned them to Lucius Cassius Longinus's villa. The old lawyer's hair shone white in the afternoon sun as he paced beneath olive trees. Without preamble, he explained that the guard had intensified its crackdown, spurred by the recent reports of rebellion in a distant province. Any whiff of subversion, he said, would now be met with swift, unforgiving action. Aurelia felt a surge of panic. If the texts found with Nicia were deemed radical, the The entire case could vanish into a black hole of suspicion. Lucius proposed a daring solution: direct petition to the emperor's councillors. He believed that, by framing Nicia's release as a testament to Rome's enlightened grandeur, they might circumvent the guards' hostility. Flatter the empire's self-image, he advised. Show them this is an opportunity to display magnanimity. Though it stung Aurelia to consider placating those who preyed on fear, she saw no alternative. That night, Tullia, Aurelia, and even Marcus painstakingly drafted the appeal. They cited historical precedents where Rome had pardoned scholars to champion its reputation for intellectual openness. Every phrase was calculated, tiptoeing around any hint of challenging imperial authority. Marcus looked older than his years when he finally folded the parchment. "We risk everything by the shining a light into these shadows," he murmured. They dispatched the plea at dawn, then settled into an uneasy wait. Days stretched, each rumour of unrest striking Aurelia's heart like a hammer. She imagined Nicia in a cramped cell, uncertain whether hope still flickered beyond the iron bars. Tullia paced late at night, her footsteps echoing in silent corridors. Marcus tried to focus on his historical transcripts, but he kept pausing to rub his temples. At last, a small note arrived. They had been granted a brief audience with the emperor's councillors. Aurelia's heart lurched. She knew enough of Roman power to realize how dangerous it was to stand so close to the throne. One misstep could brand them traitors. Still, it was a glimmer of possibility. If they presented their case skillfully, perhaps Nicia's fate could be reversed. Steeling herself, Aurelia recalled how Nicia once spoke of truth needing many voices to survive in a world that preferred illusions. As she prepared for the audience, Aurelia vowed that if Rome demanded flattery, she would give just enough to open the door. Beneath that veneer, her devotion to honesty and to her friend would remain unbroken. This moment might be the final chance to pry Nicia free from the jaws of secrecy. Weeks of waiting brought no definitive answer. Rumours circulated that the guard grew more vigilant each day, suspecting conspiracies in every shadow. Unsettled by the silence, Aurelia pressed on, scouring corners of the forum for any news. A fruit vendor claimed someone matching Nicia's description had been moved to a windowless cell near the city's outer wall. Another insisted he'd seen her on a prison cart heading north. Conflicting tales only amplified Aurelia's anguish. Tullia, determined to avoid stasis, scheduled another round of discreet visits. She met with a senatorial wife whose husband dabbled in legal reforms. She reconvened with an elderly diplomat known for bridging factions during prior unrest. At each meeting, Tullia deployed her signature tact, reminding people of Rome's vaunted tradition of wisdom. If an inquisitive mind can be silenced so easily, how does that reflect on our civilization? She would muse. A few listeners showed sympathy, yet none had the clout or courage to confront the guard directly. Marcus, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of involvement, torn between paternal concern and a historian's innate caution. He warned Aurelia not to speak too boldly in public. "The city crackles with tension," he said, tapping his stylus on a half-filled scroll. "One misplaced phrase could label you an agitator." Aurelia seethed at the constraints but forced herself to comply. She recognized that their window of opportunity to save Nicia was shrinking. A breakthrough arrived via a faded letter from Lucius Cassius Longinus. He advised that the emperor's councillors had at least acknowledged the family's petition. Though they offered no commitment, they requested more details about Nicia's background. Lucius suggested that Aurelia herself compile a short dossier, an account of who Nicia was, her upbringing, and her intellectual pursuits. "Speak to her virtues," he wrote, "and emphasize how her interests align with Rome's cultural mosaic." Over the next 2 days, Aurelia toiled in her study. She recalled how Nicia discovered her first Greek manuscripts as a child, reading them by lamplight in her uncle's cramped attic. She wrote of Nicia's fascination with comparing Stoic ideas to Eastern thought, never out of malice toward Rome, but rather an eagerness to understand the human condition. Tullia reviewed each sentence, gently rephrasing any hint that could be misconstrued as undermining imperial authority. On the third morning, a courier arrived to deliver the dossier to the councillors. Aurelia felt a pang of helplessness as she watched the parchment vanish in his satchel. They had done their best to paint Nicia as a curious mind, not a threat. but would it suffice for those who saw shadows of Rossellian everywhere? That afternoon, Tullia hosted the subdued gathering for a handful of respected scholars, hoping to quietly muster more support. A stooped rhetorician, famed for his speeches on civic virtue, listened attentively. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that he admired their stand but dared not provoke powerful figures. Aurelia bit back frustration, reminding herself that fear was a rational response in a city where dissenters could vanish overnight. Surprisingly, it was a younger philosopher who approached Aurelia after the gathering. His brow furrowed with concern, he confided that he'd heard about foreign troops on the move, possibly quelling uprisings in northern territories. "Each rumour of insurrection tightens the guard's grip at home," he said, voice trembling. "I fear your friend's case might be lost in the shuffle of bigger events." Aurelia thanked him, heart pounding at the possibility that Nicia's fate might be overshadowed by empire-wide anxieties. Late that evening, mother and daughter sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, rereading every letter, every note, every snippet of progress. Tullia rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident. "We've tried appealing to reason and honour," she said softly. "Yet reason often surrenders when paranoia sets in." Aurelia offered quiet reassurance. Even though her own hope dimmed, she refused to betray defeat. A new summons arrived the next day. One of the emperor's councillors, a figure named Albius Saturninus, requested a meeting. The messenger's words carried no warmth, only that further clarification was required. Aurelia's heartbeat quickened. This could be the pivotal moment. If Saturninus found their arguments lacking, Nicia could disappear from all records. If he chose leniency, perhaps a door would open. Guided by Tullia's calm resolve, Aurelia steadied herself. They dressed in subdued finery, mindful of appearances. Outside, Rome's ever-shifting tapestry of rumour and spectacle buzzed with energy. Yet Aurelia could only think of Nicia behind cold bars. As she followed her mother into the street, she silently vowed that she would bend every rule of flattery and caution if it meant freeing her friend from the darkest corners of the Empire's fear. Their meeting with Albius Saturninus took place in a cramped annex near the imperial offices. 2 praetorian guards flanked the door as Tullia and Aurelia entered a sparsely furnished room. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting elongated shadows that danced across rows of scrolls. Seated at a wooden desk, Saturninus glanced up with cool detachment. Aurelia felt an instinctive chill, sensing he was no mere bureaucrat, but someone accustomed to wielding real power. He gestured for them to sit. Tullia opened by thanking him for agreeing to hear their case. She spoke calmly of Rome's legacy as a cradle of ideas, explaining how her family believed that preserving intellectual curiosity only strengthened the empire. Saturninus listened impassively, occasionally making a note on a wax tablet. When Tullia finished, Aurelia offered a brief testimony about Nicia's passion for scholarship. "She sees knowledge not as rebellion, but as a way to celebrate Rome's greatness," Aurelia said, each word carefully chosen to flatter the regime. Saturninus tapped the tip of his stylus on the desk. "You paint a virtuous picture," he said. "However, the texts found with this Nicia were not standard fare. They question the notion of divine right. Do they not?" Aurelia's heart pounded. She admitted Nicia once read scrolls that contemplated whether any ruler should claim sacred authority. Saturninus frowned. "Dangerous territory, especially with rumours of dissent roiling our frontiers." Tullia calmly pivoted. "Indeed, but we must distinguish between abstract philosophical debate and genuine sedition. My daughter can attest that Nicia has always shown respect for the emperor's role." Aurelia nodded vigorously, emphasizing that Nicia's inquisitiveness and metabour aimed at broadening horizons, not toppling regimes. Saturninus continued scribbling, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze. "I will conduct a personal review. If I find reason to believe her curiosity is harmless, I may recommend leniency. But if these ideas have spread beyond her personal circle, clemency grows unlikely." Tullia inclined her head. "We appreciate your fairness." She spoke the words with carefully measured gratitude, though Aurelia suspected it was only the faintest glimmer of hope. Returning home, they relayed the conversation to Marcus, who exhaled in relief that at least the door remained ajar. Still, a tightness clung to the household. Aurelia found herself plagued by nightmares, images of Nisia lost in a torchlit corridor of cells. She spent her days editing each draft they'd written, searching for any detail that might strengthen Saturninus's inclination toward mercy. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived, the young philosopher who had once warned Aurelia about the rising clampdown. He carried a slim scroll, eyes alight with urgency. "I managed to speak with a contact in the Praetorian Guard," he whispered. "They say Saturninus is truly deliberating, but pressures from above are mounting. Another wave of arrests could come at any moment." Aurelia thanked him, heart heavy with the knowledge that Nisia's life hung by a thread. The days that followed were filled with confusion. Tullia arranged small gatherings, subtly reminding attendees of Rome's alleged commitment to enlightenment. She recounted the city's storied history of absorbing foreign traditions. "If we punish those who explore new perspectives, do we not undermine centuries of proud heritage?" she would ask, voice wavering just enough to stir emotion. Some listeners offered sympathetic murmurs, others averted their eyes, unwilling to align themselves against the growing tide of suspicion. Aurelia found solace in revisiting old notes from Nitia, who had scribbled translations of Greek verses about the pursuit of truth. Reading those lines by the lamp light, Aurelia vowed she would not abandon her friend to the machinery of fear. Even so, the unstoppable churn of Roman politics loomed over them. Each morning arrived with fresh rumours: a new rebellion in Gaul, a senator rumoured to be conspiring against imperial authority, or the guard arresting someone for uttering heretical claims. The city's mood felt like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Finally, on a cloudy afternoon, a pale-faced courier arrived with a sealed message. Trembling, Aurelia broke the wax seal. Saturninus summoned them for a final verdict. Marcus's hand gripped Aurelia's shoulder as she read the words aloud. Tullia said nothing, but her eyes were dark with both fear and resolve. The next morning, they dressed carefully in subdued garments. Stepping into the street, Aurelia noticed how the city seemed caught in a hush, as though bracing for some unseen impact. The approach to the imperial annex felt endless. As they neared the guarded doors, Aurelia prayed that every subtle argument, every measured phrase, every small gesture of respect they'd offered would count for something. And above all, she prayed that Nisia might yet walk free, rather than dissolve into the silence that swallowed so many fragile voices in Rome. Saturninus received them in the same stark chamber, with 2 new guards posted at the entrance. His expression remained inscrutable as he motioned them forward. Tullia bowed politely, Yesui, while Aurelia tried to steady her breathing. Aurelia caught a glimpse of a neat stack of documents on the desk, wondering if those silent pages summarized Nisia's life. Without preamble, Saturninus spoke. "I've reviewed the materials and considered your arguments. By all accounts, this Nisia is intellectually curious, not openly seditious." Aurelia clutched the edge of her cloak, struggling to remain composed. "However," Saturninus continued, "the presence of anti-imperial rhetoric in her possession cannot be dismissed. The empire stands on uncertain ground. Any perceived challenge to its divine authority risks igniting greater discord." A tense silence followed. Tullia inclined her head. "We understand the peril, yet we maintain that curiosity is not conspiracy." Saturninus tapped a finger on the scroll before him. "I'm inclined to believe your friend poses no immediate threat. Under ordinary circumstances, I might recommend her release with a warning." He sighed, sounding uncharacteristically weary. "And these are not ordinary times. The provinces grumble, the legions grow restless, and paranoia seeps from the highest ranks." Aurelia felt her hopes waver. "Is there truly no room for clemency?" she asked, voice trembling. Saturninus studied her, then spoke slowly. "I can arrange for Nisia's transfer into a supervised residence, house arrest, essentially, under 2 conditions. First, she must renounce any texts that question Rome's sanctity. Second, someone must vouch for her continued good conduct." Tullia glanced at Aurelia, relief mixing with apprehension. "We will gladly vouch for her," Tullia said. Saturninus leaned forward, voice dropping low. "Be aware. If anything else incriminating surfaces, your family's name will be forfeit alongside hers." He let the warning hang in the stale air. Aurelia's chest tightened, but she would not abandon Nisia now. Tullia spoke with forced calm. "We accept the responsibility." He gave a curt nod and scribbled instructions on a small tablet. "I'll expedite the transfer. Expect to be notified when she arrives under guard." With that, he dismissed them. Aurelia managed to murmur thanks, though her pulse hammered in her ears. Once outside, Tullia squeezed her hand. "We did it," she whispered. Aurelia took a deep breath in relief. They hadn't truly won, but at least Nicaea was spared a grim fate in hidden cells. Days passed, each one stretching with agonizing slowness. Aurelia and Tullia prepared a modest guest chamber, anticipating Nicaea's arrival in guarded custody. Marcus wrestled with anxieties, pacing across the atrium at odd hours. "We've taken a risk. If the climate worsens, we could face the guard's wrath." Aurelia recognized the danger but clung to the thought of reuniting with her friend. Finally, on a bright afternoon, the clang of iron at the villa's gate signalled the guard's presence. Aurelia rushed to the entry, finding 2 stern soldiers flanking a figure whose wrists were bound by a simple leather strap. Nicaea looked thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Yet when she recognized Aurelia, a flicker of relief lit her features. The lead guard stated that Nicaea was now under house arrest, pending further review. "Any attempt to escape or spread subversive materials will void the arrangement," he warned. Once the soldiers left, Aurelia guided Nicaea inside. Tullia hurried forward with water and fruit, her voice gentle. Tears shone in Nicaea's eyes, though she tried to maintain composure. "Thank you," she rasped. I wasn't sure I'd ever leave that place." Aurelia fought back her own tears, certain that the moment demanded steadiness. "You're safe here, as safe as any of us can be," she replied. Over the next hours, Nicaea recounted her ordeal in halting tones. She had been interrogated repeatedly, pressed to name others who shared her dangerous viewpoints. She insisted she had none to name. Aurelia felt a swell of admiration. Nicaea's loyalty to the truth had outweighed her fear, yet the cost was evident in every exhausted breath she took. As dusk settled, Tullia insisted that Nicaea rest. Aurelia remained by her bedside, grappling with an odd blend of elation and worry. Though freed from the dungeon, Nicaea now lived under perpetual threat. The looming presence of the guard was real. One misstep could hurl them all into ruin. "We must be careful," Aurelia said, her voice trembling. "House arrest is a precarious mercy." Nicaea nodded, wincing at some unseen bruise. "I won't give them a reason to lock me away again, but I can't lie, I still believe what I believe." Aurelia reached for her friend's hand, heart pounding with the realization that this fragile respite might be the closest thing to victory they would find. For now, at least, they had wrested Nicaea from the Empire's deepest shadows. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Nicaea's presence in the villa introduced both hope and new peril. Day by day, she regained strength, although she remained pale and silent at times. Aurelia noticed how Nicaea jumped at minor sounds, as though expecting the guard to burst in at any moment. House arrest meant the Empire still held her on a leash, ready to yank tight if any hint of forbidden inquiry resurfaced. Tullia took pains to comply with the guard's stipulations. She dismissed most servants to avoid rumours, limiting outsiders' knowledge of Nicaea's whereabouts. Family acquaintances who came calling were informed that the household required privacy due to an illness. Marcus withdrew further into his study, wary of inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Aurelia felt herself teetering between relief and anxiety. Free as she was to wander, she knew that one slip of the tongue could bring disaster crashing down. As Nicaea recovered, they spoke in hushed tones about her prison ordeal. Guards had demanded names, twisting every conversation into a potential confession. "They wanted me to admit a conspiracy," Nicaea said, voice strained, "but I had none to give." Aurelia bit her lip, recalling how dangerously close Rome's paranoia had come to extinguishing her friend's life. That same paranoia still loomed, ready to stifle any criticisms of imperial might. One afternoon, Tullia informed Aurelia that Lucius Cassius Longinus had invited them to a private supper. He wished to discuss a path to concluding Nicaea's case permanently, ideally by persuading the authorities to close the file. "He believes that with the right approach we might seal this matter," Tullia explained. "No more indefinite limbo." Aurelia's heart lifted, though she feared illusions of finality. She had learned that in Rome, solutions were often temporary, compromised by hidden agendas. They left Nisia in Marcus's care and travelled to Lucius's villa under cover of dusk. Soft lamplight glowed in the colonnade where he waited, a discreet spread of bread, olives, and watered wine laid out. After greeting them, Lucius dove straight into the matter. Saturninus's arrangement is conditional. We must convince the imperial councillors that your friend is no longer a subject of concern. He paused, choosing his words. A formal statement disavowing any anti-imperial notions might suffice. Aurelia tensed. She knew Nisia's stance on the Empire's claimed divinity wouldn't change. Yet Tullia, ever pragmatic, asked if the statement could be phrased to avoid direct falsehood. Lucius nodded. We can craft something that emphasises loyalty to Rome's stability without forcing her to recant every idea she's ever held. Still, Aurelia sensed the moral quandary. Nisia would essentially have to tiptoe around her beliefs to survive. They agreed that Tullia and Aurelia would draft a declaration, referencing how House Arrest had clarified Nisia's respect for Roman law. The next day, Aurelia presented the idea to Nisia, bracing for conflict. To her relief, Nisia gave a weary nod. I won't lie about my convictions, but if there's a form of words that satisfies them without trampling the truth, let's try. I can't return to that cell. Within 2 days, they produced a carefully honed statement. Aurelia wrote it by hand, ensuring each clause underscored compliance with Rome's order while refraining from claims that the emperor was divine. Tullia smoothed out phrases, injecting enough deference to placate suspicious officials. Nisia approved, though Aurelia noticed her fingers trembling as she scrawled her name at the bottom. Let's hope the city's thirst for scapegoats is momentarily quenched, she murmured. A courier delivered the statement to Saturninus, and a fraught silence followed. Meanwhile, chatter in the forum hinted that Rome's political storms continued unabated. A rebellious governor in the east caused unrest. A string of questionable executions rattled the populace. Against that backdrop, Nisia's predicament could easily vanish, overshadowed by larger crises. Aurelia felt a guilty relief that perhaps anonymity might shield them. One late afternoon, the fateful reply arrived. A letter sealed with the imprint of Saturninus declared that, upon due consideration and demonstration of loyalty, the matter is resolved. Nisia was released from official custody, provided she remained within city bounds and avoided any subversive gatherings. Aurelia's knees nearly buckled with relief as Tullia read the words aloud. Though the stipulations lingered, at least the threat of a renewed arrest had subsided. That evening, the villa filled with subdued joy. Nisia, tears in her eyes, embraced Tullia and Marcus, thanking them for risking so much on her behalf. Aurelia, overwhelmed, pulled her friend aside. "We did it," she said softly. "You're free." Nisia nodded, yet her expression was tinged with sadness. Free enough, perhaps, but the Empire's fear remains. Aurelia understood. Rome's might still loomed, and countless others languished in cells for lesser doubts. When dawn broke, Aurelia stood in the atrium, gazing at the mosaic floor. She recalled how she once believed Rome's grandeur resided in unwavering ideals. Now she saw that its splendour was fragile, maintained through half-truths, subtle negotiations, and a readiness to crush dissent. Still, she felt a spark of optimism. In saving Nisia, they had proven that compassion could pierce the Empire's armour, at least for a moment. Stepping outside, Aurelia inhaled the cool air and resolved to keep her eyes open, to document not just the marble triumphs, but also the hidden struggles that shaped Rome from within.